In a video a few weeks ago, I mentioned the syndicated TV series Beastmaster, which was loosely based off of the much more famous movie The Beastmaster. Anyway, I was kind of surprised at how many people in the comments had never heard of the series, so I figured it would be interesting to showcase a few more programs that you probably aren't aware of. So to start things off, Beastmaster. Beastmaster, as I said, is loosely based off the 1982 movie The Beastmaster, directed by Don Coscarelli. What you may not know is the movie was loosely based off the 1959 novel The Beastmaster by Andre Norton. The series veered in a direction that was more Hercules the Legendary Journeys than Beastmaster. It revolves around Dar, the last survivor of his tribe, as he searches for his kidnapped girlfriend, Kira. He's joined by his faithful animal friends, who he can communicate with, and a spunky medicine man named Tao. Dar's destined to destroy the evil Balsifer, but first he has to find his family, who've all been turned into animals. He's being chased by the minions of the evil King Zad, as well as the mysterious sorceress, who may kill him, may help him, or may just want to have sex with him. For the show, they gave Dar this sort of staff that's split in two instead of a sword. Not sure if that was something in the original book or just a wacky invention from the producers. The show first aired in October of 1999 and was syndicated to various networks. It lasted 3 seasons, with its final show airing on May 13, 2002. 3 seasons and 66 episodes is a pretty good run, and more than a lot of shows get. Man and Machine. Man and Machine is about a new android police officer who's partnered up with a human who, of course, hates robots. The android learns emotions and what it means to be human, while the human learns that, having a robot partner is useful or something. The series was created by Dick Wolf, the guy responsible for the Law & Order franchise. So the episodes on Man and Machine play out in a similar fashion. A crime is introduced at the beginning, and the 2 cops figure it out by the end. Only with this series, they throw in all sorts of cool robot things or humorous robot moments, like Eve going on her first date. This was Yancey Butler's second TV role, after, not surprisingly, she was on an episode of Law & Order. The show was largely criticized as being a ripoff of the series from 1976 called Holmes and Yo-Yo. Although really, this is a concept that is going to keep being recycled until we get actual android cops. In 2013, we had Almost Human, and in 2018, we got the video game Detroit Become Human, where one of the storylines is about an android cop. I'm sure there's other instances, but those are just the ones that come to mind. Since Man and Machine was made in the 90s, it's an interesting take on androids, since technology and the internet were really taking off. I think they genuinely thought we'd have something like android cops in 2021, which we kinda do, but it's not sexy Yancey Butler fembot. It's kinda Paul Blart robot cop. The show only lasted for 9 episodes and was canceled in July of 1992. The Burning Zone. After the success of the blockbuster movie Outbreak, the newly founded TV network UPN created The Burning Zone. It's about a team of virologists investigating various disease outbreaks. This was all linked to something called the Plague Wars. The show borrowed a little bit from the X-Files, with the virologist Edward, who survived having Ebola as a child, and the super serious Dr. Kimberly. The two play off each other very much like Mulder and Scully. They're joined by Agent Haley, who provides the protection for the team. There's also Dr. Cassian, who may or may not be evil. The show had terrible ratings, so about halfway through the first season, they fired the 2 leads and made Dr. Cassian the focus. Taking more from the X-Files, they started making the shows about conspiracies and viruses that have come here from outer space. I enjoyed The Burning Zone because, like many early UPN shows, it was a weekly dose of camp. Episodes were obviously lower budgeted, and they'd often appeal to schlock and violence to try and keep their audience. It worked on me. I watched every episode. In the beginning, the show tried to remain serious, but later episodes are downright ridiculous. The show had horrible ratings, and the major switch in the cast did nothing to get more people to watch. It ran out its first season and was canceled, with its last episode airing on May 20th, 1997. While the show was in syndication on networks like the Sci-Fi Channel, it, as of currently, has never been released on DVD, Blu-ray, or any streaming service. The New Adventures of Beans Baxter. The New Adventures of Beans Baxter was one of the earliest shows on the Fox network. It's about a teenager in Kansas who inadvertently becomes a spy after his father is blown up by a bomb. His father is not really dead, of course, so Beans works with the network to try to rescue him, all while dealing with being a spy and doing the usual teenage stuff. The show was a comedy with its tongue firmly in cheek. It had a tone similar to a later series, Parker Lewis Can't Lose. Beans is downright goofy, and with episodes only 22 minutes long, it was usually a quick setup and then various jokes until the end. Beans was played by Jonathan Ward, who won an award for Best Young Actor starring in a new television comedy series. Apparently the role was originally offered to David Spade, who turned it down. Watching Beans, you can really see that was the look they were going for. Fox didn't have a ton of programming at the time, so Beans went on for 2 seasons. The last episode aired on November 28th, 1987. Whoops! Whoops is something of an anomaly. A post-apocalyptic sitcom. It revolves around 6 survivors of a nuclear apocalypse who live on an abandoned farmhouse and try to rebuild society. The show was called Whoops because, as we find out in the intro, the apocalypse was an accident.
But at the very moment the homecoming queen was receiving a deservedly warm reception from the crowd, some darn kids were playing near one of the missiles.
Launch commit.
Retaliation was swift. Fail-safe and doomsday mechanisms kicked in exactly as programmed. And in less than 50 minutes, but for a handful of survivors, the world had been destroyed. Looking back on it, it had to be considered a bad parade.
There were some who thought this was a remake of the British sitcom Whoops Apocalypse from 1982. However, that one focused on events leading up to the apocalypse, while Whoops was post-apocalypse. It's possible, though, that was where the inspiration came from. In a way, the show was a post-apocalyptic Gilligan's Island, with each week the survivors having to overcome whatever the writers threw at them. Things like building a farm or fighting a giant turkey. There was even an episode where they fought off a giant spider, which, coincidentally, also happened in Gilligan's Island. Each one of the survivors has a particular set of skills they can use to help keep the group alive and also to use for comedic effect. The series was produced by Whit Thomas Productions, who made numerous hugely popular sitcoms like Soap, The Golden Girls, Benson, and Herman's Head. Cleavant Derricks played Frederick on the show, and would go off to play Rembrandt Brown on Sliders. They filmed 13 episodes, but canceled the show and only aired 10. TV Guide put Whoops on their list of the worst TV shows of all time at number 42. I like the show, but I'm a bit biased, because if you know me, you know I love just about anything post-apocalyptic. This being a post-apocalyptic sitcom with giant mutant animals, how can I not love it? The last episode was a Christmas episode. Say It Ain't So, Santa, aired on December 6th, 1992. As far as I know, the series has never been shown past the initial run, and those last 3 episodes have never aired. Well, that's 5 shows you probably never even heard of. Beastmaster and Man and Machine were both released on DVD, and while they're out of print, you should be able to track them down if you really want to see them. The others are a lot harder to come by, especially Whoops. I have a VHS rip of that one. Although, if there's anyone out there who happens to have the last unaired 3 episodes of Whoops, please let me know. I've been wanting to see them for almost 30 years. Also, if you guys are interested in this sort of thing, I might do more in the future. Believe me, there are plenty of shows like these that you most likely have never heard of. Here's another 5 TV shows that are either failed, forgotten, or both. Down the Shore. Down the Shore was a very East Coast show, primarily the Philadelphia tri-state area. It's about 3 friends, Aldo, Zach, and Eddie, who rent a beach house in Belmar, New Jersey for the summer. To offset the cost, they share the place with 3 female co-workers, which creates all sorts of comedic friction since the guys are there largely to try to meet women. Each episode is about the gang arriving at the house for the weekend and then whatever shenanigans they engage in before having to return to the real world. The theme song, I Don't Want to Go Home, was written by Steven Van Zandt and performed by Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes. This was back in the day when TV shows actually put some effort into their intros.
Oh, I know that it's getting late, but I don't wanna go home.
One of the actresses was Anna Gunn, who who was pretty much unknown at the time and later blew up as Skylar White in Breaking Bad. Pamela Segal played Miranda. She was written out of the show after season 1 and replaced by Sammy, a girl who previously had a fling with Aldo. Most likely this was to create some additional sexual tension on the show. The first season did well, so they increased the amount of episodes for season 2 from 11 up to 18. Unfortunately, there was a big drop-off in viewers for season 2 and it wasn't renewed. So the show ran for 2 seasons and 29 episodes, with the last one airing on May 27th, 1993. Hawaiian Heat, one of the many cop shows that aired in the early 1980s. 2 Chicago cops quit their jobs and moved to Honolulu, Hawaii to become detectives. In a way, it reminds me of Running Scared if the duo actually did move instead of staying in Chicago. Although in Running Scared they were going to Key West, not Hawaii, but it still is a similar vibe. Cops in freezing cold, crime-ridden Chicago move to a warmer place where they have bikini girls with machine guns. The show premiered with a feature-length movie pilot on September 14th, 1984, which was just 2 days before the first episode of Miami Vice. While Miami Vice was a stylistic, dark and gritty version of undercover cops in Miami, Hawaiian Heat was more of a lighthearted show. It leaned more Magnum PI than Miami Vice. They even shared a house with the hot helicopter pilot Irene, played by Tracy Scoggins.
Hey, does that mean I can buy you dinner tonight?
That's exactly what it means.
The biggest selling point for the show was that it was actually filmed in Hawaii. With a show like this, the locations became a star attraction, alongside with the actors. With it premiering in the winter, they were hoping audiences would tune in to live vicariously through the characters, as they permanently skipped out on the season. The show didn't resonate with audiences at all, who were much more interested in other new cop shows, like the aforementioned Miami Vice and Hunter. Hawaiian Heat ran for 11 episodes and ended on December 21st, 1984. Brimstone, an absolutely fantastic concept and a terrific show that was completely fumbled by Fox. The show was about Ezekiel Stone, a New York detective. After his wife was raped, he tracked down and arrested the criminal, who later was cleared of all charges. In a fit of rage, he got his revenge by murdering the criminal. A few months later, Stone's killed on the job and goes to hell for the murder of his wife's rapist. 15 years later, 113 souls break out of hell, so the devil makes a deal with Stone. If he can track down and send all 113 souls back to hell, he'll give him a second chance at life on Earth. Since the eyes are the windows to the soul, Stone has to shoot the demons in the eyes, which gives them a one-way ticket back to hell. Stone was played by Peter Horton, who up to this point was largely only known as the hunky Gary Shepard from the yuppie show 30-something. The devil was played by John Glover, who did an excellent job. He later went on to channel some of that evil as Lionel Luthor in Smallville. Each episode had Stone tracking down that week's convict, with the devil occasionally taunting him. It was like even though he needed Stone to capture the escapees, he still enjoyed messing with him. It was that little extra that made the show stand out. Here was a devil who just can't help himself. He needs to be a jerk, even if it's actively going against his own best interest. The show premiered on October 23rd, 1998, just in time for Halloween. At the time, Fox was beginning to be notorious for picking up shows and then doing stupid things with them. After the pilot, for some reason, they ran the episodes out of order. So it went pilot, then episode 2, 3, 5, 1, 6, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, 10, 12. The show had an ongoing storyline, so running these episodes out of order was idiotic. Characters like Max, played by Lori Petty, appeared and disappeared between episodes since they were running them out of order. With Detective Sergeant Ash, played by Terry Polo, her first appearance on the show, and Stone already knows her. Then 3 episodes later, he's introduced to her for the first time. People watching the show were confused and tuned out, mostly because the show wasn't making sense. It was like trying to read a book by randomly selecting chapters. It only ran for 1 season with 13 episodes, including the pilot. Fox canceled the show and the Sci-Fi Channel immediately snatched it up. The last episode aired on Fox on February 12, 1999, and reruns aired on Sci-Fi in the summer of 1999, just a few months later. The show frequently aired on Sci-Fi as well as Chiller, and was syndicated in many markets outside the US. Years later, in 2007, the CW launched the show Reaper, which was a more comedic version of Brimstone. I'll talk about that another time. Shades of LA. After a near-death experience, An LA detective discovers he can see the spirits of the dead. Each week, he has to help a spirit trapped in limbo to complete whatever their mission was in life so they can pass on to the afterlife. This was a crime drama on NBC with its first episode airing on October 10th, 1990. Shades of LA was a tough one to track down. There's not even a bad VHS rip on YouTube. The season's out there on the torrents, but I wouldn't know where to find such things. As far as I can tell, this may have been the first show to do the main character helps the dead formula. That was later used in shows like Ghost Whisperer, Medium, Reigns, and True Calling. I was talking about the show with my grumpy friend Josh from Radiotrome, who hates everything made after 1995. He's a connoisseur of this kind of stuff, and even he forgot this show existed. Shades of LA ran for 20 episodes, with the final one airing on April 6th, 1991. The show became a staple of late-night TV, with reruns airing after midnight, weeknights on NBC. That's how I saw it. The Rousters, a show that I can't believe was greenlit, but I'm glad it did. Wyatt Earp III is a bouncer and a bounty hunter that works for a traveling carnival run by Cactus Jack Slade, played by Hoyt Axton. Wyatt doesn't care for his embarrassing name or his family's legacy, which puts him at odds with his mother Amanda, who wants to carry on the family tradition of keeping law and order by shooting people in the face with a shotgun. The cast is awesome. Chad Everett's Wyatt Earp III, Jim Varney is Evan Earp, the comedic relief, Mimi Rogers is Ellen Slade, the lion-taming whip expert, and Maxine Stewart is Amanda Earp, the shotgun-slinging grandmother. This was another in a long line of shows from Stephen J. Cannell, creator of such huge shows like The Greatest American Hero, The A-Team, The Commish, 21 Jump Street, and many others. NBC was so sure this was going to be a hit, they said the Rousters would sink the Love Boat, which was in its 7th season and was still immensely popular. They even had a promotional show they aired where Shotgun Granny was shooting up pictures of the Love Boat. The show didn't do well at all. They filmed 13 episodes, but canceled it after episode 6 on December 27th, 1983. They aired the remainder of the episodes as filler during the summer of 1984. This show is something to see. It has the formula feel of a Stephen J. Cannell show, but in a way, it almost feels like a parody of one. Jim Varney was known as Ernest P. Worrell at the time, but it was a few years before his character completely blew up. Ernest Goes to Camp opened at number 2 in May of 1987, losing only to Beverly Hills Cop 2. This made the rights owners repackage the pilot episode and put it on video as a standalone movie. Out of this week's shows, I want this to get a DVD release the most, although I'm probably in the minority. Hey, if we can get Deadly Games and Street Hawk on DVD, I don't see why this can't get a release. Alright, that's another 5 shows. I haven't had that many comments on a video in a while, which made the algorithm happy, and let me know that you guys overwhelmingly wanted more. I have a list of well over 100 shows now, so there'll be plenty of material to talk about moving forward. I probably won't do another one of these anytime soon, because I've got a lot of other things planned for the rest of the year. Stay tuned. Just in time for Halloween, here's 5 forgotten horror TV shows. Werewolf. This is another show from the early days of Fox. It was actually released within their first year. Back then they were going against the grain with a unique variety of shows, and one of the most unique ones was Werewolf. Werewolf's about a college student who gets turned into a werewolf by his roommate. He wants to kill the originator of the bloodline, which will free him of his curse. Throughout the show, he's hunting for the werewolf, all while fighting other werewolves and avoiding a bounty hunter. The show premiered on July 11th, 1987 with a 2-hour-long pilot. After that, episodes were only a half hour. Eric Horde, the werewolf, is tracking the originator of the bloodline, Janos, played by Chuck Connors. Apparently, since the show was doing well, Connors tried to renegotiate his contract for more money. Being that he was the main villain, he thought that gave him leverage, but nope! They killed him off in the show and then wrote it so that Janos wasn't the originator of the bloodline. It was really Nicholas Remy, played by the gigantic Brian Thompson. A few years later in 1992, Chuck Connors passed away from lung cancer. It's possible he was already sick and perhaps he was trying to negotiate for more money due to the fact that he was unsure as to how much longer he could work. The series took some liberties with werewolf lore. The biggest was that they didn't transform during a full moon. Each wolf would have a pentagram on their hand, which would appear whenever they were getting ready to change. There were 3 ways to stop a werewolf: any weapon made of silver, suicide, or being killed by another werewolf. Each episode was somewhat reminiscent of the Incredible Hulk format. Eric is the loner with a curse, and he's traveling from town to town trying to find a cure. Each week he'd have a misadventure, which would often lead to him transforming into a werewolf. The show was created by writer-producer Frank Lupo, who created or co-created some of the most successful TV shows of the 70s and 80s, like Battlestar Galactica, Wise Guy, and Hunter. The werewolf transformations were amazing and really helped the show to stand out. The werewolves were designed by the legendary Rick Baker, which explains why they look so good. The makeup effects were done by Greg Canham, a fantastic makeup effects artist who would go on to win 4 Oscars for Best Makeup. He worked on The Mask, The Lost Boys, Dracula, Hook, and tons of others. Apparently the ratings for the show were solid, but the cost to produce the show were just too high for the fledgling network, and they had to cancel it. I also heard there was a contractual dispute that was the real reason why the show was canceled after 1 season. I couldn't find a solid lead on which story was the right one. For all I know, it was a combination of both. The last episode aired on May 22nd, 1988. It ran for 29 episodes. Years later, the show was picked up for syndication on some cable networks. The show has a dedicated fan base, and in 2009, it was supposed to get a DVD release from Shout Factory. They were able to get the original source recordings and clean them up for a special edition DVD box set. Unfortunately, there was a dispute over the licensing of 3 musical tracks on the show, which prevented them from being able to release it. In 2020, a French company called Elephant Films released the series on DVD. I haven't been able to personally confirm, but from the reviews, it seems they sourced their footage from old VHS rips, which may have been how they got around the music rights issues. Maybe one day Shout Factory will be able to get the rights issues sorted, but for now, it's currently on a shelf somewhere, complete but not available for sale. Struck by Lightning. Struck by Lightning is quite possibly the only show of its kind in existence. A sitcom about Frankenstein's monster. Yes, I know the Munsters exists, but this takes the concept in a different direction. The Munsters was more of a family comedy with classic monsters. This was a straight-up comedy about Frankenstein's monster. Yes, young Frankenstein, I know. You just have to take my word for it. It's somehow different from both of those. Anyway, that's a movie. A science teacher named Ted Stein inherits an inn from his grandfather. He goes to check it out and meets the caretaker Frank. While there, he discovers his great-great-grandfather was the Dr. Frankenstein, and Frank is, of course, the monster. Frank's been kept alive by a serum that he needs to take every 50 years. With the last of Ted's relatives now dead, Frank needs him to figure out how to make the serum, or he's gonna murder him.
But if you don't stay, I'll die.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank.
Let me put it another way. If you don't stay, you'll die.
Frank was played by Jack Elam. He didn't want to have to wear makeup every episode, and one of the reasons he took the job was because he wouldn't have to. They told him his natural bug-eyed appearance was a better look for the part, and he didn't need any additional makeup. The actor seemed really relaxed in the part, and it was fun to see him being goofy instead of what he did in the past, which was often being a vicious killer in westerns. He genuinely seemed like he was having a good time. They have a running gag based off the name of the show, where Frank keeps getting struck by lightning. The show also had Frank facing off against other monsters like Dracula, all done for comedic effect, naturally. The show premiered on September 19th, 1979, and was canceled after only 3 episodes. The last show aired in the US on October 3rd, 1979. I'm not entirely sure why the show failed so quickly. I watched it and thought it was funny. And this is coming from someone who hates sitcoms. It's a really unusual show, and Elam completely sells it. I couldn't see this going on long term, but a 1-season experiment seems like it would be okay without wearing out the premise. There were 11 episodes produced, and they passed the rights off to ITV in the UK, who aired all 11 episodes in 1980. The show was also syndicated in other markets, but has never been seen again in the US. The show's never been released on any other format, and most likely can only be seen on a few VHS rips that are floating out there. Wolf Lake. Another werewolf show. This one is about a pack of werewolves that lives in the suburbs of Seattle. The show revolves around police detective John Kanan, played by Lou Diamond Phillips. He's investigating the murder of his fiancée, which leads him back to her hometown of Wolf Lake. It turns out some of the townsfolk are werewolves, and one of them murdered his fiancée. The whole show feels like a live-action recreation of the werewolf party game. John's investigating and knows someone is a werewolf, but isn't sure which one. It was a good combination of cop show and supernatural drama. The show had a very solid cast. Beyond Lou Diamond Phillips, they also had Tim Matheson, Graham Greene, Mia Kirshner, Bruce McGill, and a pretty much unknown Mary Elizabeth Winstead. The show premiered on September 19th, 2001 on CBS. 9 episodes were produced, but the show was canceled after the 5th and pulled off the air. Paul Wesley left this show about werewolves to later join a much more popular show about vampires. Since the show premiered just a week after September 11th, it's possible the dismal ratings were simply due to people in the US watching non-stop news coverage of the events after the attack. Beyond that, there was probably a good amount of people who didn't want to watch anything that had to do with death or reminded them of their own mortality. I know radio stations at the time pulled a lot of lyrically questionable songs from their playlists as a way to be sensitive to their listeners. Songs like Death Blooms by Mudvayne, Blow Up the Outside World by Soundgarden, and Jumper by Third Eye Blind. UPN picked up the show, started back from the beginning, and aired all 9 episodes. They decided not to pursue continuing the series, so the last one aired on May 1st, 2002. The show was later syndicated on the Sci-Fi Channel in the US and ITV in the UK. The show was released on DVD in 2012, and the pilot episode had a director's commentary. Moonlight. This is now the most recent show I've talked about. Moonlight's a show about Mick St. John, a private investigator who's also a vampire. I know you're thinking Forever Night, but this is not like that at all. Moonlight is a bit more on the drama side of things. Mick's a fairly young vampire, he's only in his 80s, and is using his powers for good. He doesn't hunt innocent people, but has no problem draining the blood from criminals. He joins forces with a reporter named Beth, who is inexplicably drawn to him. It comes out later in the season that 22 years ago he saved her life and has been keeping her safe ever since. The show went through some major changes before it was finally made into a series. The initial idea was founded back in 2004. A writer, Trevor Munson, wrote a novel about a vampire private investigator called Angel of Vengeance. It was then picked up as a potential feature film with Bruce Willis playing the lead. That didn't work out, so Warner Brothers optioned for it to be made into a pilot for a TV series. They then changed the name to Twilight. Mick St. John was played by Alex O'Loughlin, who just a few years before this starred in the very underrated and bizarre thriller Feed. Since Stephenie Meyer's Twilight was now a thing, they changed the name to Moonlight. They made a 15-minute pilot, which went over well. Unfortunately, the main producer got sick and had to drop out. A new producer took over, fired everyone except for O'Loughlin, and shot a full-length pilot, which was picked up for a series by CBS. Beth was now played by Sophia Myles from the Underworld movies. The first episode aired on September 28, 2007. The show won the People's Choice Award for Favorite New TV Drama in January of 2008. The show was a victim of bad timing. When it came out, critics didn't like it, but audiences enjoyed it, and it had decent ratings. In late 2007, it was announced the show would be getting a second season, but shortly thereafter, the Hollywood writer's strike happened and the show went on hiatus. They had produced 12 episodes. After the strike, they shot an additional 4, and the show returned in April of 2008. Then on May 13, 2008, CBS announced the show had been canceled. If the show had been able to finish its initial run before the writer's strike, there's a good chance it would have been brought back for a second season. The final episode aired on May 16, 2008. After it was canceled by Warner Brothers, the rights owners shopped it around to other networks to continue the series, but no one picked it up. This is one of my wife's favorite shows, and she's still pissed it was canceled. It got a bare-bones release on DVD, but at least it got that. She-Wolf of London. She-Wolf of London is about Randy Wallace, an American grad student who goes to England to study mythology. She makes the terrible decision to go camping in the moors, where she gets attacked by a wolf and left for dead. It turns out she was attacked by a werewolf, and now whenever there's a full moon, she turns into one. She enlists the help of her teacher, Professor Ian Matheson, to help her find a cure. The show was created by screenwriter Mick Garris and Tom McLaughlin, who directed Friday the 13th Part 6. The show had a sort of Mystery of the Week vibe, where each episode had the duo looking into something supernatural, all while trying to find Randy a cure. The show obviously takes some inspiration from An American Werewolf in London, only with a gender swap and a lot more British humor. It premiered on October 9th, 1990. The show was a part of a grouping of supernatural and sci-fi programs as part of the Hollywood Premiere Network from Universal. The show ran with They Came From Outer Space and Shades of L.A. It was a joint US-England co-production between MCA and HTV. The first 14 episodes were filmed in England, but after getting some dismal ratings, HTV pulled their backing. Wanting to save the show, MCA TV, the American side, moved the show to LA with a much smaller cast, a smaller budget, and renamed it to Love and Curses. They also redid the intro theme to be less mysterious and more sexy saxophone. They made 6 more episodes, and the show was canceled. The last episode aired on April 10th, 1991. Altogether, there were 20 episodes. The budget for the show was relatively low, and sometimes the werewolf effects didn't look the best. When they moved to LA, the budget got even lower. That didn't bother me at all. In fact, the cheesy effects just heightened the campy vibe of the show. Keeping with the werewolf lore, Randy would turn into a werewolf every full moon, which meant that she didn't turn every single episode. Later in the series, Randy and Ian developed feelings for each other, and one night when they went to have sex, they had to stop because she was turning into a werewolf. So now they have an even more urgent need to find the cure, so they can get it on!
What are we gonna do?
We'll live without.
We can't do that forever.
Then we'll have to find you a cure very soon.
The chemistry between Kate Hodge and Neil Dixon was wonderful. It was easy to believe these two would fall in love over the course of their adventures. She-Wolf of London is one of my all-time favorite shows, which makes me all the more sad because it only got 1 season. I know a lot of the show's fans preferred the London side of the series, but I prefer the LA episodes. Once in LA, Ian becomes the host of a tabloid talk show that discusses the supernatural. He buys a loft where the previous owners were into bondage and had a hidden sex dungeon. Randy and Ian are now living together, so they rent the place because they would have somewhere to chain Randy up whenever there's a full moon. That way she's not out on a murder spree in LA. The stories in LA got a lot sillier than the ones in London, and are just fun to watch. Like the one with a law firm that's staffed exclusively by vampires, or witches that run a pizza shop. None of the 3 Hollywood premiere shows lasted past their first season. After the show was canceled, it ended up syndicated on other markets like the Sci-Fi Channel. The show was released on DVD thanks to an unexpected development: the success of Twilight. Due to the popularity of the vampire werewolf love movie series, the owners of the show saw an opportunity and released the series as She-Wolf of London, Love and Curses in 2010. They even did the cover in the Twilight style, complete with the blue-gray tint. Despite being labeled as She-Wolf of London, all the episodes start with the sexy sax Love and Curses intro, which really is fine by me. Well, that's this week's 5 shows. Most of these are on DVD, so you can track them down if you want to check any of them out. I know I said it was going to be a while before I put another one of these out, but I am working on a huge exploring episode for Halloween, and I needed some extra time. Plus, I wanted to talk about some horror TV shows. There's been more vampire TV shows than werewolf ones, but the vampire ones ended up being more common and well-known than the werewolf ones. I was looking to see if there was ever a mummy one, but I couldn't find anything. Anyway, go watch some old horror TV. Here's a few sci-fi shows you probably forgot about. Automan. Automan was about a cop who creates a holographic man, the Automatic Man, that's able to exist outside of the computer to fight crime. Automan's sidekick was Cursor, a little guy who could create whatever things he needed at the time, like a car. The cop was played by Desi Arnaz Jr., who Marcia was totally in love with, and Automan was played by Chuck Wagner, star of the post-apocalyptic films America 3000 and The Sisterhood. The show premiered on December 15th, 1983. It was created by Glenn A. Larson, so every episode had that Knight Rider Fall Guy kind of vibe. Lots of car chases, explosions, and very tongue-in-cheek humor. For example, when Automan's in the real world, he goes by the name Automan. A lot of people compared the look of Automan to the 1982 film Tron. One of the show's producers, Donald Kushner, was a producer on Tron. Since the look of Tron was so unique, the producer liked it and wanted to create a similar look for the TV series. Automan's suit was made of a material created by 3M that was able to reflect almost all light that was aimed at it. The effect was then enhanced in post to look like what they thought a hologram would look like in 1983. Taking another inspiration from Tron, Cursor was obviously their version of Bit.
I'm your program.
Expecting the show to be a hit, they launched a variety of toys to go with the program, only for them to wind up being sold in supermarkets. It even had its own video game on the Commodore 64. What kid didn't want to be Automan for Halloween? The ratings were really bad, and the show was just too expensive to produce. They shot 13 episodes, but it was canceled after only airing 12 of them. It was later picked up for reruns on Sci-Fi and other channels. In 2015, Shout Factory released the series on DVD, which included the unaired 13th episode. Super Force. Super Force is about Zack Stone, an astronaut who's also a cop that uses a highly advanced spacesuit to fight crime in the far, far future of 2020. The show first aired on October 20th, 1990, with a 2-hour-long pilot, but then each episode after that only ran for 30 minutes. It was syndicated by Viacom and aired on various markets. The show was sort of a less gritty version of RoboCop. I guess Astro Cop. Anyway, the cop had this super suit with all sorts of gadgets, many of which they just made up for whatever the character needed that episode. Essentially, something bad would happen, and Stone would put on the super suit to go dish out some justice. In Season 2, they kind of lost the plot because for many of the episodes, he doesn't even use the armor. To me, this was like watching Knight Rider and seeing Michael Knight without Kit. Season 2 was quite a departure from Season 1, which may account for its drop in views. It's possible, though, they may have switched up the show because it was getting too expensive to shoot, or because they needed to do something drastic to try to improve ratings. Since he wasn't using the suit as often, they compensated by giving the character special abilities like super strength and intelligence. So he didn't even need the suit anymore. The show got a little self-aware of the silliness of it, and did a parody episode where Stone's in a Superforce sitcom. The supersuit and many of the gadgets in the show were created by special effects designer Robert Short, who also created the Killbots and Chopping Mall. The show had all sorts of unique guest stars: Lou Ferrigno, Richard Hatch, Sarah Douglas, and Richard Lynch. Also, what 90s action show would be complete without squeezing in a few ex-porn stars like Tracy Lords and Ginger Lynn Allen? Superforce was created to pair with another syndicated show, Superboy. They were trying to create a block of syndicated shows they could sell as a package. I'll get into another one in a minute. Superforce ran for 2 seasons and 48 episodes, with its last one airing on May 26, 1992. That's a pretty excellent run for a show like this. Look at how many of this type get the kibosh after just a few episodes. The show was restored and the complete series was released on DVD in 2017. Lightning Force. This was the show that was created to pair with Superforce. I guess they couldn't come up with any more super titles. Lightning Force was about an elite military anti-terrorist team that travels around the globe to kick ass. The show premiered on September 30th, 1991 with an hour-long pilot, and then joined Superforce during its second season run on October 6th. Although for some reason, halfway through the season, Superforce moved away from its slot on Sundays and into a primetime slot on Tuesdays. Lightning Force stayed back on Sundays with Superboy. The Great Wings Hauser headed the team, and the show had guest stars like Meatloaf and George Takei. This was yet another show that was filmed in Vancouver, because not only was it cheaper to film there, but there was such a variety in the locations, they could essentially find whatever type of area they needed and wouldn't have to travel too far. Lightning Force was distributed by Viacom and was shown in 165 different stations throughout the US. It had the reach, but unfortunately, not the views. Lightning Force ran for 24 episodes until it was canceled along with Superforce, and its last episode was on May 31st, 1992. Unlike Superforce, the show has not been released on DVD. The Phoenix. The Phoenix premiered on April 26, 1981 with a 2-hour-long movie. The release did so well, ABC picked it up for a series, which started about a year later on March 19, 1982. The Phoenix is about Bennu of the Golden Light, an alien found in a pyramid in Peru who escapes from a lab to go looking for his lost companion Mira. Bennu is the Egyptian word for phoenix. In a way, the show is pretty similar to Time Walker, which also came out in 1982. The main difference was that Time Walker was just looking to find a way back to his home planet, while Bennu was looking for his girlfriend. Also, Time Walker killed people while Bennu helped people. But Time Walker also had this guy.
Yes, as a matter of fact, you've been getting away with murder. Well, the game is over. And as soon as I call Lieutenant Plummer, you'll be on your way to jail and I'll have what I deserve.
The concept for the show seems to have been at least partially borrowed from the 1968 book Chariots of the Gods, which was made into a documentary in 1970. In the book, it's theorized that aliens came to Earth 40,000 years ago. In the Phoenix, Bennu and Mira were placed here 40,000 years ago. In the TV movie, the aliens came from the planet Arica, but in the series they changed it to Eldebrand for some reason. Bennu's being chased by an evil government agent, played by the always super reliable evildoer, Richard Lynch. Bennu is also being chased by Yago, another alien from Eldebrand, who's trying to stop him from finding Mira. Bennu has all sorts of magical powers, which he uses to do things like cheat at casinos, burn things, or taser bad guys. In the last episode, he uses his powers to cheat at the Phoenix video game. The game was from 1980, and I'm not sure if the show took the name from the game or if there's a deeper tie-in. The game is the player shooting bird aliens until reaching a boss fight of a big space pyramid. Ratings were poor, and the show was canceled on April 14th, 1982. They shot 8 episodes, but only the movie pilot and 4 episodes were aired. Bennu was played by Judson Scott. Just a few months after The Phoenix was canceled, he was in Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, which was the 8th highest-grossing film of 1982. It's possible if the show would have aired after Wrath of Khan, they could have promoted this, and perhaps more people would have watched. You'd be surprised at how much name recognition will drive viewership. The pilot was sold on VHS as a standalone movie, but as of currently, the series has never been released in any other format. The show did end up, as many of these shows did, on the Sci-Fi Channel, but as far as I can tell, the unaired episodes have still never been seen. Probe. Probe was a series that was created as a collaboration between TV writer Michael I. Wagner and legendary sci-fi author Isaac Asimov. Wagner wrote for The $6 Million Man, The Rockford Files, and numerous episodes of Hill Street Blues. The idea was to make this show about an introverted genius who runs a computer company and solves mysteries. The show premiered on March 7th, 1988. It was about Austin James, played by Parker Stevenson. He's this eccentric genius scientist who has spent most of his life isolated and has had limited social interaction. As such, he doesn't know how to act around other people. The company appoints him a new secretary, who is both fascinated and annoyed by him. The two embark on a series of adventures, which have a unique twist. Most episodes have the duo going down various rabbit holes because Austin discovered something was off. In the pilot episode, he notices an error in his water bill, which leads him to uncovering a series of murders. With Asimov helping the foundation of the show, it was very clever, and each episode was unique. Parker Stevenson did a wonderful job of playing this person who didn't know how to socially interact with people. He plays it smart and awkward, but never like a dick. He's likable in his bluntness and lack a social filter. Also, since it was Asimov, they had plenty of technology interwoven into the episodes, like the duo trying to figure out how someone was killed by a hologram. This show was sold as a live-action Johnny Quest or Tom Swift. Although really, Austin was a good bit older than both of those characters. The network picked up the show as a mid-series replacement, so they only shot the pilot plus 7 episodes. If it was picked up for a second season, they would have commissioned more episodes. However, due to low ratings, the show was canceled and the last episode aired on April 14th, 1988. The series was shown frequently in rotation in the early days of the Sci-Fi Channel. I could see them trying to remake this show for today's audiences, only the protagonist would be something like a Mark Zuckerberg prototype, and oh god, I hate that I just introduced that thought into the world. Networks do not do this! Well, that's this week's episodes. I'm sad Probe has never been re-released. I really remember liking it. Although I was a kid at the time, and I'm not sure if the show was really smart, or if it was just smart to teenage me. I do remember it being a prototype for shows that came much later, like House and Monk. The Automan and Superforce DVDs are still in print. Probe and Phoenix are out there and are easy to find if you know where to look. Lightning Force, however, is difficult to find. I didn't even see so much as a trailer for the show on YouTube. The only thing up there was the intro. Anyway, I've got even more unique Lost TV series to show you in a few weeks. Stay tuned. Here's 5 animated shows you probably forgot about. Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light. With the successes of shows like Masters of the Universe, Transformers, and G.I. Joe, American animation studio Sunbow worked with Hasbro, Marvel Productions, and TMS Entertainment to make Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light. They were hoping to create another show that was more or less based on a toy line where they could introduce new toys within the show and sell them to the captive audience of children. The first episode aired on September 20th, 1987. The show is about the planet Prismos. Prismos was a highly advanced planet of technology until one day, the 3 suns of the planet aligned and the radiation shut down all technology on the planet like a massive EMP blast. Without technology, how else can they survive? By reverting to the old ways of magic, of course. The planet was split into 2 warring factions. The good guys, the Spectral Knights, and the bad guys, the Darkling Lords. The show ran for 13 episodes and was canceled on December 13th, 1987. It seemed like they were hoping for the toys to be a hot ticket item for Christmas, and had them on the market right around when the show was canceled. While the show had an interesting theme, the toys were kind of underwhelming. Each character was a basic figure that had a holographic sticker on it that would be its animal totem, which gave them unique powers based on whatever the animal was. In the cartoon, some of the characters could transform into their animal totem, while with the toy, you could just flail them around and make animal noises. With enough imagination as a kid, you could make it work. It didn't really matter now, though. With the show canceled, the toys sat on the shelves, and the whole thing was mostly forgotten. There was a planned second wave of toys, but that was scrapped when the show was canceled. In November of 1987, Marvel released a comic based on the show as a bi-monthly series. With the show being canceled, they also killed the comic in September of 1988 after 6 issues. Decades later, history was in the process of repeating itself. The Transformers and G.I. Joe movie franchises were pulling in hundreds of millions of dollars at the box office. Although Transformers was more successful here than G.I. Joe. Anyway, since cinematic universes were all the rage, Hasbro was looking to start one by combining their other toy lines. The universe was going to be a huge endeavor combining Mask, ROM, Micronauts, G.I. Joe, and Visionaries. However, with Transformers sales dwindling and the concept of cinematic universes losing much of their luster, the idea was put on indefinite hiatus. In 2004, the complete series was released on DVD in the UK. It's since gone out of print and is very expensive for the 2-disc set. Sectars. Sectars Warriors of Symbion was, like a lot of 80s cartoons, a combined effort of toy line, comic book series, and cartoon. This one was a little different, though. The comic and toy line came first, and then about a year later was the cartoon. The first episode aired on September 15th, 1985. It was intended as a miniseries that retold the stories from the comics, although in a very scaled-down fashion. The series was about the planet Symbion. Due to a failed lab experiment, the planet mutated into a hellscape with huge insects. There's the good insect people, led by Prince Dargon, and the evil insect people, led by General Spydrax, who started the Terror Troops. The lore and history was much greater in the comic, but the show did what it could to tell as much of the story as possible within each 22-minute episode. The show had some great voice talent, with Arthur Burghardt, Peter Cullen, Dan Gilvizin, Tress MacNeille, B.J. Ward, Neil Ross, and of course, Frank Welker. The show was helmed by the studio Ruby Spears Productions. They had hoped if the miniseries did well, they'd continue with a full series. The toys each came with a mini-comic that spotlighted the character or playset it came with. Beyond the comics, they had Sectar storybooks and coloring books. The merch machine was running full steam ahead with notebooks, buttons, fan club packs, and more. Despite all this, the series fizzled. It's rumored the toys were too expensive, and the cartoon didn't catch on. Plus, it seemed the comics didn't sell well either. The last episode aired on October 12, 1985, after the 5th and final episode of the miniseries. The series may have been a little too dark for kids. Look at the intro, with people melting and the world mutating into a bug-infested disaster. Spydrax's giant flying spider is nightmare fuel. The toys were from Coleco. The figures were bigger than a lot of the other toys at the time, which was to match the size of their insect steeds. Many of the Sectaurs came with a companion they could ride. In a unique spin for the toys, the companions were hand puppets, so they could mount the Sectaur on the back and animate them into battle. It was something that, to my knowledge, hadn't been done before. It added an element of immersion to the toys beyond just knocking them around. While the show was very short-lived, it still had its fans. In 2018, there was a Kickstarter that was aimed at restarting the toy line. The first Kickstarter was successful, and they were able to make the first 6 figures. They tried to launch another crowdfunding for Wave 2 in early 2021, but it wasn't successful. Zika Toys announced that they are done with the franchise and have moved on to other toy lines. I'm sad because I had no idea, and I would have totally put in for a new Spydrax figure. There's now a website, sectars.com, that has a wealth of information about the series, the toy line, and lots of gorgeous artwork. It even has scans of the comic series. The miniseries is available on YouTube, but the show has never been officially released on DVD. There's copies out there, but I'm pretty sure they're just VHS rips. If you want to know even more, there's a documentary called The Story of the Sectaurs, which is on both Amazon Prime and YouTube. Centurions. Centurions was a sci-fi animated show from Ruby Spears. What set this apart was legendary comic artist Jack Kirby and Gil Kane helped with the design and concepts for the show. Animation director Norio Shioyama designed the characters. Like Sectaurs, Centurions started with a 5-part miniseries. Unlike Sectaurs, the miniseries did well and the show was picked up for a full season. The first episode of the miniseries aired on April 7th, 1986. The first episode of Season 1 aired on September 22nd, 1986. The animation was handled by Nippon Sunrise's Studio 7 in Japan. Sunrise was responsible for tons of anime, from Cowboy Bebop to Inuyasha. The show takes place in the not-too-distant future. An evil cyborg scientist called Doc Terror and his army of cyborgs are trying to take over the world and turn its inhabitants into robot slaves. A group of highly trained specialists who wear these sort of mech suits that allow them to plug in all sorts of weapons to help them fight Doc Terror. This was a precursor to the extreme 90s because in order for the Centurions to join with their power systems, they have to shout, "Power Extreme!" For some reason, the last 5 episodes, starting with episode 61, was a miniseries unto itself that was shown out of order. It was written to introduce 2 new Centurions, Rex Charger and John Thunder, not to be confused with Johnny Thunders. The problem was, Rex and John were already on the show starting way back in episode 42. So these 2 new guys just appear as part of the team, and then weeks later we see their introduction and no one knows who they are. The toys were, for lack of a better description, like a futuristic Mr. Potato Head. You had your action figures with various slots where you'd plug in whatever gizmo you wanted. It made the toys very mix and match, which naturally encouraged kids to bug their parents to buy them more figures. The last episode aired on December 12th, 1986. Even though it was only 1 miniseries and 1 season, it still ran for a total of 65 episodes. That's a crazy amount of episodes for 1 season. To put it into perspective, Transformers ran for 4 seasons, but only had 98 episodes. The original 5-part series was released on DVD in 2011. They split Season 1 into 2 sets, but at least the full series is available. Starcom. Starcom, the U.S. Space Force, is an animated series based on the motorized toys from Coleco. It was produced by DiC and distributed through the short-lived Coca-Cola Telecommunications, or CCT. The first episode aired on September 20th, 1987. The series was created not only to help sell the toys, but also to get kids interested in the NASA space program. The show is about the American Astronaut Brigade fighting off invasions by the Shadow Force, led by the evil Emperor Dark. Interesting that instead of making a series that showed the wonders of the space program as a way to get the interest of kids, they made the show similar to so many other shows at the time. A group of elite technicians fight a mysterious enemy. I imagine any kid interested in NASA would be upset to find out that they don't fight with space aliens. Or do they? The show ran for 13 episodes but was canceled, with the last episode airing on December 13th, 1987. The series was rerun through most of the early 90s on various networks. The toys were originally produced by Coleco, but they were rebranded and produced by Mattel for the overseas market. The originals had the US flag and NASA stickers, while the Mattel ones did not. The Mattel line launched in 1990. While the show and the toys failed to do well in the US, it was popular in both Europe and Asia, where it was rebranded. In February of 2015, the series was released on DVD in the US. I have to wonder if anyone who watched the show as a kid grew up and now works for NASA. Battletech. Battletech, the animated series, was based on the popular war game of the same name. It was the 10th anniversary of the game, so FASA, the owners of Battletech, wanted to expand its reach. They partnered with the studio Saban to do the animated show, and Tyco to make the toys. The show was produced by Saban, you know, the company that published English dub versions of shows like Samurai Pizza Cats and Digimon. Also that Power Rangers show that I hear is pretty popular. The first episode aired on September 10th, 1994. As a way to make it stand out, they decided to do a mix of traditional animation with some futuristic-looking computer animation. The show takes place in the year 3050, where a peaceful region of space is invaded by a group calling themselves the Clans. Major Adam Steiner leads a group of battle mechs to fight back against the Clans. It's unclear as to what ultimately killed the show, if it was too expensive, had poor ratings, or the legal troubles that FASA was dealing with at the time, possibly a combination of all three. Toy Galaxy has a much more in-depth look at the series if you'd like to know more. The show ran for 14 episodes, one of which was a clip show. The last episode aired on December 10th, 1994. A sourcebook companion for the animated series, for Somerset Strikers, was published in 1995. This covered stats and scenarios for tabletop fans to use in their campaigns. All the episodes are on YouTube, and the channel that uploaded them was kind enough to clean them up so they don't look like straight VHS rips. Unfortunately, unless FASA decides to officially release them, this is the best we'll ever get. Well, that's 5 animated shows. I have another few animated ones lined up, with one focusing on some really, really bizarre animated shows that I think you'll enjoy. Stay tuned. 'Tis the season! Here's a collection of Christmas-themed specials you probably forgot about. A Claymation Christmas. When I think Christmas specials, I can think of nothing better than the California Raisins singing Christmas carols. Okay, maybe that's just me. A Claymation Christmas aired on December 21st, 1987. For those of you who don't know what claymation is, it's a form of stop-motion animation that's done frame by frame, usually using plasticine clay. The method's incredibly time-consuming, but it's a practice that is still done today, although it is very rare. Shows like Robot Chicken, Celebrity Deathmatch, and games like Clay Fighter are more current uses of claymation, although even they are pretty old. A Claymation Christmas was a compilation of 6 different Christmas musical medleys. The 3 wise men sing We Three Kings while their camels provide the chorus. A group of church bells perform Carol the Bells. A pair of walruses go ice skating to Angels We Have Heard on High, while a group of penguins watch their performance. A children's choir performs O Christmas Tree. A soulful version of Joy to the World is played in a church. This portion is the only one that isn't done in claymation, but rather done with 2D animation made to look like stained glass. They saved the biggest for last with the California Raisins singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. In between the musical numbers, they had bumpers where dinosaurs see various versions of Here We Come A-Wassailing, with each version being performed incorrectly.
Here we come a-waffling along Elisa Green.
Thanks to this program, to this day, I still say a-waffling. The special premiered with a Garfield Christmas and was a big hit. CBS aired the pair every Christmas for quite a few years after this. The special won a Primetime Emmy for Outstanding Animated Program in 1988. They also released the soundtrack for the special in 1988, which included 6 songs not on the special. In 2003, A Claymation Christmas was released on DVD in Will Vinton's Claymation Christmas plus Halloween and Easter Celebrations. Christmas comes to Pac-Land. In the early 1980s, the world had Pac-Man fever. The arcade game had taken the globe by storm and was so popular, just about everyone knew about it. Beyond the arcade game, there were board games, popsicles, toys, pasta, and just about everything you could imagine with a Pac-Man on it. Of course, there was also a Saturday morning kids cartoon from Hanna-Barbera. In 1982, it was the highest-rated Saturday morning cartoon with over 20 million viewers. So naturally, they had a Halloween special, and then shortly thereafter, a Christmas special. Christmas Comes to Pac-Land aired on December 16, 1982. The story revolved around the ghosts scaring Santa's reindeer, which causes him to crash his sleigh. Here in Pac-Land, they've never heard of Christmas. So after being rescued by the Pac family, Santa explains the true meaning of Christmas to all. Santa was voiced by none other than Peter Cullen, while Frank Welker was Chomp Chomp and Morris Reindeer. This was the first and only Pac-Man Christmas special in the 80s. The TV series continued but only lasted for 2 seasons. The last episode of Pac-Man was their Thanksgiving special, Happy Pacsgiving, which aired on November 5th, 1983. Both seasons of Pac-Man are available on DVD, and Christmas Comes to Pac-Land is included in the Season 2 set. The Glow Friends Save Christmas. Here's where we get into some of the more bizarre specials. The Glow Friends started back in 1982 with Glowworm. This was a toy/nightlight made by Playskool. It was this happy little worm that, when hugged, would give off a comforting glow which helped kids to sleep. Glowworm was so popular, they expanded it to an entire toy line they called the Glow Friends, which included Glow Firefly, Glow Snail, and others. They even had Glow Spider, which you'd think would be terrifying, but look at this little guy. In 1985, they decided, why not make a Christmas special? Animation studio Sunbow, along with Marvel and Hasbro, made The Glow Friends Save Christmas. This special premiered on December 21st, 1985. It was about a witch who lived at the North Pole. One day, she decides to ruin Christmas by capturing Santa. With the help of a moose that had been rejected as a reindeer, the Glow Friends foil her plans and rescue Santa just in time for Christmas. Santa was voiced by Carol O'Connor. That's right, Archie Bunker was Santa. The special was a surprise hit, which prompted the studio to create a full animated series. The Glow Friends premiered roughly 9 months later on September 23, 1986. It ran for 1 season with 26 episodes. While The Glow Friends Save Christmas was released on VHS in 1991, this series was never released on home video, and neither are available on DVD or streaming. It's kind of interesting the show hasn't been released because the Glowworm toy never left production. It's still a popular toy for very small children, although I prefer the original mold over the new one they started using in 2005. We Wish You a Turtle Christmas. There's this channel called Good Bad Flicks. You may have heard about them. They covered this special almost a decade ago. We Wish You a Turtle Christmas is a fever dream put to film. The special takes place on Christmas Eve. The turtles are decorating for the holiday when they realize they never got a present for Master Splinter. So they go out on the town to get him one, all while singing a variety of Christmas songs. Some of them are modified versions of existing tunes like Deck the Halls with Pepperoni,
Deck the halls with pepperoni. Fa la 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 la.
while others are new songs like the Rap Rap.
I take a lot of pride when I put the gift inside of the rap rap. Rap rap.
The best way to describe this is, it's the Star Wars Holiday Special, only with the turtles. The Star Wars Holiday Special was made quickly and cheaply to capitalize on the success of Star Wars. We Wish You a Turtle Christmas was pretty much the same thing, only much quicker and much cheaper. The rumor is the production budget was under $5,000. The costumes aren't the best. You can see the zippers and the actors are wearing sneakers. When talking about some of the things that happened to the turtles over the years, Kevin Eastman, one of the creators, said, "There's some stuff that we wish we hadn't said yes to." And I imagine this is probably one of them. Although I'm sure he doesn't regret getting the money he used to buy a tank. The show was released on October 7th, 1994, right around the same time as the Power Rangers Christmas special, Alpha's Magical Christmas. Both were released direct-to-video, although the Power Rangers one was a fan club exclusive. Earlier that year, Christopher Films released Turtle Tunes, where the Turtles were given a variety show by April. They reused the costumes for We Wish You a Turtle Christmas, and may have even shot these back-to-back as a way to further save money. The producer gave the composer a tiny budget to write the songs. They were told to just reuse some public domain songs and change the lyrics to something more in line with the brand. Yes, it's bad. Although for me, it's better than the two Bay Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies, but I know I'm in the minority. To quote myself, it's the purest combination of both terrible and awesome. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sing Christmas songs about pizza and other things. It's one of the greatest Christmas specials ever. While the Power Rangers special was released on DVD as a bonus disc packaged with Shout Factory's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers The Complete Series, We Wish You a Turtle Christmas has never made it past VHS. It's terrible, it's cheap, and it's one of the most shamelessly bad uses of a licensed property in history. I love it dearly. Deck the halls with wacky walls. Christmas just isn't Christmas without a little rubber octopus that tumbles down walls. Deck the halls with wacky walls is definitely one of the most obscure and downright bizarre Christmas specials ever made. Who greenlit a special about a novelty toy that had no real story behind it, aside from you throw it at a wall and it walks down them? I can't imagine trying to have to write a story that explains this. How would you explain a bunch of octopuses that can talk and climb walls? Maybe this is why the special had 3 directors. The special's about a group of alien wall walkers from the planet Kling Kling who go to Earth on a quest to learn the meaning of Christmas. The toy was brought to the US by a Japanese-American inventor who called himself Dr. Fad. He saw this Japanese toy called Teiko and bought the rights for $5,000. He brought them to America, called them Wacky Wall Walkers, and after a while they became a huge fad, selling an estimated 240 million units. Some of them could glow in the dark, and if you were lucky, you'd get a free one in your favorite cereal. They even made an appearance in the 1984 comedy Night Patrol. Not too bad for a small chunk of rubber most kids got bored with after an hour. The special aired on December 11th, 1983. It's never been released on VHS or otherwise, and as far as I can see, it only aired once. You can watch a bad VHS rip on YouTube, and that's about the only way you'll ever see this animated Christmas oddity. So that's some obscure Christmas specials for you. I'm sure there's at least a couple in there you've never heard of. Now let's all sit around the fireplace, drink some eggnog, and listen to all the KFC Christmas albums. Yes, there's 3 Colonel Sanders Christmas albums. Hark the herald chicken wings. Merry Christmas, everybody. I've been getting requests asking for this series to continue, so I figured I would give it another shot. I'm not talking all the time, just once in a while for something different. Anyway, here's 5 shows based on comics you probably missed. Blade. The character of Blade was introduced all the way back in 1973 in The Tomb of Dracula number 10. He's since gone on to appear in numerous other books as well as his own series. Blade the TV series started on June 28, 2006. While the characters from the comics, the show was following more the aesthetics of the Blade movie series with Wesley Snipes. Although standing in for Snipes in the series was Sticky Fingers from the rap group Onyx. The show was also a major stepping stone for actress Jill Wagner, who up to this point was mostly known as the Mercury Girl in a series of car ads.
Excuse me, I didn't know Milan came with all-wheel drive.
Yeah, you can't get that on camera or record.
Wow, it had me just on the looks.
While she had other jobs prior to this, like Punk'd and Monk, this was her first starring role. The show premiered on June 28, 2006. The pilot was a 2-hour movie followed by 11-hour-long episodes. It revolved around Krista Starr, who just returned from a tour in Iraq to discover that her twin brother died under mysterious circumstances. She tried to get some answers and stumbles onto the war between the vampires and the mysterious daywalker known as Blade. Probably the main reason why the show feels more like the movies is that it was co-created by David S. Goyer, who wrote all 3 of the films, as well as directed and produced the last one, Blade Trinity. The show was the first scripted series on Spike TV. The series was edgy for a network cable show, which is exactly what Spike TV wanted. It had copious amounts of violence and hints of partial nudity. They were trying to appeal to the male demographic the network was created for. The pilot did very well in the ratings, and they were hoping for that to continue, but unfortunately, the series dropped off and was canceled after 1 season. The last episode aired on September 13th, 2006. While Sticky Fingers had the voice and build, he unfortunately didn't quite have the acting chops of Snipes. So most scenes, he just stands around looking angry. The show was fun, and with the added time, they were able to delve further into the vampire wars that were mentioned in the movies. If you like the movies, this series is worth checking out. It got a DVD release that you can usually find pretty cheap. Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey was first introduced in Showcase 96 number 3 in 1996. It was originally a one-shot with the characters Black Canary and Oracle, formerly Barbara Gordon Batgirl, teaming up. Birds of Prey became an ongoing series in 1999, and in 2003 the character The Huntress was added, which was the lineup it's best known for. There was a pilot created for a Birds of Prey series for the WB network, with Dina Meyer as Oracle, Ashley Scott as Helena Kyle, the Huntress, Rachel Scarston as Dinah Lance, and Sherilyn Fenn as Dr. Harleen Quinzel. The network wasn't happy with Fenn's performance, so they hired Mia Sara, reshot all the Harley Quinn scenes, and inserted them into the pilot. The show aired on October 9th, 2002. The network was hoping this would be a sort of female-led version of Smallville. The series is more or less an Elseworld story, set in New Gotham City. It's been several years since the city was abandoned by Batman, and crime is running rampant. Determined to take back the city, Oracle, the Huntress, and Dinah fight back against the evil mastermind, Dr. Harleen Quinzel. Dinah had yet to become Black Canary, something that most likely would have happened if the series continued. The show suffered from major studio meddling. Right out of the gate, even though they greenlit the show, the executives didn't like the character of Oracle. They weren't sure how to handle a major character being in a wheelchair, and wanted to push the Huntress to the foreground as a way to appeal to a younger audience. They also didn't know what to do with Dinah. There were talks of writing both Dinah and the Oracle out of the show entirely. They even wanted Harley Quinn written out as well. One of the reasons there were no major characters was because DC wouldn't allow them. They wouldn't let them use any major characters, and they could only reference minor ones. They were able to show the Joker because it was essential to the story, but they had to show him out of focus. The writers versus the executives was a constant battle, with many of their ideas being shot down, and the show devolved into a Freak of the Week show, much like Smallville. They would introduce some new metahuman bad guy, and the Huntress would fight them. They pushed the writers to include Oracle less and less each episode, to the point of where she would only appear for a few minutes each week. When the writers found out the show was being canceled, they no longer had to abide by the whims of the executives, and wrote the series finale, Devil's Eyes, which many say was the best episode since the pilot. The show lasted one season, with the finale airing on February 19th, 2003. The show also got a DVD release, and included the unaired pilot, which, aside from the different casting of Harley Quinn, has a few other changes in it. The Crow, Stairway to Heaven. The Crow comic series was created by artist James O'Barr in 1989, and released by the indie comic company Caliber Comics. The comic series gained more attention after the release of the movie based on the series, The Crow, in 1994. The movie starred Brandon Lee, who was tragically killed on set. The Crow, Stairway to Heaven was a Canadian series created by Bryce Zabel. The show was loosely based on the movie, and I do mean loose. While the basic premise is there, Eric Draven is brought back from the dead to avenge his murder and the murder of his fiancée. The show stretches the premise in all sorts of directions. This includes showing times in the past where the Crow has come back for revenge, although the character is still wearing the mime makeup, which they try to explain away as war paint, instead of something that was solely unique to Eric Draven. Although, to be fair, they did find various ways to include the paint in the movie sequels as well. The show now has Eric Draven appearing as himself, and then going into Crow mode for an action sequence. It's somewhat goofy, but Mark Dacascos playing as Draven really gives it his all. He's an incredibly trained martial artist, and so the fights in the show were done quite well. He was perfect casting for an imperfect show. The series ran from September 25th, 1998 to May 22nd, 1999. It had 22 episodes. The show is released on DVD in multiple regions over the years, but it's currently out of print and very expensive. Nightman. Nightman is a superhero series developed by Glenn A. Larson, the creator of shows like Quincy, Magnum P.I., and Knight Rider. The series is based on the character the Nightman from the book of the same name that was published by the Ultraverse through Malibu Comics. The show is about Johnny Domino, a saxophone player who gains the ability to telepathically detect evil after being struck by lightning in a cable car accident. He's now lost the ability to sleep and uses his power to make a bulletproof costume and fight crime at night as the Nightman. He suffers no adverse effects from not being able to sleep, aside from the need to constantly keep busy. He has no other superhuman abilities, so he has to rely on his skills and super senses in order to not get killed by the bad guys. In the comics, he has a chunk of debris lodged in his head, and his origin also coincides with the super team The Strangers. The show ran in syndication for 2 seasons from September 15th, 1997 to May 17th, 1999. It had 44 episodes. The show had various guest stars from Jerry Springer to Fabiana Udenio, and even David Hasselhoff, who plays a villain in the pilot. The show won Best Musical Score in a Dramatic Series at the Leo Awards in 1999. The series was released on DVD by Lionsgate in 2018 and is pretty easy to find. In my humble opinion, it's worth picking up. As a fan of the comic and the show, I think it's campy, enjoyable cheese. As silly as the premise is, the comic is much darker and much better. Time Cop. Time Cop was originally published as a 3-part story. Time Cop, A Man at a Time, in 1992. Time Cop is about Max Walker, an operative of the Time Enforcement Commission, which operates in the far, far future of 2007. The TEC is in charge of monitoring the time pool and stopping history from being altered by illegal time travelers. The comic proved so popular, the rights were quickly snatched up, and the film Time Cop, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme, was released on September 16th, 1994. The movie was a huge hit, and still remains as the highest-grossing film with Jean-Claude Van Damme as the lead. However, it was very different from the source material. Time Cop, the TV series, was broadcast on ABC. Much like the other shows I mentioned, the series follows the movie Time Cop, as opposed to the comic it was based on. The pilot aired on September 22nd, 1997. The show was not about Max Walker, but the character was renamed to Jack Logan, played by Ted King. Because of low ratings and terrible advertising, the series was canceled before it was able to finish its first season. They shot 13 episodes, but only aired 9 of them. The last episode aired on July 18th, 1998. The show never received a DVD release, but the episodes are available to watch on Tubi TV. While the show was cut short, writer Daniel Parkinson was hired to pen a series that continued the adventures of Officer Jack Logan. The 3 books were The Scavenger, Viper's Spawn, and Blood Ties, which came out in the late 90s. Well, that's another 5 shows. Out of all of these, I like Nightman the most, but that may be due to my undying love of the Ultraverse, which also brought about my dislike of the idiots at Marvel, but that's a whole other huge story. If you want more of this every so often, let me know. I have lots more good bad flicks and exploring videos in the pipe coming very soon.
You really are clueless, aren't you?
Better than being hopeless.
And who are you supposed to be? Room service?
Over the years, there's been many successful shows based on movies like MASH and Westworld, with some even going on to be more successful than the movie they're based on, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. However, with the amount of shows being made, it's only natural that some would be either overlooked or forgotten. Here's 5 shows based on movies you may have missed. Starman. Starman was based on the John Carpenter movie from 1984. The series was a sequel of sorts that continued the story from the movie. It's 15 years after the events of the film. This time, the alien clones himself to look like a dead photojournalist, Paul Forrester, instead of Scott Hayden from the movie. He comes back to Earth to find his son, and the 2 track down Jenny, his missing mother. Right out of the gate, they're on the run from evil government agents who chase the duo every week because they want to stick them in a lab for experiments. While Jeff Bridges played the Starman in the movie, Robert Hayes played the new version for the show. Starman premiered on September 19th, 1986 on ABC. The show was a road trip kind of series, much like the A-Team or the Hulk. Each week they travel to a new location where they find someone who needs help and they use their alien powers to assist them. As the show progressed, Paul was teaching his son how to use his new alien powers for good, and he in turn learns a little bit more about humanity. Towards the end of the season, the father and son find Jenny, who was played by actress Erin Gray. This led up to a season finale cliffhanger that was never resolved because the show was canceled. It ran for 22 episodes, with the last one airing on May 2nd, 1987. The complete series was released on DVD in 2012 by Sony. Unfortunately, it seems the discs were burnt and not pressed, which leads to a lesser quality product. It's nice that it was released at all, but a bummer that they didn't go all the way with them. The show is also available on Tubi and looks quite good there, streaming in DVD quality video. Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller is based on the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off from 1986. Since they dropped the day off in the title, the show is about Ferris actually going to school, his friends, and dealing with his family. Much like the movie, the show frequently broke the fourth wall and had Ferris directly addressing the audience. For example, in the pilot, Ferris was complaining about Matthew Broderick playing him in the movie adaptation of his life. The villain in the show was the principal Ed Rooney, who was always trying to catch Ferris doing something wrong, but most of the time he ends up getting outsmarted and does something stupid. The show premiered August 23, 1990. The cast was mostly young unknowns at the time, with Charlie Schlatter as Ferris, Amy Dolenz as Sloane, and Brandon Douglas as Cameron. Richard Reel takes over as Rooney and plays the character in a more silly, bumbling way. The biggest thing to come out of the show was a young pre-nose job Jennifer Aniston, who played Ferris's sister. This was extremely early in her career and was her second TV show. Shortly after this, she starred in the original Leprechaun, and then a mere year later, she went on to do the sitcom Friends, which launched her into superstardom. Aside from the cast, a major change in the show is the location. The movie took place in Chicago, but the show takes place in Santa Monica. They shot 13 episodes, but only ran 12 when it was initially canceled. The 12th episode aired on December 16, 1990. And then, to fill a spot one evening, they ran the 13th episode, August 11, 1991, almost a year after the pilot. Meanwhile, the show that pretty much took its inspiration from the movie, Parker Lewis Can't Lose, ended up being a hit for Fox. It ran for 3 seasons with 73 episodes. As of currently, Ferris Bueller has never been released on DVD, but some nice person uploaded the episodes to YouTube. Blue Thunder. Blue Thunder is based on the movie from 1983. The show revolved around a new team helming the Blue Thunder project. James Ferrantino played more or less the Roy Scheider part, and a young pre-Saturday Night Live Dana Carvey was the Jaffo. The show also had former NFL players Dick Butkus and Bubba Smith. The show premiered on January 6, 1984 on ABC. Some episodes were directed by Guy Magar, who you may remember from my episode on his very underrated film Retribution. As a way to save money, the show frequently recycled stock footage from the movie for use in the series. While the movie ultimately showed that the helicopter surveillance program was bad, the TV show made it out to be good. Every episode had them using the technology to outsmart the various bad guys, usually drug runners or gun runners. There was another helicopter show being developed at the same time for a competing network, CBS, Airwolf, which was loosely inspired by the movie Blue Thunder. Even though the Blue Thunder TV series had the name recognition, Airwolf ended up being one of the most successful shows at the time, and Blue Thunder was canceled before finishing 1 season. The last episode aired on April 16, 1984. It only lasted 11 episodes. The series was released on DVD in 2006, but it's long out of print and very expensive. Weird Science. Weird Science is based on the movie from 1985. The movie had Anthony Michael Hall, Ian Mitchell Smith, Kelly LeBrock, and Bill Paxton. The movie also had Robert Downey Jr. in one of his earlier roles. The show had John Asher, Michael Manasari, Vanessa Angel, and Turd Ferguson. Lee Turgeson. The show premiered on March 5th, 1994 on USA Cable Network. The show surprisingly was able to use the song from Oingo Boingo for their intro, which I imagine wasn't cheap to license. The pilot episode was a reboot retelling of the movie, only with Lisa sticking around to help the boys learn how to be cool. In the movie, they were able to take care of themselves by the end, but in the TV show, they needed constant help from Lisa for all the hijinks and shenanigans they frequently stumbled into. The show actually did quite well. It ran for 5 seasons and 88 episodes. The last episode aired on USA Network on April 11th, 1997. The show still had 6 episodes that didn't air due to low ratings in the final season. The Sci-Fi Channel, which was owned by USA, ran the 6 remaining lost episodes in July of 1998. While the show did run for quite a while, it's not as well known because back then, cable still didn't have the numbers of regular television. Consequently, shows were able to stay on the air even with lower viewership. Seasons 1 and 2 of Weird Science were released on DVD in the US in 2008. The complete series was released in Australia, but it wasn't region encoded, so you could watch it on any DVD player. Unfortunately, it's incredibly hard to find. I only found the first 2 seasons on eBay, not the complete series. Some episodes are on YouTube, but they're random. Fast Times. Fast Times was based on the movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High from 1982, which makes this year the 40th anniversary. While most of the main actors were recast, they did manage to get a few of the actors from the movie, namely Vincent Schiavelli, who returned as Mr. Vargas, and Ray Walston was back as Mr. Hand. Patrick Dempsey was Damone, James Nardini was Brad, Courtney Thorne-Smith was Stacy, Claudia Wells was Linda, and Dean Cameron was Spicoli. The show premiered on March 5th, 1986 on CBS. Even though the director of the movie, Amy Heckerling, wrote and directed 3 of the episodes, the show is still a far cry from the quality of the movie. Considering some of the subject matter in the movie, it's no surprise the show failed. Topics like drug and teen pregnancy just wasn't something CBS was willing to delve into. Instead, they made the show a wacky teen-based sitcom. For example, some of the episodes revolved around Brad having to lip sync at the school talent show, and Spicoli starting a rumor about Mr. Hand losing an eye in World War II. If you were to watch the movie and then watch the show, you'd get tonal whiplash. Critics disliked the show, calling it a lethal stinker that was sanitized into blandness. The show only lasted 7 episodes, with the final one airing on April 23rd, 1986. As far as I can tell, the show's never been released on DVD and isn't available for streaming anywhere. A few episodes are on YouTube, but not all 7. That's another 5 shows. Hope you check some of them out if you're interested. Starman's probably my favorite of this batch. It's an interesting show that I would have enjoyed seeing evolve. Fast Times is worth watching just to see how far they veered from the source material. Anyway, lots more to come. Stay tuned.
Maybe we should go talk to Mr. Vargas.
He doesn't care. Watch this.
Mr. Vargas, can I dissect Spicoli?
Sure. Just keep it down.
I am not an animal!
UPN, the United Paramount Network, was a heavily funded new channel that wanted to compete with the very successful Fox network and the newly formed WB. UPN launched on January 16, 1995 with a 2-hour pilot of Star Trek Voyager, their flagship show. Most everyone remembers Voyager largely due to it being a Star Trek show, and in my humble opinion, it was quite good. However, there were a slew of other shows they launched in that first year, with pretty much all of them being canceled. Here's 5 Year 1 UPN shows you may have either missed or forgotten about. Platypus Man. Platypus Man was a sitcom based on comedian Richard Jeni's HBO comedy special from 1992. Stand-up comedians turning their routines into shows was a pretty big thing back in the 90s, largely due to Seinfeld becoming one of the biggest shows on television. The concept for the show is introduced at the beginning of each episode.
Platypus, a small egg-laying mammal that attempts to mate frequently but spends most of its time alone. Man, an adult male human. Platypus Man. an adult male human that attempts to mate frequently but spends most of its time alone.
It revolved around Richard Jenny as Richard Jenny, although instead of being a stand-up comedian, he runs a cooking show for guys called Cooking with the Platypus Man. Each episode usually involved Jenny's relationships that often failed in a humorous fashion. In a way, it was similar to the HBO series Dream On, only without the classic TV clips and nudity. The show aired on January 23, 1995, right after the second episode of Star Trek Voyager. Since it was after 9 p.m., they were able to get away with more risque jokes due to the way the TV ratings were set up. That's why Fox aired shows like Flying Blind later in the evening.
You know, I'm really starting to delve into some emotionally charged issues.
Yeah, well, that's really the first step.
But more on that in another episode. While initially the ratings were promising since they had the Voyager lead-in, they went down week after week and the show was canceled. The show lasted for one season with 13 episodes, with the final one airing on May 15th, 1995. The show has never been released on DVD, although some of the episodes are available on YouTube. Pigsty. Pigsty was the second sitcom from UPN. It was placed right after Platypus Man. The show premiered on January 23rd, 1995. It was about 5 male roommates living in New York City. The friends were a bunch of goofballs, and each episode involved their various antics, which often had them hitting on their hot superintendent, played by Liz Vassy. All the guys were in New York for their own reasons, each one of them struggling. For example, one was a struggling writer, while another was a struggling musician. Meanwhile, the superintendent was a struggling actress. Randy the writer was in love with Tess, and often broke things in the apartment as a way to get her in there so he could hit on her. He was played by Brian McNamara, who played the older brother of Ethan Hawke in a personal favorite movie of mine, Mystery Date. Liz Vassy, who played Tess, was in the very underappreciated spoof, The Adventures of Captain Zoom in Outer Space. She also was Captain Liberty in the live-action version of The Tick. The show didn't take off, but the network did let all the episodes air, even though the ratings were low. Like Platypus Man, it had 13 episodes, and the last one aired on May 15th, 1995. The show was fairly stupid, and used many of the usual sitcom cliches, but it was still a fun watch, and really encapsulated a lot of how it felt to be in your 20s in the 90s. It was like a version of Friends, only this focused more on the guys doing more relatable stupid things. Deadly Games. Deadly Games was about Dr. Gus Lloyd, a physicist and video game designer. He was working on a game where the villains were based on the people who made his real life miserable. His dad, his in-laws, his ex-wife's lawyer, and so on. There's an accident in his lab which causes all the bad guys in the game to come to life, with the leader being a combination of the devil and Gus's dad called the Jackal, played by Christopher Lloyd. Each episode focused on one of the villains, with their plot to rule the world, with the Jackal being the evil mastermind over the whole thing. Gus has to defeat them using the rules of the game they were based on, with each bad guy having a weakness that he has to exploit in order to beat them. Beyond the obvious star power of having Christopher Lloyd, the show also gained a lot of attention due to its involvement from Leonard Nimoy. He was an executive producer, creative consultant, and directed the pilot. The show premiered on September 5th, 1995. Despite having such a huge push behind the show, it was canceled before its first season was finished. The last episode they aired was number 12 on January 9th, 1996. The season finale went unaired. Deadly Games did get a DVD release back in 2018, and they included all 13 episodes. Unfortunately, it's now out of print and not even available on eBay. Nowhere Man. Nowhere Man's a sci-fi show about a photojournalist who has his entire life erased. His friends and even his wife don't recognize him. He believes this is a global conspiracy about a picture he took, and he goes on a mission to expose the bad guys and get his life back. The show premiered on August 28, 1995. It was critically praised when it was released, with TV Guide calling it the season's coolest hit. UPN had a lot of faith in the show, giving it a full 25-episode run. They even hired Mark Snow to compose the music for the show, which gave it an intentional X-Files feel. Aside from the X-Files, the show also took influence from shows like The Fugitive, The Prisoner, and movies like The Manchurian Candidate and North by Northwest. Bruce Greenwood was the main character, Thomas Vale, and he did an outstanding job in the role. It really was a unique and well-constructed show that just couldn't get the views it needed to survive. It did have a very loyal fan base, but unfortunately, it was a very tiny loyal fan base, and was overshadowed by the show it was hoping to court viewers from, The X-Files. The series was canceled after one season, with the final episode airing on May 20th, 1996. The full series got a DVD release in 2005, but it's out of print and ridiculously expensive. Legend! Legend was a sci-fi western that boasted two very popular actors from the time, Richard Dean Anderson from MacGyver, and John Delancey, who was Q in Star Trek The Next Generation. Legend's about Ernest Pratt, played by Anderson. He's a drunk writer who created the very popular character Nicodemus Legend. His audience believes he's actually the character, and through a wild series of events, he ends up taking on the persona of his creation and travels through the West fighting crime and solving mysteries. He's joined by Janos Bartok, who is essentially a stand-in for Nikola Tesla. The show premiered on April 18th, 1995. It was originally intended to be a TV movie, but the network liked the idea so much, they opted for turning it into a series. The show had all the right things going for it, but it seemed it just couldn't find its audience. A shame, really, because it felt like Hercules or Xena as a Western. It also had a Briscoe County Jr. vibe, but that was another show that also got canceled. The complete series is available on DVD and is dirt cheap. If you're interested, you should pick it up before it goes out of print. So that's another 5 shows. Nowhere Man's probably the best of these shows, but I have to admit, I have a major soft spot for Deadly Games. It's got Christopher Lloyd going ham as the villainous Jackal, and corny, bad mid-90s CGI. It's super entertaining, and I'm glad I was able to get the DVD. Much like when Fox launched, I enjoyed the first few years of UPN. They were trying to make some new and unique shows to stand out from the other networks. Even Voyager was different than the previous Star Trek shows. UPN plugged along for a little over a decade, but they ceased operations on September 15th, 2006. UPN and the WB merged and became the CW, which has been much more successful and has outlived both of its predecessors. We're at a point now where new streaming platforms are popping up instead of new networks. The downside is, none of them are taking the risks that the old networks did. Instead of making a slew of unique smaller productions, they're busy buying up existing properties and trying to make their version of something that already exists. I'm not really interested in a new Addams Family, Lord of the Rings, Powerpuff Girls, or whatever else comes down the pipe. I am interested in a DVD release of Homeboys from Outer Space, though. Although I'm majorly in the minority on that one, I know.
This is the guy you're so afraid of?
No, but please, my dear, you only wrinkle the suit.
Says you.
I didn't want to drop this during the episode because I didn't want to bring everyone down. However, it's something that needs to be said. In a much bigger tragedy on March 10th, 2007, comedian Richard Jeni sadly took his own life. He had been battling with severe clinical depression. It's true that so many comedians are having their own inner turmoils, and some of the funniest people you know are constantly dealing with depression. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you're suffering from depression, please get help. Even if you think that no one cares, I assure you, more people care than you realize. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Life is worth living. Here's 5 more horror shows you may have missed or forgotten about. Freddy's Nightmares. In the 1980s, the Nightmare on Elm Street series was huge. On top of the movies, they had tons of merch, including costumes, board games, and video games. Looking to take that even further, they tried to move the IP to TV. Unfortunately, TV was not the best place for the bastard son of 100 maniacs killing various teenagers. Instead, they went back and made an anthology series where Freddy was more like the Crypt Keeper in Tales from the Crypt. It was implied that he had his hand in whatever evil thing was going on, and much to everyone's surprise, they did have a few episodes that directly involved Freddy. Freddy hosted each episode with his usual off-kilter humor. The pilot episode was even directed by Tobe Hooper. Each episode was an hour, comprised of 2 stories. The show premiered on October 8, 1988, and was syndicated across various markets. It ran for 2 seasons with a total of 44 episodes. The last one aired on March 12, 1990. The show didn't do as well as they had hoped, and it was too expensive to keep it on the air. Still, 44 episodes is a great run for something like this. At least they aired them all. The show had a tremendous amount of actors and actresses who went on to much bigger things. Rosalind Allen, Lori Petty, Bill Moseley, as well as famous guest stars like Sandel Bergman, Jeffrey Combs, and Wings Hauser. While they tried to keep the show TV friendly, there were still some scenes that were too gruesome for primetime. Some of that cut footage later surfaced in the 2010 documentary Never Sleep Again. Freddy's Nightmares was rebroadcast on channels like Chiller and the El Rey network. Recently, the show was released on Blu-ray, but only in Germany. Some good news for the US, as the series can be seen on the awesome site Tubi. Freaky Links. The best way to describe Freaky Links is Teen X-Files. It's about a group of friends who run a site called Freaky Links that investigates the paranormal. Hopefully they got their ghost fighting products from Ted's Ghost Fighting Products Emporium. Each episode they look into various urban legends and all things freaky. The show is developed by Haxan Productions, which was helmed by Eduardo Sanchez and Daniel Myrick, the creators of the Blair Witch Project. They originally called the show Fearsome. Taking a page from the success of the Blair Witch Project, they created a website, freakylinks.com, that was made to look like it was real, instead of promotional marketing. Again, much like the Blair Witch Project, freakylinks.com proved to be popular with college kids who were also really into the paranormal. The show premiered on October 6, 2000 on the Fox network. While the show had a good buzz going for it, the ratings started off low and went down from there. They ran 5 episodes when they decided to cancel the series. They brought it back a few months later in January of 2001 to run the remaining 8 episodes. The last episode aired on June 22, 2001. The show aired in syndication on Sci-Fi, Chiller, and other networks, but has never been released on DVD. I just checked and it looks like all the episodes are available on YouTube, but the quality is a little rough. On a sad note, after the show, actress Lisa Sheridan developed a drug and alcohol addiction, which led to her untimely death on February 25, 2019, at the age of 45. Something is Out There. Something is Out There is a sci-fi show with horror elements. Originally, it was a miniseries that did so well in the ratings, they announced it would be getting its own weekly series. The miniseries was even nominated for a Primetime Emmy. The miniseries aired on May 8, 1988. The series was fast-tracked into production, and the first episode aired on October 21, 1988. The show was about a cop investigating a serial killer who's removing organs from his victims. He starts receiving help from a young woman who has special abilities that help him with the case. It's revealed that she's an alien from a prison ship. The serial killer is also an alien, only he's an alien monster that escaped from the ship that has the ability to shapeshift and control the minds of some weak-willed individuals. The series was created by Frank Lupo, the American TV writer and producer who made such blockbuster hit shows like The Greatest American Hero, Battlestar Galactica, and Hunter. After the success of the miniseries, they ordered a full 13-episode season to be produced. In one of the more boneheaded studio moves, they placed the show up against ratings juggernaut Dallas. It, of course, got crushed in the ratings. They moved it to a new slot, and the ratings went down further. The show ran for 6 episodes when they pulled the plug. The miniseries had a $7.5 million budget and the major effects talents of John Dykstra and Rick Baker. However, when they went to series, they only had $1 million for each episode and weren't able to hire Dykstra or Baker. As such, the episodes were much more scaled down than the miniseries and tended to focus more on the drama than the science fiction aspects. They tried to ramp things up in later episodes, but the damage was already done, and the fans of the miniseries had already tuned out. The last episode aired on December 9th, 1988. They did order 13 episodes, but only shot 8 and aired 6. So there were 2 that went unaired. The show, including the miniseries and the unaired episodes, did show up in syndication on the Sci-Fi Channel. The show's never been released on DVD and isn't available for streaming. American Gothic. American Gothic is a famous painting from 1930 by Grant Wood. American Gothic, the TV series, was one of the many weird shows that popped up in the mid-90s, trying to capitalize on the paranormal craze. The show was dark, really dark. So dark, in fact, that I'm genuinely surprised this was on a major network. It's about Lucas Buck, the sheriff of a small town in South Carolina. On the surface, he seems like a noble, upstanding pillar of the community, but really, he's an evil, murdering rapist with supernatural powers. He uses his powers to mentally manipulate people into doing horrifically evil, life-ruining things. A young kid, Caleb, is trying to unmask him, and he discovers that Lucas is his real father because he raped his mother in front of his older sister. I said the show was messed up. The show premiered on September 22nd, 1995 on CBS. It was very well written and received good reviews, but that didn't translate into views. It was nominated for numerous awards, like a Saturn Award for Best Genre TV Series and an Emmy for Outstanding Individual Achievement in Sound Mixing. Despite all the positivity, the show was canceled before the first season was finished. The last episode aired on July 11th, 1996. There were 4 additional episodes that went unaired. The show followed a strong storyline, but for some reason, the network insisted on running the episodes out of order. For example, Episode 6 should have been aired 3rd, Episode 10 was aired 8th, and so on. This screwed up the continuity of the show since things were now happening out of order and characters were appearing and disappearing. This happens all too often with TV, and there's never a good reason for it. The show was released on DVD in 2005, and yes, it's still in print. They have all the episodes, although it depends on which version you get as far as if they're in production order or air date order. Nightmare Cafe. Nightmare Cafe is an anthology horror series from NBC. It was created by Wes Craven and Nicholas Baum. The show revolved around the cafe. A person enters the cafe and are presented with the opportunity to fix something that went wrong in their lives or atone for something evil they may have done in their past. Running the cafe is the cook, Blackie, played by Robert Englund, and the waitress, Faye, played by Lindsay Frost. Craven envisioned the show as a modern Twilight Zone, but with recurring characters that would pull the series along. The show premiered on January 29, 1992 as a sneak preview to generate buzz for the ongoing series. Hoping to pull in some of the Nightmare on Elm Street audience, they promoted Craven and Englund's involvement, as well as the nightmare in the title. It later officially aired on February 10, 1992. With the darker themes, the show was on in the 10 p.m. time slot, which allowed for more mature elements to be included in the show. It unfortunately had a hard time finding an audience and was canceled after just 6 episodes. The last episode aired on April 3rd, 1992. The show was never released on DVD. It did air on Sci-Fi and Chiller, and you can find the 6 episodes on YouTube. Well, that's another 5 shows you probably missed or never heard of. I'm sure some of you are yelling about how I didn't mention Friday the 13th, the series, and that's exactly why I didn't. Friday the 13th, the series ran for 3 seasons, and in general, most people are already aware of it. The show was in syndication on tons of channels, it had a DVD release, and even a book. It's a series I really enjoy, but it kind of goes against the point of what this series is going for. Anyway, I hope you check some of these out. I like all these shows. Although I hope that Something Is Out There gets an official release one day. Lots more to come. Stay tuned.
When they met, she tried to kill him.
Are you nuts?
Then she got friendly.
Well, I guess I should be a sport about this.
But when she read his mind,
What? What?
Why on earth would 2 people do something like that with their bodies?
he knew she was different.
You must be from another planet.
I am.
Now she's about to become
His favorite Martian?
Something Is Out There. Sunday.
So in the past, I've mostly spoken about TV shows that were good but were overlooked. This week, I'm going to focus on some notoriously bad shows you may have never seen or heard about. Beverly Hills Bunts. Beverly Hills Bunts was an odd idea. It was a spin-off of the successful cop drama Hill Street Blues. It focused on the character of Norman Bunce, whose character in Hill Street Blues was pretty much a dirty cop. For the spin-off, someone decided that a cop drama about a dirty private eye in Beverly Hills wouldn't work, so for some reason they decided to make it a sitcom. Needless to say, for the few people who tuned in, they were very confused over the ridiculous tonal shift. The pilot premiered on November 5th, 1987 on NBC. Apparently, they had such a hard time finding the right balance for the show, they shot 3 different versions of the pilot. The network truly believed this show could be a hit and placed it with their other must-see sitcoms, Cheers and Night Court. The show was a flop. They filmed 13 episodes but only aired 9. The show was canceled on April 22nd, 1988. It's never been released on DVD, but all the episodes, including the unaired ones, are available on YouTube. Most likely, the show was syndicated to some other markets where they played all the episodes. The show briefly derailed Franz's career, but he came back strong with another cop show, NYPD Blue, in 1993, where he played Detective Sergeant Sipowicz and won numerous awards. If Beverly Hills Bunce wasn't a spin-off, it probably would have worked. So if you're unfamiliar with his character in Hill Street Blues, and like the idea of a sitcom detective show, you might like this one. Heil Honey, I'm Home. Quite possibly one of the most insane ideas for a sitcom this side of Hogan's Heroes. Heil Honey, I'm Home is a British sitcom about Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun. This really happened.
I'm a very, very bad Hitler.
It's 1938 and they live next door to a Jewish couple, the Goldsteins. The pilot aired on September 30th, 1990 on the Galaxy Network, a British satellite TV channel. The show was meant to be a spoof on American sitcoms, where audiences would embrace almost any idea, no matter how stupid. For example, My Mother the Car. Apparently they were really taking shots at I Love Lucy. The pilot was about the British Prime Minister coming over to visit the Hitlers, but Adolf is afraid that the Goldsteins will interrupt the visit, so he gets them drunk. Originally they were going to film 11 episodes, but they only ended up shooting 8. After the backlash from the pilot, they canceled the show and never aired the other 7. The Secretary General of the Board of Deputies of British Jews called the pilot something that was in very bad taste, and was upset at something that would trivialize the Second World War, Hitler, and the Holocaust. Jeff Atkinson, the creator of the show, said that it wasn't made for shock value. He conceded that the satire didn't come through well enough, and as others have said, it exceeded the limits of irony. Atkinson stated that most of the cast were Jewish, and they didn't have a problem with it. Further showing how the program was a parody, the episodes after the pilot had an animated opening that was very similar to Bewitched. In the unaired episodes, it was about how Hitler was constantly scheming to try and kill the Goldsteins, only for his attempts to be foiled in the end due to his buffoonery. Apparently all 8 episodes are out there somewhere, but have yet to pop up on any of the usual places. First time I saw this, I thought it was a joke from Tim and Eric or something. It was so ridiculous I couldn't imagine it being real. The Secret Diary of Desmond Pfeiffer.
The Secret Diary of Desmond Pfeiffer. The P isn't silent.
The Secret Diary of Desmond Pfeiffer is about President Lincoln's butler during the Civil War. Before the show even aired, several activist groups protested the show due to its perceived comical takes on American slavery. The show premiered on October 5th, 1998 on UPN. They shot 9 episodes for the series. The pilot they had was a little too edgy, so the network panicked and decided not to air it, and instead to air episode 2 as the pilot. From what I gather, the pilot was about Desmond getting hired as Lincoln's butler and trying to figure out a way to get back to his home in England. Not sure what was so offensive in there that they didn't want to show it, and since it's never been released, we'll probably never know. Most likely it was some, let's say, less than appropriate jokes about the subject matter. This is especially interesting because the pilot is what the executives see. That helps them to decide whether or not they should take this idea and make a full series or not. So whatever's on there, the bosses at UPN thought it was funny enough at the time. No one was watching the show. It was the 116th watched show out of 125. That's abysmally bad for a new show. They canceled it on October 26th, 1998. They aired 4 episodes and never showed the last 5. The show ended up on 100 Dumbest Events in Television History and many other worst of type lists. Evidently, the show was supposed to be a critique of, all things, the Bill Clinton-Monica Lewinsky scandal. Regardless, it's still a very bad idea for a sitcom. Maybe not quite as bad as Heil Honey, I'm Home, though. While the show hasn't been released on DVD, and most likely never will, you can see the few episodes that aired on YouTube if you're so inclined. Viva Lachlan! Viva Lachlan was a remake of the British TV series Blackpool. Blackpool was about the murder of a young man in a Blackpool arcade, and the effects it had on the people who worked there. Oh, and it was also a musical, but an odd musical. They'd play the real track for whatever song they had, and then the actors would sing along. The show was later rebranded as Viva Blackpool when it aired on BBC America. Viva Lachlan took the Viva from the rebranded show and pretty much did the same program, only making it take place in Lachlan, Nevada. They also did the sing-along with the original songs, but in Viva Lachlan, from what I've seen, the singers weren't exactly the best. Taken on their own, it might not have been so bad, but when paired with the original artist, you get something like this.
I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid.
Viva Lachlan premiered on October 18th, 2007 on CBS. It immediately caught the attention of the Soup and was mocked mercilessly. Hugh Jackman's a huge fan of musicals. His background in Australia was from the theater. So this was his project, and he was an executive producer. The ratings and buzz for the show were so dismal, CBS canceled the show after its second episode on October 21st, 2007. They shot 7 episodes but only aired the 2. It's never been released on DVD, it was never rebroadcast in any way, and the 5 remaining unaired episodes will most likely never be seen because it would cost more than it's worth to release it due to the music rights. The funny thing is, if they just did the program like a normal musical and did covers of all the songs, the show would have been much cheaper to produce. Buying the rights to a song versus buying the rights to be able to cover a song is a difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not sure why they were so insistent upon keeping that part of the original going. It's not like 99% of the American audience was even aware this was a remake. Beyond that, Blackpool didn't do so well either. It only ran for 7 episodes. Probably the best thing about that was that they had a pre-Doctor Who David Tennant. Puchinsky. Puchinsky is about Chicago police detective Stanley Puchinsky, who's killed in the line of duty, and his spirit winds up in an English bulldog that can't stop farting. 'Cause you can't keep a good cop down? Puchinsky returns to solving crimes, only now he's a talking dog. This is a real show that exists, that people made, and costs a pretty good deal of money.
Your partner was murdered and you sat down? Excuse me!
The show was originally a pilot that NBC passed on, but they picked the show up and aired it once, out of curiosity to see if there was an interest, and as a way to fill a spot in their lineup. It premiered on July 9th, 1990 on NBC. You'd think this would have been an animated show, but nope, it was live action, using an animatronic dog with Peter Boyle's voice. I love a good practical effect, but dear God, this dog looks almost as believable as Triumph.
For me to poop on!
The show was an experiment, and as such, it wasn't repeated. It only aired that one time. Although in 2018, the last podcast on the left aired the show on an Adult Swim live stream. With all the weird programming on Adult Swim, I'm surprised they didn't try to reboot this. Probably would have been a huge success. At the time, the show was mocked and forgotten. Even now, it sounds too ridiculous to be real, but I assure you, this actually happened on major network television. The show is never available on any format, but yes, it's on YouTube. If you have some crazy idea for a TV show but are too afraid to get it out there, you should think of this show. While it wasn't picked up, it was greenlit enough to make a pilot. So get out there with your crazy idea, especially in today's market where all these streaming networks need content. Your wacky show about a cybernetic chicken that rules a prehistoric Earth might be one rewrite away from being picked up for a series on HBO Max. Well, that's another 5 shows. These ones are really notorious, and while not the worst things, they certainly aren't the best. If you insist on seeing them, you know where to look. Just don't expect quality. In fact, don't expect anything. Just don't yell at me about how bad these are if you decide to watch them.
Everybody loves somebody sometime. Everybody falls in love somehow.
Chinsky, how did you become a dog?
I want my MTV.
I want my MTV.
Call your cable company and say, I want my MTV!
80s MTV was dominated by music videos, and 90s MTV was dominated by some of the most experimental, but also incredibly enjoyable programming. Shows like Beavis and Butthead and Liquid Television were so unique and could not have existed anywhere but MTV in the 90s. The mixture of popular music and bizarre shows helped to keep MTV relevant, which changed when MTV decided to go with non-stop marathons of ridiculousness, but that's a whole other story. There was a ton of content they put out back then, and sadly, some of them just didn't get the views they needed to survive. Here's 5 shows from the very experimental age of MTV that you may have missed or forgotten about. The Head. The Head was originally an 11-minute short that MTV ran during their animation weekend in August of 1994. It was about a guy who wakes up one morning to discover that his head is big. Ridiculously big. He finds out that an alien named Roy moved into his head and needs his help to stop an invasion from another group of parasitic aliens. The show was created by Eric Fogel, who at the time had just graduated from NYU. He created an animated short called Mutilator, which got the attention of the executives at MTV Animation. Their animated stuff was taking off, and they were looking for something weird to turn into a series. The pilot for The Head went over well, and MTV decided to make it part of their new upcoming animation block they called MTV's Oddities. The show followed what was set up in the pilot, but expanded the scale. They introduced a bunch of human abnormalities, like a guy with a lawnmower blade stuck in his head, that joined in the fight against the Gorks. The show premiered on December 18, 1994, less than 6 months after the pilot aired. MTV even put out a short promotional video to show how they were able to outsource the animation for a faster turnaround. They also highlighted some of the problems with outsourcing, like animation frames not lining up properly. The first season ran for 13 episodes, including the pilot. The episodes were each 11 minutes long, and they merged 2 of them together for airing. So even though there are technically 13 episodes, there was only 7 shows. It was a modest hit and was renewed for a second season. There was a long gap between the seasons. Season 1 ended in January of 1995. Season 2 aired February 6, 1996. With Season 2, they expanded the episodes, so now each one was 21 minutes, instead of 2 episodes merged together. Well, except for the first show back, which was an 11-minute recap of Season 1. Even with the gap in the seasons, the show was doing okay ratings-wise, but it was still canceled. The last episode aired on February 27, 1996. The show was John DiMaggio's first voice acting job. He's since gone on to be one of the most successful voice actors in the business, with 2 of his best-known roles being Bender from Futurama and Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War, on top of hundreds of other shows. Eric Fogel continued to work for MTV Animation and created the very successful Celebrity Deathmatch series. The Head was released on DVD, but only as part of Amazon's burn-on-demand service and is no longer available. You can purchase both seasons on Amazon's Prime Video, though. The Max. The Max was a comic that was created by Sam Keith and distributed by Image in 1993. While many of Image's comics at the time were superheroes in tights fighting each other, The Max was a big standout. Outside of the obvious being a very striking and unique art style, the core concept was far removed from other books like Youngblood. The Max was about a character who exists in 2 worlds, the real world and the Outback, which more or less resembles the Outback of Australia, but is referred to as an alternate reality. In the real world, the Max is a homeless man who spends time with Julie, a freelance social worker. In the Outback, the Max is a hero who protects the Jungle Queen Julie from the evil Mr. Gone, a serial rapist who has targeted her. The Max fights him in both worlds. The animated series was another entry in MTV's Oddities block. The show premiered on April 8, 1995. Much like The Head, the show was comprised of 2 11-minute episodes. The show covered roughly the first year of the Max comics. They introduced the main characters and followed the various storylines. The animation for the show was very well regarded. It was a mixture of a bunch of different styles, from cartoony to incredibly detailed hand-drawn animation. It was nominated for Best Animated Program in 1995. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the show was canceled after its first season. It's unclear as to if this was due to the expense of the show or just a lack of viewership. The last episode aired on June 19, 1995. The comic series continued for years, and if you can, I highly recommend giving them a read. The show was released on DVD, and like The Head, it was burn on demand. The DVD has all the episodes, including commentaries for each. The DVDs are still available, or you can also purchase them digitally from Amazon. Dead at 21. Dead at 21 was a very, very experimental live-action show from MTV. The first episode premiered on June 15, 1994. It was about Ed, played by Jack Noseworthy, who wakes up on his 20th birthday to discover that when he was a child, he was part of a botched experiment. He has a microchip installed in his head that makes him hyper-intelligent, but it'll also kill him when he turns 21. He's being chased by an agent for the company, and he joins up with a young girl named Maria to try to get some answers as well as prevent his death. The show had a music video look to it, which was fairly unique at the time. Music videos weren't unique on MTV, but using the style in a narrative program was. This felt like the right blend of hip show for the younger crowd mixed with technobabble. Think Hackers if it was about life and death. Each episode was a half hour long and filled with some of the more popular music at the time. The show ended on a cliffhanger, which proved they were planning on more episodes, but the show only lasted one season with 13 episodes. The last episode aired on September 7th, 1994. The show has never been released on any sort of home media, and because of all the music involved in the show, it most likely never will. Figuring out the rights to each song and doling out the royalties accordingly would be far too expensive to do. A few of the episodes are available on YouTube, but some of the audio is muted, which makes it a tough watch. There are other places out there who have the whole series, though. Undressed. Undressed, or MTV's Undressed, was a show that was way ahead of its time. It was about the love lives of various high schoolers and college students. Why was this so ahead of its time? It approached younger people's sex and sexuality in a very bold and frank way. They covered teen and 20-something relationship drama in a way that felt more real than what you would see on the major networks. It's no worse than something like American Pie or Porky's, just not handled as a comedy. It's done here in a fairly even-handed and serious way. Each episode had multiple stories that would usually run for the whole season. This was the formula they followed for the entire run, only with each new season they brought in a new cast. Speaking of the cast, they managed to hire numerous actors and actresses who would go on to much bigger things. Mark Blucas, Christina Hendricks, Pedro Pascal, Chad Michael Murray, Katie Sackhoff, Brandon Routh, Autumn Reeser, and many others. Seriously, go look up the cast listing for the show. It's crazy how many well-known actors got their start here. The show premiered on July 26, 1999. The first season ran for 30 episodes. They ran a new episode every weeknight, which helped to keep the momentum of the show going since there were so many storylines to follow, much like a soap opera aimed at a younger audience. If they spaced it out weekly, it may not have worked. The show was a hit and ran for 6 seasons and 225 episodes when they decided to pull the plug. The last episode aired on September 5th, 2002. The show incorporated tons of music, much like Dead at 21. Also like Dead at 21, it was never, and most likely will never be released on a home video format. If 13 episodes of Dead at 21 is too hard to work out the music rights, imagine trying to do that with 225 episodes. Sometime after 2010, one of the producers of the show released the series on YouTube's competitor Blip TV. Unfortunately, with Blip shutting down, all the shows are gone, and you can't see them complete anywhere else. You can see a random batch of episodes on YouTube, but many have been taken down for music claims. The show was created by Roland Joffe, the award-winning British director and producer of both movies and television. It was very unlike TV shows in the US, which makes all the more sense since it was created by a Brit. Many of the episodes were written by Damon Lindelof, who would go on to create the insanely popular TV series Lost. You Wrote It, You Watch It. You Wrote It, You Watch It was another uniquely original show from MTV. The concept was simple enough, MTV reached out to his audience and told them to send stories about their lives. Stuff they did at college, weird experiences they had, and so on. Then they'd pick the ones they liked the most and reenact them with members of the comedy troupe The State before they were given their own show. Hosting the whole thing was a very young Jon Stewart in his second acting job in the industry after short attention span theater. The show premiered on October 10th, 1992. They ran the show with this disclaimer.
The stories you are about to see are true. The names have not been changed so that your friends can make fun of you tomorrow. Any similarity between the characters depicted here and any actual persons is completely intentional.
They covered such topics as the couple who lost their dog named Batman, which had them out in the city yelling, "Batman!" as well as numerous tales of hilarity from college campuses. Stewart would introduce the segments, usually with a witty comment or two. While the idea of a show that involved audience participation seemed like it would have been a hit for the MTV crowd, it just didn't go over well, and the show was very quickly canceled. I couldn't even get a general idea of how many episodes were produced or when the final one aired. The funny thing is, this sort of show would work really well now. I'm surprised there isn't a YouTube channel that does this, or maybe there is and I haven't heard of it. MTV did have a solid working relationship with Stewart, and even though You Wrote It, You Watch It wasn't a success, they gave him his own talk show, The Jon Stewart Show, in 1993, which he hosted for 160 episodes. He'd later go on to take over The Daily Show in 1999 and continue to work there for 16 years. You Wrote It, You Watch It hasn't been released on home media, but there are a few random episodes on YouTube. It's an interesting footnote in Stewart's career, and the guy who would start here looking somewhat hungover each episode, to going on to be one of the most well-known political pundits of his time. In Stewart's biography, he said about the show, "You wrote it, you just didn't watch it." Well, that's 5 shows from some better days on MTV. I personally love this era because it felt like the perfect blend. They had a wide variety of music videos during the day, and then in the evening there were all these shows that were directed at people like me. Now you can go to any number of cable channels or YouTube channels to find content you feel is catered directly to you. However, back then, there was only a few cable channels, and having a huge one like MTV trying out so many bizarre topics, it was a refreshing alternative to the boring mainstream. Unfortunately, MTV couldn't find sustainability in this, and took something like The Real World, which was a major trailblazer for the time, and overdid it to the point of making the once edgy series feel boring and formulaic. And now they fill their time with garbage shows like Teen Mom and Jersey Shore. Music videos are almost forgotten on the channel, where that was supposed to be the main draw. I know they're in a weird spot because the people who grew up shouting "I want my MTV" are older and have kids who only know MTV as that lame channel with nothing but Catfish or Floribama. There was a time when MTV was not only relevant, but the standard that others tried to follow. Now it just sucks.
Just go rinse off. What's the big deal?
The big deal is... I just lost it.
Lost what? I didn't see anything.
Fox, the network that was created to go up against the big three, NBC, ABC, and CBS. The network started small on October 9th, 1986 with The Late Show starring Joan Rivers. This was your usual late-night talk show and was put in place as a soft launch for the network to help advertise their upcoming line of primetime programming. On April 5th, 1987, the network began their first wave of primetime programming with the sitcom Married with Children and the sketch comedy program The Tracy Ullman Show. Married with Children went on to be a major success and is still beloved today. The Tracy Ullman Show won multiple awards, is considered one of the best sketch comedy shows of all time, and was the birthplace of The Simpsons. However, the network had many other shows that launched in that first year, with most of them not lasting very long. Here's 5 shows from the first year of Fox that you may have forgotten or never seen. Down and Out in Beverly Hills. Down and Out in Beverly Hills is a sitcom based on the movie of the same name from 1986, which was based on the French satire Boudou Saved from Drowning from 1932, which was based on the play from the same name from 1919. The movie was about a rich dysfunctional family who saved the life of a suicidal homeless man who tries to drown himself in their pool. They allow the guy to continue living in their house, and he proceeds to help them fix many of their problems in ways that make things worse. The TV series goes over the movie's basic points in the intro, and then proceeds to pick up where the movie ended, although they pretty much ignored all the infidelity and more non-TV friendly stuff from the movie. The show premiered on April 26, 1987. Hector Elizondo played Dave Whiteman, who was Richard Dreyfuss in the movie. Anita Morris was Barbara, Bette Midler, and Tim Thomerson was the bum Jerry Baskin, Nick Nolte in the movie. Evan Richards and Mike the Dog are the only two actors from the movie who played their same parts in the TV show. The show didn't go over well and was canceled after the 8th episode aired on September 12, 1987. There were 5 episodes unaired. While The Late Show was the first program aired on Fox, Down and Out in Beverly Hills was the first show to be canceled by Fox. The movie was released by Touchstone and distributed by Buena Vista, both of whom are owned by Disney. They most likely tried to get the show on ABC, who owned Buena Vista TV, but they passed on it and offered it to Fox. The show was never released on DVD, and aside from the pilot being on YouTube, I don't see it anywhere else streaming. Considering these days Disney doesn't like its R-rated subdivisions very much, this most likely will never get an official release. Mr. President. Mr. President, not to be confused with Mr. President, is a sitcom about the newly elected president Samuel Arthur Tretch, played by George C. Scott. The show focuses on the president's personal life and how the political aspects affected it, usually in typical sitcom way. The show premiered on May 3, 1987. It was a modest hit for the network. The first season had 10 episodes, and since it was getting good ratings, well, good ratings for them, they ordered 14 episodes for Season 2. Unfortunately, Season 2 didn't fare so well, so they ended the show on February 13th, 1988. It ran for 24 episodes. Despite having the star power of George C. Scott and a decent run for a brand new network, the show has never been released on DVD and is not available for streaming. A few random episodes are available on YouTube, though. Duet. Duet is probably the most successful one from this batch. Duet's a sitcom about the relationship between a novelist, played by Matthew Lawrence. No, not that Matthew Lawrence, he was like 6 years old at the time. This Matthew Lawrence, and a caterer, played by Mary Page Keller. The show premiered on April 19th, 1987. The show is about Ben, a struggling mystery novelist, and his girlfriend Laura, who is a caterer with her younger sister Jane. They're friends with the yuppie couple, Richard and Linda. As the show progressed, the focus started to shift towards the yuppie couple of Richard and Linda, who were proving to be more popular with the audience than the two main stars. In the final season, Ben and Laura get married, and the network saw that as more or less the end of their story arc. In the final episode, Linda meets real estate mogul Ted, who convinces her to join his firm. This was originally just going to be the season finale, but the network decided to shift the focus away from Ben and Laura and created the spin-off Open House. The show is now about real estate agents Linda and Ted. Laura joined the cast, but they wrote Ben out of the show, saying the couple got divorced in between seasons. Despite being on the air for 3 seasons and 1 additional season for the spin-off, the show never really had good ratings. It was just good enough to keep afloat as the network struggled to find shows that would catch on. Duet ended on May 7th, 1989 with 54 episodes, and Open House ended on May 6th, 1990 after 24 episodes. As you would suspect, neither show is on DVD. I found a few random episodes from both on YouTube, but neither are streaming anywhere. Women in Prison. Women in Prison is a sitcom about inmates in a women's prison. While Women in Prison movies at the time had casts like this, Women in Prison went for a cast that included actresses like Denny Dillon and Wendy Jo Sperber. The show revolved around a women's prison in Wisconsin. Vicky's framed by her husband and sent to prison. The show is about her getting to know the other inmates and what daily life is like in jail, along with a laugh track.
It's okay. I'm here to help. No meat!
Vicky shares a cell with Eve, Bonnie, and Dawn, played by CCH Pounder. The show premiered on October 11th, 1987. Much like many of Fox's other programs, this was a very odd choice for a show. They seem to be going after stuff that you couldn't see on the other networks, and while that would eventually pay off for them with shows like The X-Files, it just didn't catch on here. It's funny to think that this show was more or less the prototype for Orange is the New Black. The show was canceled and the last episode aired on February 20th, 1988. It ran for one season with 13 episodes. The show's never been released on DVD, and I don't see the episode streaming anywhere. The pilot's on YouTube, but that's the only one I could find. Second Chance. Second Chance is a sitcom about a guy named Charles who dies in a hovercraft accident in the far future of 2011. When he arrives in heaven for his judgment, they declare he's too good for hell, but not good enough for heaven. So he gets sent back to 1987, where he helps a younger version of himself, played by a then unknown Matthew Perry, to make good choices that will ultimately let him get into heaven. The show premiered on September 26, 1987. Charles is able to rent the apartment above the garage in his childhood home, and becomes a father figure for his younger self, Chaz. Chaz has two dopey friends, Booch and Eugene, who are often doing things that would get Chaz into trouble. Charles remembers what he did and tries to get Chaz to make smarter decisions than he did. Charles frequently has to report to St. Peter to make sure he's doing enough to eventually get into heaven. The ratings for the show were terrible, and while the network hoped they would improve, they never did. The show was canceled and the last episode aired on November 28, 1987. It ran for 9 episodes. However, the network really saw something in Booch and Chaz. They got rid of the supernatural element of the show and decided to focus on the dumb things that Chaz, Booch, and Eugene were doing. Kind of the opposite of Second Chance, where it was all about learning from stupid mistakes. Charles and St. Peter were let go, but they did keep some of the family and some of the guest stars from Second Chance. This also allowed them to keep using the sets from the original show. Since Charles was no longer there, Booch and Chaz moved into the empty apartment above the garage. The retooled show, now called Boys Will Be Boys, premiered on January 16th, 1988, roughly a month and a half after Second Chance ended. The show did about as well ratings-wise as Second Chance, and was canceled after one season on May 7th, 1988. It ran for 12 episodes, 3 more than Second Chance. Fox really loved their spin-offs. Married with Children had the spin-off Top of the Heap, and then that was retooled, spun off to become Vinny and Bobby, like how Second Chance became Boys Will Be Boys. Also, Top of the Heap was starring Matt LeBlanc, who would later join Matthew Perry in Friends. Maybe I'll talk about those shows in a future episode. No, not Friends, the other ones. Also didn't realize just how many sitcoms Fox launched with. I guess they were the cheaper thing to make, as it just required good writers and no special effects. That's another 5 shows to start off the year. Fox was the punchline for a lot of jokes back then, but it's since gone on to be a force to be reckoned with, and many of their shows outlived others on the big 3. They proved there could be a 4th network, and later there was UPN and the WB, which might not be in existence if not for Fox proving it possible. Although in today's world with a bazillion different channels, it seems funny to think that for the most part, there was a time when people only watched programming from one of 3 places. Crazy. Anyway, see you next time. Stay tuned.
Then it's a date?
That it is.
Bye.
Bye.
Here's 5 sitcoms with a space theme that you may have missed or forgotten about. They came from outer space. There was a time when bumbling doofus aliens was pretty much its own genre. Movies like Spaced Invaders, Morons from Outer Space, as well as TV shows like They Came from Outer Space. They Came from Outer Space was about 2 teenage alien dudes from the planet Crouton who come to Earth in search of, what else? Chicks! They use their alien superpowers to fix up an old stingray, and they travel the US while trying to stay off the radar of some government officials who want to dissect them. Dean Cameron played Bo, and Stuart Fratkin was Abe. Right before this, they starred in the raunchy comedy Ski School, and they played about the same characters here, only now they're sex-starved aliens instead of sex-starved humans. The show premiered on October 1st, 1990. The dynamic was that Abe was the serious one and Bo was the goofy one. The episodes were mostly Bo getting them into trouble and Abe trying to figure a way out of said trouble. The show was syndicated, so it ran on different networks at different times. Ratings were lukewarm, and the critics weren't particularly fond of the show's attitude, which wasn't surprising given their distaste for movies like, well, Ski School. In the finale, the duo made their way to a spoof of the Playboy Mansion, with John Astin playing a Hugh Hefner-type guy, Ness Nesson. The last episode aired on March 19th, 1991. The show lasted for one season with 20 episodes. The complete series was released on DVD in 2012, and a few episodes are on YouTube. So if you missed this one, it's still easy to see. Homeboys in Outer Space. With the success of shows like Moesha, the fledgling network UPN was looking at ways to cater some of their programming towards a black audience, what they considered an untapped market. They saw shows like In Living Color and Martin doing very well, so in their infinite wisdom, they created Homeboys in Outer Space. Homeboys in Outer Space was about Morris, played by Daryl M. Bell, and Tiberius, played by Flex. The two traverse the universe in a spaceship that looks like a converted lowrider POS. Many of the episodes have the duo in charge of delivering something to a planet or a space station and getting into various hijinks along the way. It's so ridiculous you'd think this was a sketch for Mad TV, but no, this really happened. The show premiered on October 27th, 1996. It was immediately panned by critics who called it Star Trek meets Amos and Andy. While Moesha was praised for its portrayal of a black family in suburbia, Homeboys was trashed for its overuse of stereotypes and general bad taste in humor.
Before you go, I just have one thing to say. For the love of God, spank me!
The show was canceled and the last episode aired on May 13th, 1997. It ran for one season with 21 episodes. While the show didn't have a lot of staying power at the time, it's since been remembered by various list websites and YouTube channels who mention it as one of the worst TV shows of all time. Couldn't have been that bad. They let the whole season play out, unlike The Secret Diary of Desmond Pfeiffer. The show was never released on DVD, it isn't available for streaming, but many of the episodes are on YouTube. To me, Homeboys in Outer Space is nostalgic now, with its goofy look at mid-90s hip-hop culture. Not the best show, but honestly, far from the worst. Trip in the Rift. Trip in the Rift was originally a series of short animations that was picked up and turned into a full series by the Sci-Fi Channel. It was created by Chris Moeller, who was working on King of the Hill at the time, and comic book writer and artist Chuck Austin. It was essentially a mixture of Star Wars, Star Trek, and Futurama. Only dirty. Most likely due to the overwhelming success of South Park, they were looking for this to be a sort of South Park in space. This series was about a group of misfits who do all sorts of odd space jobs, with their captain trying to figure out how to get rich and have sex with the Pleasure Bot 6. They're chased by the evil Darth Bobo, which, as you can surmise, is a mix of Darth Vader and a clown. 6, or 6 of 1, being a spoof of 7 of 9, was voiced by various women. Patricia Beckman and Terry Farrell in the pilot, Gina Gershon in Season 1, Carmen Electra in Season 2, and Jenny McCarthy in Season 3. The AI of the spaceship was voiced by stuttering John Melendez, who, I hear, went on to dabble in comedy after the show ended. The show premiered on March 4th, 2004. Due to its raunchy nature, it did fairly well. It was rerun quite a bit, which was the usual for Sci-Fi, with them trying to fill in various spots in their lineup. The show was syndicated all around the world on channels like Sky One and D-Max. It lasted 3 seasons with 39 episodes, and the final episode aired on December 13th, 2007. In March of 2008, they released Trip in the Rift, the movie, which went direct-to-video. It ran like a feature-length episode of the show and was made as a way to tie up some loose ends and give closure to the series. The CG animation was decent for a TV series back in the early 2000s. It has that sort of cartoony reboot look with nothing being too detailed. It works well for the show and makes it easier to watch than some of the other early CG shows from the time. The show is filled with obnoxious, raunchy humor, which I enjoyed, but your mileage may vary. All 3 seasons are available on DVD, but they aren't cheap. The movie's also on DVD, but is out of print and is going for about $50. Seasons 1 and 2 are available to purchase digitally on Amazon. They have a Trip in the Rift official YouTube channel, which has a bunch of episodes for you to watch. They also have an announcement video saying that something huge is coming, but no other updates in a year. I'm thinking perhaps with advances in technology since 2004, that perhaps they're planning on making new episodes for YouTube. Although with the current state of YouTube, I'm sure 90% of their jokes would get their videos demonetized and buried. Gilligan's Planet. While most everyone remembers the show Gilligan's Island, there are plenty that have no idea that there was an animated spin-off. Even less know that there were 2 animated spin-offs. Gilligan's Planet was the second animated spin-off of the show, with the first being The New Adventures of Gilligan. The show is pretty much what you think it is. The professor designed a way to get the castaways off the island by creating a spaceship, which then crash lands on a deserted planet. The spaceship's damaged in the crash, so they have to figure out how to repair it to get home. Good thing they landed on a planet with oxygen. The fact that he was able to build a spaceship capable of interplanetary travel but not repair a hole in the boat is, well, just a tiny bit ridiculous. The show was a Saturday morning cartoon that premiered on September 18th, 1982. The original cast returned to do the voices, except for Tina Louise, who played Ginger. She refused to be involved in anything Gilligan's Island related after the show ended, and would much rather be in movies with John Carradine draining the blood of teenagers while flying the shuttle from Battlestar Galactica. Dawn Wells, who played Mary Ann, did double duty in the series, and she voiced Mary Ann and Ginger. Although Ginger was now a blonde, which kinda goes against her being named Ginger and all that. The show ran until December 11th, 1982. It lasted 1 season with 13 episodes. It was released on DVD in 2014 and also is available to buy digitally on Amazon. Far Out Space Nuts. Far Out Space Nuts is kind of like Gilligan's Planet, the live-action version. The show is about Gilligan, Jr., played by Bob Denver, a goofy repairman working for NASA with his grumpy friend the Skipper, Barney, played by Chuck McCann, who was also the show's creator and writer. The show revolved around this duo after they were accidentally sent into space by Junior hitting the launch button instead of the lunch button.
Lunch! I said lunch, not lunch!
While trapped in space, they befriend an alien they name Honk. I'll leave it up to you as to why they call it that. The show was created for Sid and Marty Krofft Television, who made much more famous shows like Sigmund the Sea Monster and H.R. Pufnstuf. The show premiered on September 6th, 1975. Almost every episode had the duo either being captured by aliens, or they'd land on some bizarre planet where they would be captured by aliens. One episode had John Carradine taking a break from talking to bees, so he could capture the duo and ask them if they would be willing to kidnap teenagers so he could steal their blood. The last episode aired on December 13th, 1975. It ran for 1 season with 15 episodes. Even though it was only 1 season, the show continued on in syndication until 1985 as part of the Krofft Superstar Show, which was loaded with their previously created programs like the Bugaloos and the Banana Splits. The show's never been released on DVD and isn't available for streaming. Some episodes are on YouTube. There is a placeholder on Amazon, but that's been there since 2011, so it doesn't look like it's coming to DVD anytime soon or ever. Well, that's another 5 shows. Considering how much TV has been made over the past few decades, I still have plenty of programs to introduce you to or remind you about. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Fallopia. I'm Ula. Ula la.
Certainly are. This just keeps getting worse.
The 90s was a magical time.
Made some Whoppers this morning. I lit the pilot light, flame came up, and I brought them. Go ahead, you can eat it now.
So many quick cuts and record scratches. Here's 5 goofy and sometimes edgy shows from the 90s you may have missed or forgotten about. The Edge. The Edge was a hyperfast sketch show where they tried to cram in as many inappropriate things as possible into each episode. They had running gags like how the entire cast would get killed at the beginning of each episode, or a series of quick bits about what someone was doing right this minute.
What Chewbacca is doing right this minute.
The show was created as a vehicle to showcase the comedic talents of Julie Brown, who was the star of the program. Brown was dating producer David Merkin, who helped her make the pilot The Julie Show. The pilot wasn't picked up, so they created this sketch comedy program The Edge and pitched it to NBC. NBC passed on it, but Fox picked it up because it fit in well with their edgy catalog and because they needed programs to fill in their lineup. The cast was stacked with actors and comedians who would go on to much bigger things. Tom Kenny, Wayne Knight, Jill Talley, and of course, Jennifer Aniston. The show premiered on the Fox network on September 9th, 1992. The show lampooned all sorts of things, like overprotective parents, but what they skewered the most was celebrities.
But you already have a closet full of manuscripts you haven't published yet.
What do you mean? You mean these? Why, at the rate I'm publishing, I'll be through these in 3 weeks.
They had a longer bit that made fun of Beverly Hills 90210, and Aaron Spelling threatened to sue. The producer of The Edge refused to back down, and Spelling never went through with his threat. In reality, he was probably trying to throw his weight around since 90210 and Melrose Place were huge shows on Fox, and he thought if he made a stink, the studio might intervene to keep him happy. In between sketches, they had short animations from the award-winning Bill Plimpton, who helped to keep up the weird vibe of the show.
Well, Officer Cindy, you broke another one. Looks like he's ready to give a full confession.
What's a confession?
Thanks again, Kid Cop.
Officer Cindy is Kid Cop.
The show never quite caught on, and as the seasons progressed, the studio gave them less and less money for each episode, until finally Merkin left. The Edge ran for one season with 18 episodes. The last one aired on May 2nd, 1993. The show was never released on DVD, but some of the episodes are available on YouTube. City Guys. City Guys is about two guys with very different backgrounds learning about each other and becoming friends. It's very, very 90s. Think a slightly edgier version of Saved by the Bell. The show followed Jamal, who was from a working class family, and Chris, who was from a rich family, as they went to Manhattan High School. Each episode, they learn a different aspect about the other, which teaches them that even though they're different, they can still be friends. The show tackles themes of bullying, racism, cheating, and so on. Oh, did I mention it's a sitcom? The first episode aired on September 6th, 1997. It was created to be a part of Teen NBC, or TNBC, a block of live-action programming that ran on Saturday mornings that was geared towards a teenage audience. This wasn't made as a way to reach out to the teen audience. It was a cost-cutting maneuver. NBC wanted to get rid of the expensive Saturday morning cartoons and replace them with shows they made in-house on the cheap aimed at a teen audience. That way they could court larger commercial sponsors who were salivating to market to teenagers and their disposable income. And before you say teenagers don't have disposable incomes, look at how much money Fortnite makes. The show was a success since it didn't cost very much to make, and they were able to keep it going for 5 seasons with 105 episodes. The last episode aired on December 15th, 2001. The show was never released on DVD, and it was running on Tubi, but the rights ran out recently, and the show is no longer available there. Some episodes are on YouTube. Unless they're planning on doing a physical release, I don't understand why they'd pull it off of Tubi. They seem to forget that many people would rather legally watch something, but will sail the high seas if there is no other option. Teen Angel. Teen Angel is one of those cheerful 90s sitcoms that make you overlook the fact that the main co-star is a dead teenager. The show is about two best friends, Steve and Marty. Marty eats a 6-month-old cheeseburger he finds under Steve's bed and dies. Steve is depressed because not only is he indirectly responsible for his best friend's death, but his father just left and now he's all alone with his single mother and sister. God's cousin Rod sends Marty back to Earth to be Steve's guardian angel. The show premiered on September 26, 1997 on ABC. The premise is absurd, but ABC had a huge amount of faith in it. So much so, they placed it as part of their juggernaut TGIF block, which was loaded with hit shows like Family Matters, Step by Step, and Boy Meets World. The show was actually a retooling of Teen Angel and Teen Angel Returns, a drama produced by Buena Vista, which aired on the Disney Channel. which in and of itself was a retooling of the movie The Heavenly Kid from 1985. The new Teen Angel was produced by Buena Vista, and they took the concept of teen dying tragically and returning as a guardian angel to make it into a wacky comedy.
Huh? You've been touched by an angel.
The show is Marty helping Steve overcome his fears of talking to girls and talking to girls. The show is about 80% Steve being scared to talk to girls. While the network had a lot of faith in the show, it never caught on. It ran for one season with 17 episodes, with the last one airing on February 13th, 1998. Even though it was canceled, the show was nominated for 3 Young Adult Awards: Best Family TV Comedy Series, and Best Performance in a TV Comedy Series for both Steve and Marty. The show's never been released on DVD, but the full season is on YouTube. Australia's Naughtiest Home Videos. This was a pilot episode spin-off of the popular Australia's Funniest Home Videos. The show is essentially what you would expect. It was like America's Funniest Home Videos, only with sexual situations and other adult-ish content. Nothing too bad, especially by today's standards. Mostly juvenile humor aimed at adults. The show aired on September 3rd, 1992. However, the show wasn't notorious for the content, it was notorious for what happened to it. The show is running on Australia's The Nine network. The owner of the network, Kerry Packer, saw the show about halfway through and called the switchboard yelling to "Get that shit off my network." About 20 minutes into the show, it was unceremoniously cut off, claiming there was a technical problem which prevented them from airing the rest of it.
We apologize for this interruption. Unfortunately, a technical problem prevents us continuing our scheduled program for the moment. In the meantime, we bring you a brief alternative program.
In its place, they ran a rerun of the show Cheers and didn't speak of the show again. Packer went to the studio the next day to have a meeting with the executives to prevent something that he considered disgusting and offensive shit from ever airing on his network again. He demanded the program be destroyed. Fast forward to 2005, Kerry Packer dies of kidney failure at 68. Chris Noble, Channel 9's entertainment chief, hid the original tape. In 2008, they promoted the program as the show Kerry Packer didn't want you to see. They rebroadcast the show in its entirety, although some portions were censored, including a joke about fat kids, because it was considered to be no longer acceptable. Portions of the show are available on YouTube. Don't fall for what looks like 30 minutes of the show. It's someone who posted clips but then covered it up with Roblox or something. Breaker High. Breaker High is like every high school TV show, but it's on a cruise ship. Breaker High is a teen comedy drama that aired on YTV in Canada and was also broadcast on UPN and Fox Kids in the US. You remember YTV? Where else could you see I Love Mummy? Like I said, the show was about a high school on a cruise ship. This allowed them to sidestep the usual problem with high school dramas, that they take place pretty much in and around a high school, and now they can include interesting, different locations each week. So now you have a show that's all the usual high school TV fare, and have it take place in Japan. Although, since they had no real budget, Japan was just a room with shoji screens and samurai swords. The show premiered on September 15th, 1997. It was produced by Saban Entertainment, and sadly, there were no Power Rangers crossover events. Some notable actors on the show were Tyler Labine, Rachel Wilson, and Ryan Gosling, who played Sean Stanley Hanlon, the nerd.
Hey guys, what about me? You be Princess Leia. Yeah, come on, I'm always Princess Leia.
He's come a long way, hasn't he? Show ran for one season with 44 episodes. The last episode aired on March 30th, 1998. The show hasn't been released on DVD, but many of the episodes are on YouTube. When Disney bought Fox, they also acquired the American library for Saban Entertainment. But for whatever reason, the show isn't available on Disney+. Apparently, MTV used to air the show in syndication when it wasn't running non-stop marathons of ridiculousness. I swear, YouTube's becoming the archive for these shows, with the studios refusing to ever officially release them. Well, that's another 5 shows. I don't know about you, but I feel the need to go put on some neon shoelaces, chug a surge, and head on down to BK.
Thank you, TV. I love this place.
Marty, you have a good soul, but you could never stay out of trouble.
I know.
It is only because of your extreme youth that we are considering your admission into heaven.
All right, try it as a minor.
Here's another 5 shows you may have missed or forgotten about. Threshold. Threshold was about a government crisis management team that comes up with contingency plans for various scenarios, such as nuclear war or natural disaster. One such plan is called Threshold, which is the code name for the scenario involving the first contact with an alien race, something they think they would never need to use. So naturally, a Navy vessel encounters a UFO somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, which leaves numerous crew members dead. The Threshold Protocol is enacted, and the team of experts go to the ship to investigate. The series premiered on September 16, 2005 on CBS. Part X-Files, part CSI, and part Outbreak all mixed together to make for a show that was intended to appeal to all of those audiences. The team discovers the aliens are rewriting our DNA to eradicate the human race by making us more like the aliens. It's unclear as to why they're doing this, and most likely would have been explained in later episodes, but the show never made it that far. The series had a really great cast. Carla Gugino, Brent Spiner, Charles S. Dutton, Brian Van Holt, and a pre-Game of Thrones Peter Dinklage. Shortly before the show was canceled, they added Catherine Bell as a new cast member, but after her episode underperformed, they finished out the last 2 episodes, only giving her character a mention. After finding out the show was being canceled, the writer, Brandon Braga, rewrote the ending for what would have been the season finale, changed to the series finale. It was changed to leave the show on a very depressing note. An alien tells the team leader Molly that they're going to succeed in their goal within a decade. Also, that she was going to die somewhere before then. The show had similarities to Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's possible one of the things that led to its cancellation was that there was another Body Snatcher show, Invasion, which was on roughly around the same time, that not only was more expensive, but was also underperforming. Threshold was written to cover 3 seasons. Season 1, Threshold, with the aliens arriving on Earth, Season 2, Foothold, with the aliens further infiltrating Earth, and Season 3, Stranglehold, where the aliens actually take over the Earth. While the show was receiving good reviews, the actual views weren't high enough to offset its enormous budget. The series ran for 1 season with 13 episodes. The show was canceled and the last episode aired on February 1st, 2006. The show did run on the CBS website for a while and was syndicated to dozens of other channels around the world. The series was released on DVD and is currently still in print. Invasion. Invasion's about an invasion of aliens that manages to infiltrate a small Florida town after a hurricane. Insert your own Florida Man memes. The aliens are a water-based life form, and they manage to sneakily take over the bodies of the townsfolk, essentially by cloning them. While the show is obviously similar to Invasion of the Body Snatchers, it somehow wasn't considered a remake or a reboot. Invasion premiered on September 21st, 2005. The timing was a major problem. The show revolved around the hurricane, the aftermath, and how the aliens were able to use the hurricane as a smokescreen for their invasion. Unfortunately, very shortly before the show's premiere, Hurricane Katrina made landfall in late August of 2005. Hurricane Katrina was a huge disaster, and the network had to scrap their marketing they had for the series. They retooled the marketing and toned down the aspects of the hurricane while trying to play up more of the alien invasion angle. The focus of the show was also slightly shifted away from using too much hurricane footage as to not be seen as insensitive. They opened each episode with a warning about how the hurricane footage might be traumatic to some people. The show had a huge lead-in, airing after the insanely popular show Lost. It had 17 million viewers for the first episode, but consistently dropped each week after that. The show was a critical darling, often being cited as one of the best new shows of the season, and later, as ratings declined, the best show you aren't watching. This was largely due to the cast, with commanding performances by William Fichtner and some very sharp writing. Stephen King praised the show. It was nominated for Best Network TV Series and Best Actor for William Fichtner. None of that mattered because the studio wanted Lost numbers. The series ran for 1 season with 22 episodes. The last one aired on May 17th, 2006. The show also suffered from something beyond the ratings, and that was a panicky studio. During its time, the show was placed on hiatus not once, but twice. In March, the second time it was put on hiatus, it was replaced by the show The Evidence in its time slot. This made most people think it was canceled. This series returned after The Evidence started getting worse ratings than Invasion. Sean Cassidy, the showrunner, blamed its cancellation on the unrealistic expectations for the ratings of the show following Lost. Their ratings were good, but the network wanted great. Although they learned an expensive lesson because out of all the other shows that followed Lost, none of them were able to achieve the numbers as high as Invasion. The show is released on DVD and it's still in print. The entire series is also available to stream on Tubi. Surface. Surface was about an oceanographer who discovers unknown life forms escaping from a crater at the bottom of the ocean. While trying to research what's going on, all sorts of extinction-level events begin to occur all over the world. The show premiered on September 19th, 2005. In an odd move, the show had an immediate syndication deal with the Sci-Fi Channel, so the show would air on NBC, and then shortly thereafter would run on the Sci-Fi Channel. Sometimes it aired simultaneously. To my knowledge, this is the first time a show this large has ever tried to do this. The series focused on different conspiracy-style ideas that might be what was responsible for the aliens. Everything from genetic engineering to cloning. It was hinted at, but they never said with 100% certainty the origin of the aliens, with the reveal perhaps coming in a later season, but that never happened. This series ran for 10 episodes when it was put on hold in November. They came back in January to run the last 5 episodes. They tried to spice it up by finding reasons to get Lake Bell in her underpants, but it didn't help. After the last episode aired, the fate of the show was in flux for a few months until they officially announced its cancellation. Surface ran for 1 season with 15 episodes. The show was canceled and the last episode aired on February 6th, 2006. I'm not sure if the showrunners knew the end was coming, but the finale, while it was still a cliffhanger, was more of a, this is the end of the world as we know it. For the last 2 episodes, a giant tsunami's coming. For the finale, the heroes of the show go to the highest point they can find and watch as the world is flooded. It's a pretty bleak ending, and I'm not sure how they intended on continuing after this. The show did get a DVD release in 2006, and it's still in print. The show is also available to buy on Amazon's Video on Demand, but I don't see it streaming anywhere else. On a side note, the friendly alien Nimrod was awesome and was sort of like an otter that was also an alien. Prey. Not to be confused with the overlooked Prey from 2006, this is Prey from 1998. The show is about anthropologist Dr. Sloane Parker, played by Deborah Messing. She's researching genetic anomalies in humans and stumbles upon a revelation that sociopaths all have certain genetic markers, proving they're not 100% human. She joins with a team of fellow scientists and discovers a new species they call Homo dominant, which has been breeding with humans. This creates a species that is capable of committing acts of unspeakable evil. The dominants also have superhuman abilities like telepathy and ESP. The team discovers that not all dominants are evil, and some want to coexist peacefully with humans. The show premiered on January 15th, 1998 on NBC. The sitcom Ned and Stacy just ended, which was Deborah Messing's breakout role. This helped her to land the major role on one of the other big networks. This was another show with a great cast. Larry Drake, Frankie Faison, Vincent Ventresca, and James Morrison. Prey was an interesting concept for a series that never had a chance to really reach its audience. The series was picked up as a replacement for Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, and perhaps the audience for that time slot weren't really in the mood for something so serious. The last episode was Deliverance Part 1, and naturally Deliverance Part 2 is going to be the start of Season 2, but the show was canceled before that. The series ran for 13 episodes, with the last one airing on July 9th, 1998. I just landed a copy of the unaired original pilot, which had a different lead actress and was directed by Tobe Hooper. I'll talk about that in a future episode discussing unaired pilots. The show is never released on DVD, it's not available to stream, but the whole series is on YouTube. Lightning Point. Lightning Point was a teen drama with supernatural elements. It was produced in Australia in association with Nickelodeon. The show ran on Network 10 in Australia and on Teen Nick in the US. Don't recognize the name? It was rebranded as Alien Surf Girls for the US market. The show premiered on June 22, 2012. Lightning Point was about two alien girls, Zoe and Kiki. They escaped from their home planet of Lumina and moved to the small Australian seaside town of Lightning Point. The shows like Roswell, H2O, and Sweet Valley High all mixed together. Like the alternate title suggests, the alien girls learn how to surf, and of course, they're great at it. This sparks up the usual teen drama with the local surf hero Brandon falling for the alien Zoe, which irritates his overbearing girlfriend Madison, the self-proclaimed hottest girl on Lightning Point. The show ran for one season with 26 episodes. Due to low ratings, the show was canceled on November 12, 2012. The series ended up being syndicated all over the world, running well into 2018. The series was re-edited into a movie, taking all the main story arcs and compiling them together for a big feature-length finale, which was broadcast in February of 2013. The show is released on DVD, but it's out of print. It looks like the entire season's on YouTube in very good quality. It's also available to purchase for streaming on Amazon. Well, that's another 5 shows. Yes, I know I didn't talk about the alien invasion show First Wave. I'm saving that for an episode on shows specific to the Sci-Fi Channel. Lots more forgotten stuff coming soon. Stay tuned.
Talk to Lucy? Want an ice cream? Sounds good. You have money?
Here's 5 shows with a time travel theme you may have missed or forgotten about. Time Tracks. Time Tracks was the brainchild of 3 veteran Hollywood producers who decided to combine several genres to make an action-adventure sci-fi crime drama. The show is about Darian Lambert, a police officer in the 22nd century who's part of the Fugitive Retrieval Section. In 2193, a group of over 100 criminals were able to travel back in time to the year 1993. Darian then goes back in time to send the criminals back to jail in the future. Being from the future, he has all sorts of abilities that people from 1993 didn't have. He's hyper-intelligent and can speed up or slow down the way his mind processes information. The criminals are using a time travel device from the Trax Labs Trans-Time Research and Experimentation. Darian's sent to do the mission with Selma, Specified Encapsulated Limitless Archive, a computer AI made to look like a credit card. The AI projects a hologram that looks like Darian's mother, and acts as a sort of assistant and database of any and all information Darian might need. Darian has a micro pellet gun disguised to look like a keychain car alarm remote called the MPPT, the Miniature Pellet Projection Tube, which he uses to stun the criminals and send them back to the future. This series loved its acronyms. The show is one of 3 original programs from Primetime Entertainment Network, or P10. P10 saw the success of the Fox network as well as the rise in first-run syndicated programming, so they wanted to create blocks of shows they could run on networks not affiliated with the big 3, ABC, NBC, and CBS. The first 3 shows were Time Tracks, Kung Fu The Legend Continues, and Babylon 5, with Babylon 5 being the most successful. Time Tracks first aired on January 20th, 1993, and was also the launch of P10. The setting for the show was Washington, D.C., but it was largely filmed in Queensland, Australia. The pilot episode was directed by Louis Teague, who directed Cat's Eye, Navy SEALs, and Wedlock, also known as Deadlock. Dale Midkiff played Darian. This was after he gained a lot of attention as the father, Lewis, in Stephen King's Pet Sematary. The show ran for 2 seasons with 44 episodes, with the last one airing on December 3rd, 1994. The series had a loyal fan base and solid ratings, but the show was still canceled. Apparently, P10 canceled the show because they wanted to restructure their lineup and go in a different direction to appeal to more viewers. They replaced this show with Point Man, which ran for 1 TV movie pilot and 2 seasons. In April of 1994, Time Tracks the video game was released for the Super Nintendo. It was an action platformer that followed the series fairly well. The game received above-average scores and had decent sales. There was a Genesis version in the works with a different soundtrack, but it was canceled for some reason. In 2012, the Genesis version leaked online and can be played in its entirety on an emulator. In 2012, Time Tracks was released on DVD with a set for each season. Unfortunately, they're from the Warner Archive Burn on Demand, and the quality is not as good as it should be. The show's not available for streaming, even though this would be a perfect program for something like Tubi. I saw that this show was supposedly inspired by Time Cop, which was a comic that was released roughly a year before the show. I couldn't find anything concrete on that, though. 7 Days. 7 Days the TV series, not to be confused with 7 Days the movie, or the other movie, or the other movie, or the other movie. 7 Days was about Frank Parker, a former Navy SEAL and CIA operative who was recruited into Project Backstep, where he becomes the world's first chrononaut. Using reverse-engineered alien technology they recovered from the Roswell alien spaceship crash, they were able to create a device that can send one human back in time 7 days. Each episode starts with a disaster of sorts, and Frank is sent back 7 days into the past to try to stop it. The show was created by Christopher Crowe, a writer-producer with a track record of many popular shows. The Hardy Boys' Nancy Drew Mysteries, PJ and the Bear, and Airwolf. The series premiered on October 7th, 1998 on UPN. The show was very well received, getting not only good ratings, but numerous award nominations, including Best Genre Network Series and Excellence in Production Design for a TV series. Justina Vale, who played Dr. Olga Volkovich, won a Saturn Award for Best Genre TV Supporting Actress. Despite the acclaim, TV critics were lukewarm on it. By season 3, Vale quit the show mid-season due to some tensions with the cast. She did film a few scenes to give her character story arc some closure. Starting around season 2, the ratings began to decline, and with one of the leads leaving in season 3, UPN decided to end it. The final episode aired on October 11th, 2000. The show ran for 3 seasons with 66 episodes. The show isn't available for streaming, but some episodes are on YouTube. You can buy the whole series on DVD, and it's currently pretty cheap for the amount of content that you get. The Time Tunnel. The Time Tunnel is about Project TikTok, a top-secret government project to build a time machine they call the Time Tunnel. When the show starts, the Time Tunnel project is in its 10th year. A government agent goes to investigate because he thinks the whole thing is a massive waste of taxpayer dollars. He demands that someone be sent through time or he'll recommend the project lose its funding. 2 scientists go into the machine, and naturally, they get lost in time. The show is created by Irwin Allen, who created numerous popular TV shows like Lost in Space and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. He later was at the forefront of the 70s disaster movie trend with The Poseidon Adventure, The Towering Inferno, and The Swarm. The Time Tunnel premiered on September 9th, 1966 on ABC. To cut costs on the show, it reused sets from other ABC programs, as well as stock footage and props from various period dramas. Even though the network chose to run the show, it didn't have much faith in it, and put it in the Friday night death slot, which was primetime Friday nights. This changed decades later when Fridays became huge ratings makers, thanks to the TGIF sitcom block on ABC. The network was shocked that the show was doing well and renewed it for a full 30-episode season. Despite the series getting good ratings, someone at the network didn't like it and suggested the show be replaced with a Western show, The Legend of Custer. The Time Tunnel was canceled with the last episode airing on April 7th, 1967. The Legend of Custer did indeed end up as its replacement, but that show received terrible ratings and was canceled after its 17th episode. The Time Tunnel was remade as a made-for-TV movie in 1976 called Time Travelers. This was made as a pilot by Irwin Allen and Rod Serling as a potential reboot of the series. It aired on March 19th, 1976, but wasn't picked up as a series. In 2002, Fox ordered a remake of the series and a pilot was made. The pilot was much darker than the original series, and the network passed on it in favor of another sci-fi show, Firefly. In 2006, there was another remake attempt for the Sci-Fi Channel, but that never went any further than a script. The complete series is available on Blu-ray, including the original unaired pilot, as well as the 1976 movie and the unaired 2002 pilot. The show isn't available on streaming, but you can buy the seasons on Amazon Video on Demand. Voyagers. Voyagers is a sci-fi time travel series that follows Phineas Fogg and Jeffrey Jones. No, not that Jeffrey Jones. They travel through time using a device called the Omni. Fogg accidentally travels back to 1982, where he meets Jones, and through a comedy of errors, he loses his guidebook. He then travels through time with the help of Jones, whose father was a history professor. They're hoping to be able to figure out how to get back to 1982 to retrieve the book, but they keep getting sidelined by Fogg, who falls in love with a different time girlfriend every episode. Jones was the intelligent one who kept them moving from time to time, trying to get back to 1982, while Fogg was the doofus, who apparently knew very little about history. The show was compared to a live-action Mr. Peabody and Sherman, where each episode you learn something about history. Every week they travel to many different years and learn about things like the Spanish-American War, the Salem witch trials, the American Revolution, and more. Each episode was an hour long, which gave them time to explore numerous different historical events. Beyond that, they didn't just travel through the United States, they went to the South Pacific, Jerusalem, and even Scotland on their quest for knowledge. The show premiered on October 3rd, 1982, and was placed in the 7 o'clock hour against the ratings powerhouse news program 60 Minutes. The show was doing well, but the network thought they could overtake 60 Minutes in the ratings, so they canceled Voyagers and replaced it with another news program, Monitor. Monitor managed to pull in less than half the ratings of Voyagers. Phineas Fogg was played by actor John Eric Hexum, who sadly is known for accidentally killing himself on the set of the show Cover Up. The show ran for 20 episodes, with the last one airing on July 10th, 1983. The full series is available on DVD, and you can also buy the series on Amazon Prime. The show did a good job of entertaining as well as educating. I could see this being used to teach some kids about history without being boring. Journeyman. Journeyman follows Dan Vassar, a reporter in San Francisco who starts to randomly time travel for a reason he doesn't understand and can't control. He usually has a few seconds of warning before jumping into the past. He learns each time as he goes into the past that he has to do something that will change one person's destiny. The series premiered on September 24th, 2007. The backbone of the show was the love between Dan, played by Kevin McKidd, and his wife Katie, played by Gretchen Egolf. While in many shows like this, the spouse wouldn't believe the whole time travel thing, but here Katie fully believes Dan and wants to help him, despite how all of this is affecting his career, life, and sanity. This is somewhat compounded by Dan's ex-fiancée Olivia, played by Moon Bloodgood, who was thought to have died in a plane crash, but instead, she's also a time traveler. To make matters worse, Dan's brother Jack is a detective who starts investigating him. With the looming writer's strike incoming, they fast-tracked the show to get all 13 episodes written and produced, so the full season was ready to go when the strike happened on November 5th, 2007. Unfortunately, the show still attained low ratings and was canceled. Some critics said the show was merely a remix of Early Edition and Quantum Leap, while others gave the show high marks for the love story. The last episode aired on December 19th, 2007. There was a very dedicated fan base for the show who tried to get it renewed for a second season. They sent boxes of Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat, to the studio, much like how fans sent 20 tons of peanuts to CBS for the show Jericho, which got the show renewed for a second season. The Rice-A-Roni stunt sadly didn't work. The cast and crew were humbled by the gesture, but it was clear the ratings for the show just weren't good enough to warrant continuing. Even though this is the newest of all the shows I mentioned this week, this is the one that's the hardest to find. The show was released on DVD, but it's now out of print. It also was on Amazon Prime, but it's no longer available to watch in the US. It's not available anywhere for streaming. That's another 5 shows. I have plenty more forgotten shows lined up for quite some time. Stay tuned.
If you meet our criteria, you'll leave this island today.
But I thought I was crazy.
Are you?
Here's 5 action-adventure themed shows you may have missed or forgotten about. Acapulco Heat. The best way to describe Acapulco Heat is, what if Andy Sidaris made a TV series? It's essentially the Lethal Ladies planned it into a weekly show. They even have an acronym, HEAT, Hemisphere Emergency Action Team. Oh, and Fabio.
Fabio.
Developed by Max Keller. Oh no! Okay, not that Max Keller. Thankfully. This is a group of very attractive, super secret government agents who are part of a counterterrorism unit that poses as models. They're led by a former MI6 operative, Ashley Hunter Coddington, played by Catherine Oxenberg, and former CIA agent Mike Savage, played by Brendan Kelly. They take orders from Mr. Smith, played by John Vernon, so it even has a little bit of a Charlie's Angels vibe. The show premiered on September 25th, 1993. Taking another cue from Sidaris, one of the leads, Kat, was played by Allison Armitage, who was the Playboy Playmate of October 1990 under the name Brittany York. The show also had Holly Floria as Chrissy, the computer expert, and the only reason I'm mentioning this is because right before this, Holly starred in Bikini Island, the horror movie where the killer is on an island wasting models by using a plunger. I love this terrible movie. The series was one of the many syndicated shows from that era, most likely sold as Baywatch with explosions. The show ran until 1994 when it went on hiatus and then returned for season 2 in 1998. Only now they had a much smaller budget and a much smaller cast. Only 2 of the original cast members returned, Allison Armitage and Michael Worth. Each episode was about what you would expect. Something bad happens, the team finds out about it, and goes somewhere to be sexy and eventually take down the terrorists. It's a fun series that didn't take itself too seriously. The second season had a smaller budget, but it still ran longer with 26 episodes as opposed to season 1 with 22. For some reason, the episodes were aired out of order, but considering there wasn't really a huge overarching story, most people didn't notice. The show was canceled and the last episode aired on June 5th, 1999. It did remain in rotation for years afterwards, though. The series was released on DVD, but it's now out of print. Someone uploaded the entire series to YouTube, but the quality varies from episode to episode. Relic Hunter. Relic Hunter is unabashedly Tomb Raider with Tia Carrere. That's not a bad thing at all. Carrere plays Sidney Fox, a professor who travels around the world and hunts relics. In Tomb Raider, Lara keeps what she finds, while Fox either donates the relics to a museum or gives them to the descendants of the original owner. She's also fighting rivals who are trying to find the relics for their own personal gain. The series premiered on September 20th, 1999. This was a Canadian-produced show that was syndicated all over the world. It was shot mostly in Toronto. It's a goofy show that has fun with the premise and occasionally gets serious. It has a tone similar to earlier seasons of Xena Warrior Princess. They definitely played off the sex appeal of the character, with Carrere peeling off her shirt in the opening of every episode. There's some bad CG, but that was in most syndicated shows from the time. The show also stars Lindy Booth as Sydney's somewhat ditzy assistant, Claudia, although she left after season 2. The series did fairly well and ran for 3 seasons with 66 episodes. The last episode aired on May 20th, 2002. The DVDs are out of print, but you can easily watch the show now on numerous streaming platforms, from Tubi to Freevee. Thunder in Paradise. While other shows were trying to imitate Baywatch, along comes a show that was made by the creators of Baywatch. Thunder in Paradise originally started as a direct-to-video movie called Thunder in Paradise, which was released on September 22nd, 1993. The creators decided to expand the idea into a series, and thus, Thunder in Paradise, the TV series, was born. Thunder in Paradise is about 2 former Navy SEALs, Hurricane and Brew, played by Hulk Hogan and Chris Lemon, who are now mercenaries working out of their headquarters in the Gulf of Florida. The guys are helped by ex-model Kelly LaRue, played by model-turned-actress Carol Alt. They travel all over, usually in tropical places, fighting crime and getting tan. The show also heavily features the Thunder in Paradise speedboat, which is essentially Night Boat, complete with its own voice actor.
We now return to Night Boat, the crime-solving boat.
The series premiered on March 25th, 1994. They used the movie as the pilot for the show. The show also had plenty of cameos from wrestlers like Sting. The series ran for 22 episodes, with the last one airing on November 27th, 1994. The show had some of their two-parter episodes combined to make movies that they could release direct-to-video, which is how we got Thunder in Paradise 2 and Thunder in Paradise 3. They also took the series finale, The Major and the Minors Parts 1 and 2, along with some additional footage to make a Thunder in Paradise game for the Philips CDI. There was another game that was made for the Super NES and Genesis, but was never officially released. Tales of the Gold Monkey. Even though the show came out a year after Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it has a similar look and feel, the creator Don Belisario swears it was an adaptation of the movie Only Angels Have Wings. I see it as kind of a mix of the two. It's about Jake Cutter, an ex-Flying Tigers fighter pilot in the 1930s. Now that he's out of the military, he runs an air cargo service out of his Grumman Goose plane called the Cutter's Goose. Cutter's a hard-drinking but also hard-loving guy who spends his nights with his girlfriend Sarah, who just happens to be a spy. He gets into all sorts of adventures that have that old pulp-style feel. The show premiered on September 22nd, 1982 on ABC. Cutter was played by a pre-Seventh Heaven Stephen Collins. It also has Roddy McDowall as Bon Chance Louis. The show ran for 22 episodes and was canceled due to low ratings. The last episode aired on June 1st, 1983. The show won a Primetime Emmy for Outstanding Art Direction, but that wasn't enough to save it. The series is not available for streaming, but the entire show is on DVD, and thankfully, it's still in print. Riptide. Riptide's a detective series created by the famous duo of Frank Lupo and Stephen J. Cannell. Originally, I wasn't going to list this show because I thought it was too well known, but after talking to two friends who never heard of it, I figured I should mention it. Riptide's about Cody Allen and Nick Ryder, two Vietnam vets that start the Pier 56 detective agency in LA. To help with their work, they hire computer expert Murray Basinski, who of course has a robot assistant. In keeping with the name of the show, the team works out of Allen's boat, Riptide. The series premiered on January 3rd, 1984, on NBC. Much like other Lupo Canal shows like The A-Team, Riptide had a formula. The show opened with bad guys committing a crime and ended with a big chase and/or shootout. They aired this right after The A-Team, so it was a double-header of action. The series was one of many that was inspired by the success of the movie Blue Thunder. The others were Airwolf, which was the most successful, and, ironically, the Blue Thunder TV series, which was the least successful. Riptide ran for 3 seasons with 58 episodes. The last episode aired on April 22nd, 1986. The series then ran for years on USA. Riptide Season 1 is available on DVD, but 2 and 3 are not. The full series was released in 2008, but it's now out of print. The series is currently streaming on Fubo and Crackle. That's another 5 shows, everybody. That should be more than enough action to keep you busy. I'll see you next time. Stay tuned.
Let's see what's inside our little friend.
Yeah.
Must have been a small car, huh?
Here's 5 college-themed shows you may have missed or forgotten about. Delta House. With the overwhelming success of National Lampoon's Animal House in 1978, TV networks decided it would be a good idea to take this property and adapt it to television, essentially taking an R-rated property and sanitizing it to PG television status. It was a direct continuation of Animal House, even going so far as to hire numerous members of the original cast: Stephen Furst, Bruce McGill, James Widows, Priscilla Laris, and even John Vernon. They naturally couldn't get John Belushi to reprise his role of Bluto. He was most likely too busy off filming 1941 with Spielberg. They needed someone to fill the void, so they created the character of Blotto, Bluto's brother. It would have been funny if they were able to get John's actual younger brother Jim to play the part, but he was working on the sitcom Who's Watching the Kids at the time. Instead, they hired Josh Mostel, the son of comedy legend Zero Mostel. So while it wasn't called Animal House, Delta House was the official Animal House TV series. It even had Ivan Reitman as an executive producer. Howard Ramis, Douglas Kenney, and Chris Miller wrote the pilot, and John Hughes wrote numerous episodes. Delta House premiered on January 18, 1979 on ABC, a little over 6 months after the theatrical release of Animal House, which is an insanely fast turnaround. For whatever reason, the network decided to air the show at 8 p.m., which is a primetime hour that has the most restrictions as per the broadcast TV standards and practices. That's why you see most adult-oriented shows or edgy comedies at 10 p.m. or later. Anyway, the show followed the misadventures of the Delta House fraternity in 1962. The pilot revealed that Bluto was indeed expelled after Animal House and was drafted into the Army. This explained why he wasn't in the show. Over the course of the series, they dropped these little Bluto reminders about the character, possibly in the hopes that they could get John Belushi to cameo in an episode in the future.
P.S. If you see Dean Wormer, tell him to eat my socks.
Due to the time slot, the show had to be massively watered down. The humor that helped to make the movie the third highest grossing film of 1978 was far too edgy for primetime TV. As such, audiences who tuned in expecting to laugh at some crude humor were met with neutered attempts to be crass like the movie. This ultimately, and not surprisingly, was the show's downfall. The ratings started off well enough, but consistently got lower from week to week. Even with Ivan Reitman involved as an executive producer, they just couldn't make the show work where it was. He battled with the network over the content, but was at the mercy of standards and practices. Perhaps if they would have moved the show to 10 p.m., it might have had a chance, but for whatever reason, they were unwilling to do so. The show ran for 13 episodes, but was canceled, and the last episode aired on April 21st, 1979. One good thing that came out of the show was actress Michelle Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer played the bombshell, the hottest girl in the school. This was her first major acting job. Despite the show doing poorly, she caught the attention of several Hollywood executives, which led to her being hired on shows like Chips and Fantasy Island. This exposure gave her career a major boost and led to her becoming one of the biggest actresses of the 80s and 90s. Delta House has never been released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, but the entire series is available on YouTube as a VHS rip, so the quality is rough. Brothers and Sisters. While Delta House was a direct continuation of Animal House, Brothers and Sisters was the first show to try to capitalize on the movie by making their own version. Brothers and Sisters is about the shenanigans of 3 students, Zipper, Checo, and Ronald, who live in the basement of the Pi Nu frat at Crandall College, a location they call La Dump. NBC had high hopes for the show, and on January 21st, 1979, they premiered the pilot as the lead-out for Super Bowl XIII. They then continued the show a week later on January 26th in its normal time slot. Much like Delta House, the series struggled due to the limits they had to adhere to in order to not upset the TV standards and practices. The show floundered and did not do well at all. Brothers and Sisters ran for 12 episodes, with the last one airing on April 6th, 1979. The series was never released on DVD and is not available for streaming. There's a few random episodes on YouTube, but don't be confused, as there's another show with the same name, but it's a drama. Co-Ed Fever. Guess what? There was a third show inspired by Animal House, although Co-Ed Fever fared the worst out of all of them. The show had a special preview on Sunday, February 4th, 1979 on CBS. After that, they planned to air the show on Monday nights, but it never got that far. They ran the episode Pepperoni Passion at 10:30 p.m. after the movie Rocky. With the time slot, the show was a little more edgy than the other Animal House shows. However, due to a combination of low ratings for the preview and the amount of complaints they received about the content, this gave the network cold feet, and they decided to cancel the show before it officially aired. Although this was not the pilot, which would have been the first show that aired if the series was allowed to continue. The show was about the Brewster House at Baxter College. The twist with the show is that Baxter College was an all-female school, and they just started to admit men. The show had some good talent behind it, with Heather Thomas, Hamilton Camp, Gillian Kesner, and David Keith. They filmed 6 episodes, and only the one aired on TV in the US. They passed the series off to Canada, and all 6 episodes were shown on BCTV in Vancouver, ironically, in a Saturday afternoon time slot. The set they built for the Baxter House was later reused by CBS for their much more successful show, The Facts of Life. It's a shame this didn't take off, but if it did, there's a high probability we wouldn't have had Gillian Kessner in the Sirio Santiago classic, Firecracker. Their first few minutes of Pepperoni Passion are on YouTube, and even though the whole series did eventually air, it doesn't seem to be out there anywhere. TV Guide rated it number 32 of the 50 worst TV shows of all time. Kind of ironic because the other shows failed because they weren't edgy enough, but this one was considered too edgy. Class of 96. So finally, not a show inspired by Animal House. Class of 96 was a drama from Fox. The show focused on several students going to the fictional Ivy League Havenhurst College in New England. While Beverly Hills 90210 is capturing the lives of these teenagers from different backgrounds at high school, they were trying to do that here, only in college. They, of course, all become friends despite their backgrounds, which forms the foundations for the show. The series was filmed on location in the University of Toronto. The first episode aired on January 19th, 1993. The pilot opened with the song Crazy by Seal, a song that I feel really embodies all things 90s. I mean that in the best possible way. I love that song. This series had a cast of what I consider to be some of the better-known younger 90s stars. Jason Gedrick, Lisa Dean Ryan, and Kari Wuhrer. The show premiered just a short time after Megan Ward's last full moon movies, Arcade and Trancers 3. The show also had tons of guest stars like Gillian Anderson, Matt LeBlanc, Robin Tunney, and more. Peter Horton, who later went on to Brimstone, was the director of 2 episodes, and had a cameo in 1 episode as a professor. The series started with the group as freshmen, and the plan was for each season to be a year at the college. The seasons run through their lives at the school, and the show was going to end with them graduating in 1996, most likely with an epilogue explaining what each of them went on to do after graduation. The show started off strong with an estimated 6 million viewers of the pilot, but due to some stiff competition, airing opposite juggernauts like Full House, the show's ratings continued to drop all the way down to 2.9 million. Fox canceled the show in their freshman year. It ran for 1 season with 17 episodes, with the last one airing on May 25th, 1993. TV Guide loved the show and listed it on their annual Save Our Shows feature, which was a segment they did to try to save some shows from cancellation. The creator of the series, John Romano, said the problem was the 8 p.m. time slot. The show was clearly made for an older audience, but in the 8 p.m. slot, the 10-year-olds were all hogging the TV watching Full House. Keep in mind, this was the 90s. There wasn't a TV in every room back then. The show was never released on DVD, and it's not available for streaming, but now the entire series is available on YouTube. The show was missing the last 4 episodes up until very recently, when someone was kind enough to put those missing ones up just last month. Hellcats. Hellcats was based on the book Cheer, Inside the Secret World of College Cheerleaders. I can only imagine this was picked up by someone in the network who saw the enduring success of the Bring It On franchise. It was about Marty, played by Ali Mishalka, a pre-law student at Lancer University. She unfortunately loses her scholarship, and the only way for her to continue at the school is to get a new scholarship by joining the college cheer squad. The show premiered on September 8th, 2010 on the CW. For a somewhat silly premise, it had a lot of more serious moments, and was nominated for Favorite New Drama in the 2011 People's Choice Awards. While the show did have its serious moments, they also made sure to have plenty of time with the sexy cheerleaders. It was also a chance for Ali Mishalka to show off her musical skills to a potentially new audience, although her and her sister AJ were on their 3rd album by the time the show aired. While the series didn't have the highest ratings, the show's creator said that wasn't why it was canceled. Part of the way through the season, the CW had a change of hands. Dawn Ostroff, the president of entertainment, left, and Mark Pedowitz took over. What happened then was Pedowitz cleaned house to get rid of a variety of shows, and Hellcats was one of them, which happens a lot in both TV and movies. New CEO or president comes in, cleans house. The show had low overall ratings, but was rated highly amongst their target demographic, women ages 18 to 34. This show aired right after America's Top Model, and they were trying to hang on to that audience. The show ran for 22 episodes, with the last one airing on May 17th, 2011. The show was available for streaming on the CW's streaming service that I had no idea existed up until now. Anyway, it was available, but not anymore. The show was also available on Amazon Prime, but that's also gone. You can buy the full series digitally on Microsoft's digital platform of all places. Some clips are on YouTube, but not full episodes. I could have sworn this one was on DVD, but I'm not finding it anywhere, even out of print. The series received a mix of reviews, with The Hollywood Reporter claiming the show had multi-layered characters that defy expectations, although others claim the show was almost laughably formulaic and a soft porn music video for teenagers. The Washington Post said the series was painfully dumb and called it the opposite of the TV show Glee. To me, I'd take that as a good thing. Oh, it's the opposite of Glee? So you mean actually good? That's another 5 shows, everyone. More to come. Stay tuned.
Hi, you remember me?
Here's 5 shows you may have missed or forgotten about. The Lone Gunman. At the time, The X-Files was getting ready to end its long run. Within that series that focused largely on the exploits of federal agents Mulder and Scully was a group of brilliant but eccentric conspiracy theorists who called themselves the Lone Gunmen. The characters of Byers, Frohicke, and Langley first appeared on the 17th episode of Season 1 of The X-Files entitled EBE, which aired on February 18, 1994. Over the years, they would be in more and more episodes until finally, they decided to give them their own spin-off show. The Lone Gunmen premiered on March 4th, 2001. Despite dealing with some very serious subjects, it also had a heavy lean into comedy, and often slapstick-style humor. The pilot episode, in retrospect, was in and of itself huge conspiracy theory fodder. The plot was that a group of government agents planned to hijack an airplane and crash it into the World Trade Center. The reasoning behind this was that they would let terrorists take credit for the attack, which would plunge the US into another highly profitable war. The episodes that followed covered a range of conspiracies, from water-powered cars to the mysterious Men in Black. The series had good critical reviews, but just couldn't keep its audience like The X-Files did. Perhaps it came a little too late in the life cycle of The X-Files. One of the creators of the show was Vince Gilligan, who genuinely loved the series and felt that it ended too soon. The show unfortunately had a consistent drop in viewers and was canceled, with the last episode airing on May 11th, 2001. They had 13 episodes, with the last one ending on a cliffhanger. Not wanting to let the cliffhanger go unresolved, on April 21st there was an episode of The X-Files called Jump the Shark, which brought back the Lone Gunmen to partially resolve the story of the cliffhanger. Gilligan later went on to create the incredible show Breaking Bad and its spin-off, Better Call Saul. The Lone Gunmen is a genuinely good series, and if you like The X-Files, you're doing yourself a disservice if you've never seen it. It has the vibe of The X-Files, and each episode tells a great story. The show is released on DVD, and it even includes the Jump the Shark episode. It's still in print and not too expensive. It's not available for streaming, but the episodes are on YouTube. Not to go too deep into this, but on a show that was all about conspiracies, I can't not mention that roughly 6 months after the pilot was the terror attack on September 11th. It is scary how close the show predicted this. I'm not saying there's some grand conspiracy here, just that this was highly unusual and a pretty amazing coincidence. Just the 10 of Us. Just the 10 of Us was a spin-off of the TV sitcom Growing Pains. On Growing Pains, Bill Kirchenbauer played Coach Lubbock. Kirchenbauer was a stand-up comedian, and since every stand-up comedian had to be given their own show, they spun his character off into the series Just the 10 of Us. The show revolved around the coach, his wife, and his 8 kids. Well, his 7 kids, and the 8th one that was on the way. He loses his coaching job he had in Growing Pains, and gets a new job coaching at an all-boys private school. So the whole family has to move out of Long Island, New York, and to the suburbs of Eureka, California. Despite being an all-boys school, they make an exception to allow the coach's 4 older daughters to attend, which, of course, makes the boys of the school very happy. This sets up lots of comedic moments where the coach has to fight off a cavalcade of teenage boys vying for the girls' attention. The show premiered on April 26, 1988 on ABC. The network was still unsure as if this would be a hit, so they had the series do a trial run. The first season was only 4 episodes. The trial did so well, they expanded to season 2 with 20 episodes, and season 3 to 23. While the show initially started out focusing on the whole family, as it progressed, it became more and more about the 4 oldest daughters. In a somewhat humorous coincidence, 3 of the girls in the show had previously appeared in various movies from the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Joanne Willett, Brooke Thies, and of course, Heather Langenkamp. The show gives a little nod to this with the oldest brother JR, the horror enthusiast. He's seen at a few points wearing a Nightmare on Elm Street shirt. ABC moved the show around in their lineup until finally placing it as part of the inaugural lineup of the Friday night TGIF block, along with Full House, Family Matters, and Perfect Strangers. Even with good ratings, the network still wasn't 100% behind the series. On its second week in the block, they ran a special preview of the show Free Spirit, which didn't do well at all, so the week after that, they immediately returned to Just the 10 of Us. It turned out that the other shows in the TGIF block were created by the production company Miller Boyett, while Just the 10 of Us was made by Gunselman Sullivan Marshall Productions. Since Just the 10 of Us was on at the 9:30 p.m. slot, ABC wanted to replace it with a more adult show that would lead into their long-running news series 2020. With TGIF proving to be a huge success, Miller Boyett wanted their shows to cover the entire TGIF block, so they made a deal with ABC to create a new show that was a sitcom but for an older audience. Despite the show pulling in very solid numbers, ABC didn't have any free time slots to place Just the 10 of Us, so they canceled it, despite its success. The last episode aired on May 4th, 1990. With 47 episodes, USA Network picked up the rights and continued to air reruns for some time to come. The show that replaced it was Going Places, a series about 4 young Hollywood writers living together. Going Places, forgive me, went nowhere and was canceled after 1 season. Just the 10 of Us was never released on DVD, and it's not available for streaming. The entire series is on YouTube, and more than likely, some retro channel is airing it. Alf's hit talk show. Remember Alf?
He's back in pod form.
Alf's hit talk show was an attempt to take the character and have him running a talk show. Considering the popularity of Space Ghost Coast to Coast from the 90s, someone at TV Land thought that they could do the same thing with Alf. Although it leaned more towards the traditional talk show, as opposed to the parody of talk shows that was on Space Ghost. It did have a large dose of Alf's wit and sarcasm, though. The show premiered on July 7, 2004 on TV Land. The first show was a test where Alf interviews Drew Carey and Dennis Franz. The ratings were good enough to warrant additional shows, so they filmed 6 more and started airing them on November 12, 2004 on the TV Land cable channel. The show had a pretty solid lineup of guests from celebrities like Bryan Cranston, Eric Roberts, and Linda Blair. Although with the format and the constant old leftover jokes from the sitcom, as well as Ed McMahon's confusion, it wore its thin premise even thinner. I personally have a high tolerance for this kind of nonsense, so it didn't bother me at all, but I could see mainstream audiences not really enjoying it. The last show aired on December 17, 2004. It was an experiment and is considered a failed one. It's been listed as one of the worst talk shows in TV history. Although I think they should take a little solace in the fact that the show is not as disliked as the Chevy Chase show. While the original Alf series is on DVD with a bunch of bonus features, it does not include the talk show. As far as I can tell, the talk show has never been released physically and isn't on streaming, but all the episodes are on YouTube. The Golden Palace. Golden Palace was the spin-off/sequel to the immensely successful The Golden Girls. After 7 seasons and 180 episodes, actress Bea Arthur was done. She chose not to renew her contract, and so the network put together a big 1-hour series finale. Dorothy marries Lieutenant Frank Drebin, and they move to Atlanta. The ratings were still high on Golden Girls, and the other actresses were interested in staying, even going so far as to suggest that they bring in a new Golden Girl for the original show. The network was against that, but instead put together The Golden Palace. The show premiered on September 18, 1992 on CBS. That's right, CBS. Golden Girls was on NBC, and when it came time for the spin-off, they weren't completely sold with the concept, so they only offered to produce a 13-episode season. The producers felt that wasn't good enough, so they were able to move the show to CBS, who was willing to produce a 22-episode season. The remaining girls, Rose, Blanche, and Sophia, sell the house in Miami and buy a Miami hotel, the Golden Palace. They discover, though, that there's only 2 employees left working there. Roland, the manager, played by Don Cheadle, and the chef, played by Cheech Marin. The thought process for this was that it could be something sort of along the lines of The Golden Girls meets The Love Boat, with a different set of guest stars appearing as hotel patrons each week. Some of the guest stars included Bobcat Goldthwait, Tim Conway, Harvey Korman, and George Burns. A few episodes in, they were able to bring back B. Arthur in a 2-part episode where Dorothy spends some time at the hotel to check up on her mother. The ratings started off well enough, with over 18 million people watching the pilot. After the first few weeks of high ratings, the network was sure they would greenlight this for another season. However, as the show progressed, there was a steady decline, with the last episode having less than 9 million viewers. The show was canceled, and the last episode aired on May 7th, 1993. Another reason Golden Girls was successful was that the entire run was on Saturday nights. The Golden Palace was placed in a block of sitcoms on Friday nights in an attempt to battle ABC's juggernaut TGIF lineup. It didn't work because the TGIF block largely targeted families and kids, while the Golden Palace was for a more older demo, which was something even ABC had to learn with Going Places. The audience wanted something for families, so they retooled Going Places to make it more appealing to that crowd. The ratings did improve after that, but they still canceled the series and replaced it with Baby Talk. The Golden Palace was shown in syndication, usually with the Golden Girls. Reruns popped up on channels like Lifetime. The series has never been released on DVD, but it is available for streaming on Hulu and Disney+. All the episodes are available on YouTube. While The Golden Palace was a spin-off of The Golden Girls, it's not the only one. Empty Nest was a successful spin-off in 1988, and then Nurses spun off from that in 1991. Baywatch Nights. The original show Baywatch was one of the most successful TV shows in syndication history. Looking to continue that success, David Hasselhoff presented the network with the concept of doing a spin-off. Lifeguard by day, detective by night. This was the basic premise for the initial run of Baywatch Nights. They filmed a pilot that David Hasselhoff put together to get the network interested. It's his character Mitch narrating how he and the cop from the show, Sergeant Ellerby, opened a detective agency and a nightclub called Nights. The first episode aired on May 18th, 1996. Mitch's friend, Sergeant Ellerby, quits the police force and starts his own detective agency. He brings in Mitch to help, as well as another detective, Ryan McBride, played by Angie Harmon. This was also Angie Harmon's first major role. The trio are hired to solve various crimes, and it's essentially what you think it is. Baywatch mixed with a crime show. There's an episode where Mitch goes undercover as a gigolo, and it's just amazing. To help make the show a little sexier, they brought in Playboy playmate Donna D'Errico to play Donna Marco, starting with episode 11 and continuing for the rest of the series. The first season didn't do so well, so the showrunners got really ambitious for season 2. This is where I feel the series really took off. They dropped the detective angle and went full-on X-Files. Gregory Allen Williams left the show, and they brought in Diamant Teague, played by Dorian Gregory. He was a paranormal expert that had ties to various underground groups. Season 2 was delightful, with the team investigating ghosts, demons, sea monsters, and even aliens. It's even funnier when you consider that there was an episode where Mitch was possessed by a demon one night, and then was back on the beach as a lifeguard the next day. It seems like something that would have been played like a parody, but it was done serious. Well, about as serious as Baywatch was. Sadly, the show just didn't hit with normal audiences, and the show was canceled. The last episode aired on May 17th, 1997. It ran for 2 seasons with 44 episodes. The show was released on DVD in Australia in 2013, but as of currently, doesn't look like it's available physically elsewhere. The series is not available for streaming, but you can watch it on YouTube. Season 2 is one of my all-time favorite bad shows, and I'm sad we don't have like 10 more seasons. That's another 5 shows. Yes, I'm aware there are plenty of other forgotten spin-offs that I will most likely cover in future installments. What, do you think I would never talk about the Ropers?
How you doing, y'all, little you? How you doing? How long has it been? Well, you're still bald. And you're still black.
There are good shows and there are bad shows. Here's 5 of the worst. Here's 5 shows from TV Guide's 50 Worst Shows of All Time. Me and the Chimp. Something that keeps finding its way into TV and movies is primates. Ha! You thought I was going to say monkey, and then you could correct me that monkeys are not chimps. Anyway, Mike's a dentist who had his world turned upside down when his daughter brings home a chimp named Buttons. He tries to get them to not adopt the chimp, but is overruled by his wife and kids. The show premiered on January 13th, 1972 on CBS. The show is about the chimp's interactions with the family that usually leads to various hijinks that often gets the father in trouble. There's a few episodes of Mike trying to convince the family to give up the chimp, but as the show progresses, he starts to really care about him. At one point, towards the end of the season, he fights to keep the chimp in the family. The show was created by Gary Marshall and Thomas L. Miller, who would later go on to create the infinitely more successful Happy Days and its spin-off Laverne and Shirley. Me and the Chimp lasted for 1 season with 13 episodes. The last one aired on April 27th, 1972. The show was aired in reruns and later on the TV Land cable channel. It was never released on DVD and it's not available for streaming. It does look like 1 random episode's on YouTube. Now that's what you get for not hailing to the Chimp. TV Guide ranked this as the 46th worst TV show of all time. Making It. Making It was a pseudo-sequel to the blockbuster film Saturday Night Fever. The series premiered on February 1st, 1979 on ABC. The show is about Billy Minucci, played by a pre-An Werewolf in London, David Naughton. Billy's obsessed with disco and, naturally, Saturday Night Fever. He's working his way through school, and throughout the show, he's also trying to one-up his much more successful older brother. To help tie the show in with Saturday Night Fever, Billy's mom is played by John Travolta's sister Ellen. Saturday Night Fever was the culmination of the disco craze, but the fad started to go into a steep decline afterwards. The general public was tired of it. Clubs were shutting down, and then in July of 1979, at the Comiskey Park in Chicago, they had the Disco Demolition Night, where a packed house blew up a crate full of disco records. Anyway, if Making It came out in 78, it might have done better. However, coming out in 79, towards the end of disco, it did very poorly. The show was canceled after 1 season with 9 episodes. The last one aired on March 23rd, 1979. The show also has the honor of being announced as canceled on the same day as Delta House. The show's never been released on DVD, and it's not available for streaming. Some clips and at least 1 episode are on YouTube. TV Guide ranked this as the 40th worst TV program of all time. The Ugliest Girl in Town. The Ugliest Girl in Town is about Tim, an American talent agent who falls in love with a British actress named Julie. She's filming a movie in the US, and afterwards she returns to England. Through a comedy of errors, Tim is mistaken for a woman, and so he uses this as a way to get a modeling job in England, so he can spend more time with her. The show premiered on September 26, 1968 on ABC. It was a co-production between the US and England. The series was also supposed to air on ITV in the London area, but after watching it, they decided not to air it. Timmy, as he's known in his modeling disguise, immediately lets Julie know his plan, and the two spend the days modeling so they can be together at night. In a way, the show was kind of a predecessor to Bosom Buddies. They filmed 20 episodes but canceled the show after the 17th and never aired the final 3. The last episode aired on January 30th, 1969. The series was never released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, and some of the episodes are on YouTube. TV Guide ranked this as the 18th worst TV program of all time, just above the PTL Club. Baby Bob. Oh good, just what we needed. Another talking baby show. I thought this was something from the 90s, considering all the baby shows we got back then, but no, this show is from 2002. Baby Bob is exactly what you think it is. A couple is stunned when they discover that their 6-month-old baby can talk.
You mean you don't know how to be a mommy? You're just winging it?
The show premiered on March 18th, 2002. The series was based on commercials from freeinternet.com, where they showed a talking baby named Baby Bob. Someone thought this was a brilliant idea to turn into a sitcom. Most likely the same folks who thought the same for the Geico Cavemen. The show focused on Walker and Lizzie, played by Adam Arkin and Jolie Fisher. They have a 6-month-old who can talk, and while Walter wants to keep it a secret, Lizzie wants to show him off. The first season had 6 episodes, and despite critics hating it, the show got good enough ratings and greenlit for a second season. Originally, they planned to do 13 episodes for season 2, but that got shortened to 8, so they could give more money to their other new sitcom, My Big Fat Greek Life. The network sat on the show for over a year until finally dumping the episodes in the summer of 2003. The second season of the show did so poorly, they canceled it after 3 episodes and never aired the remaining 5. The final episode aired on June 20th, 2003. Now with the series over, the Baby Bob character returned for a series of commercials for Quiznos. Quiznos was the second largest sub-sandwich chain in the US, but a short time later, over 2,000 stores closed. I blame Bob. Although this, on the other hand, was wonderful.
The Quiznos subs! They are tasty, they are crunchy, they are warm because they toast them!
This series was never released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, but it is on YouTube. Baby Bob was ranked number 14 on the TV Guide list. I would have put it much higher. My Mother the Car. My Mother the Car is about David, played by Jerry Van Dyke. He buys a used 1928 Porter touring car that just so happens to be inhabited by the spirit of his dead mother, who talks to him through the car radio. The show premiered on September 14th, 1965 on NBC. My Mother the Car is kind of like Mr. Ed, only instead of a talking horse, it's a talking car. What's next? A talking cat?
I'm a talking cat.
David's the only one who can hear her, of course, which makes his wife think he's going crazy. The villain of the show is Captain Manzini, a rich car enthusiast who tries throughout the series to buy the rare vehicle from David. The series was created by the duo of Alan Burns and Chris Hayward, who worked on offbeat but very successful shows like The Munsters and Get Smart. They thought this wacky idea might work, but no, it most certainly did not. The show was canceled after 1 season with 30 episodes, with the last one airing on April 5th, 1966. There were 2 versions of the car, the one on set and the stunt car. Ironically, after the show ended, the stunt car was purchased by real car enthusiast William Harrah, the owner of Harrah's Casinos. The series was released on DVD in 2013, but it's out of print. The show apparently was on the MGM YouTube channel, but they took it down. So some kind soul put them back up, and you can watch the entire series on there. Until MGM makes them take them down. TV Guide called this the second worst TV show of all time, right after the Jerry Springer Show. I highly disagree. Jerry Springer was hilarious entertainment, although it is largely responsible for a lot of the garbage we get today. So that's another 5 shows. For the record, I don't totally agree with the TV Guide list. For example, they have Whoops on there. I love that show. My Mother the Car is far from the second worst show of all time. Also, Jerry Springer, worst show of all time? No way. This list was from 2002, so there was no excuse for not having Caillou on there. If TV Guide did a new version now, I imagine it would have pretty much all the Kardashian shows, Jersey Shore, and stuff like Honey Boo Boo. Shows that are all infinitely worse than their previous top 50. Well, maybe not worse than Baby Bob. I'd personally include rubbish like The Big Bang Theory, which I know is low-hanging fruit, but man, I just despise that show. In the future, I'm going to have an all good shows episode as a counter to this one. I'll see you next time. Stay tuned.
Occupation high fashion model. Come on.
I've had some people complaining that the shows I covered in the past episodes were not overlooked or forgotten. So I figured this week I would present some really obscure shows. Here's 5 shows that you probably didn't know existed. What a Country! What a Country was a series that was based on the British sitcom Mind Your Language from 1977. It was ported to America as a way to capitalize on the surprise success of comedian Yakov Smirnoff. Smirnoff's real name was Yakov Pokus. He was born in Odessa, Ukraine in 1951 when it was still part of the Soviet Union. In the 1970s, he became a stand-up comedian. After doing shows in the Soviet Union, he encountered Americans, and after learning about life in the USA, he decided to try to move there. He came to the US in 1977 with his parents and started doing comedy under the name Yakov Smirnoff. He previously worked as a bartender and chose the name Smirnoff because of the vodka, and because it was a foreign name Americans would be familiar with. Yakov's stand-up was largely about the differences between life in America versus life in the Soviet Union. He moved to LA in the 80s and managed to land some small roles in movies like Moscow on the Hudson and Brewster's Millions. In 1986, he was offered the lead, more or less, of his own sitcom, What a Country. The name of the show comes from Yakov's catchphrase.
What a country!
What a Country premiered on September 27, 1986. It was shown in first-run syndication across numerous channels. The show was about a class of legal immigrants trying to pass their citizenship test. Yakov played Nikolai, a Russian taxi driver. Others in the class included a Hungarian doctor, the son of an African king, and a very shy Chinese woman. Garrett Brown played the teacher, who was originally trying to get a coaching job, but ended up as the teacher here because he really needed the work. Initially, he planned to only be a substitute, but after bonding with the class, he decided to stay and help them learn more about the country. The show ran for 1 season with 26 episodes when they decided to pull the plug. The last episode aired on May 23rd, 1987, but it continued on in reruns long afterwards. On July 4th, 1986, the same year as the show, Smirnoff passed his test and became an official U.S. citizen. He's currently running his own dinner theater, where he boasts that he has real linen napkins. What a Country has never been released on DVD. It's not available for streaming, but it looks like most of the episodes are on YouTube. Otherworld. Otherworld's about a family touring the Great Pyramid of Giza that are accidentally transported to an alternate dimension or another world. Otherworld premiered on January 26, 1985 on CBS. In the series, the family are transported to the planet called Thel. While the planet's inhabited by humans, their way of life is completely different than the lives of humans on Earth. Instead of countries, there are zones, and in each zone the people live very differently. It's eventually discovered the humans on the planet may have been created by androids, and they also float the possibility that Thel could be either an alternate version of Earth or a completely new planet. Each episode revolves around the family trying to survive in different zones while looking for a way back home. They're being chased by the evil Commander Crawl because the family stole his high-security access crystal in the pilot episode. The show had some lofty ideas, but it didn't really catch on with audiences at the time. It ran for 1 short season with 8 episodes, and the last one aired on March 16th, 1985. The show was picked up by USA Network, which had it in reruns, and then handed it off to its sister channel, the Sci-Fi Channel. Considering it ran for years in reruns, more people saw it that way than when it initially aired. Otherworld has never been released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, but the entire series is on YouTube. Home Free. Home Free is a sitcom about a 22-year-old journalist living at home. The show stars Matthew Perry as the lazy main character, Matt. Wow, he really did a lot of failed shows before Friends. The show also stars Dan Schneider as his best friend, and Brooke Thies from Just the 10 of Us. The show premiered on March 31st, 1993 on ABC. They put the show in a very coveted time slot, Wednesdays at 8:30. This put it between The Wonder Years and Home Improvement. Even with the time slot, the show still underperformed. After 5 episodes, they put the show on hiatus. They brought it back on May 28th and put it in the 9:30 slot in an even more coveted spot, in ABC's TGIF block. They ran 6 more episodes in the TGIF block, and the show did so poorly, they canceled it before the series was over. They filmed 13 episodes, but with the ratings they were getting, ABC canceled the series and they never aired the last 2. Almost every episode was directed by James Widows, who was Robert Hoover in both Animal House and the TV series Delta House. Widows directed episodes of Just the 10 of Us, which probably was the reason for the addition of Brooke Thies in Home Free. I sure hope they kept Schneider away from her feet. The show's never been released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, but most of the episodes are on YouTube. Chopper Squad. Chopper Squad's an Australian TV series about a helicopter rescue team operating on Dee Beach in Sydney. The pilot was shot in 1976 and aired on November 5th, 1976 in Melbourne, and later in Newcastle in August of 1977. It sat on a shelf for a while, until it was picked up for a full series in 1978. The series premiered on November 5th, 1978 on Australia's Network 10. While the show started on the Dee Beach, it eventually moved to Palm Beach Surf Life-Saving Club, which was one of the largest clubs in Sydney's northern beaches. With a gap between the pilot and the series, 3 of the main cast from the pilot did not return for the series. The show ran for 2 seasons with 27 episodes, including the pilot. The last episode aired on February 18th, 1979. The show has never been released on DVD, and it's not available for streaming. The pilot's on YouTube, but I can't find anything from the rest of the series. While the show is largely forgotten, it's been rumored that it was a major influence on one of the biggest shows of all time, Baywatch. The shows are different, but you can definitely see some of the similarities. Dog and Cat. Dog and Cat was not a show about animals, but rather about a detective who is teamed up with a rookie female officer. The term dog and cat comes from an old 70s slang referring to male and female partners on the force. Dog and Cat premiered on March 5th, 1977. With the mature subject matter, the show aired 10 p.m. Saturday nights. This allowed them to cover more controversial topics. The show starred Lou Antonio as Sergeant Ramsey, and a very unknown ex-model, Kim Basinger, in her first lead role. Lou Antonio was one of the half-black, half-white aliens in the classic Star Trek episode, Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. Basinger was a model who at the time was trying to move into acting. Before this, she had small parts in TV shows like The $6 Million Man and Charlie's Angels. Dog and Cat was criticized for being a ripoff of both Beretta and Charlie's Angels. The series was created by the legendary producer, writer, director Walter Hill, who is responsible for The Warriors, Streets of Fire, and tons of others. The ratings for the show were horrible, and if not for the short season, the show would have still ended early. Dog and Cat was canceled after 7 episodes, with the last one airing on May 14th, 1977. Show's never been released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, and aside from a few clips, it's not available on YouTube, which to me is really surprising considering some of the stuff that is on there. That's another 5 shows. Yes, I'm sure some of you are familiar with at least one of these, but you have to admit, they are still very obscure for most people. Lots more to come. Stay tuned.
He was right first time.
Pay no attention. He doesn't like Russians.
They invaded my country 1956.
Boy, does this guy holds a grudge.
Here's 5 shows that aren't as well known as these other 5 shows with the same name. For some of these shows, it was impossible to find footage to use, so there's a lot more stills than normal. Friends. Pretty much everyone knows about Friends. Whether you love it or hate it, there's no denying the show was a monster hit, sitting at the #1 spot for most of its 10-year, 10-season run. What you probably don't know is that in 1979 there was a very different show called Friends. Friends was about three 11-year-old kids growing up in Southern California. The show premiered on March 25, 1979 on ABC. Friends was a comedy drama from Aaron Spelling. Spelling was on fire at the time with hit shows like Charlie's Angels and The Love Boat. Friends starred Charlie Aiken, Jill Whalen, and Jared Johnson, young actors who all worked on shows from Aaron Spelling. The series revolved around the lives of these three kids and all the experiences they were going through while growing up. Kind of like a precursor to The Wonder Years, just without the soundtrack. Unlike The Wonder Years, each episode of Friends was an hour long, which may have been a little too much time to spend with a trio of 11-year-olds. Friends lasted 5 episodes, with the last one airing on April 22nd, 1979. It looks like they only filmed 5 episodes, so there aren't any missing ones. The show has never been released on DVD, and it's not available anywhere for streaming, not even VHS rips on YouTube. Meanwhile, the show Friends is on DVD, Blu-ray, and is streaming just about everywhere, including YouTube. ER. ER was a huge medical drama starring George Clooney, but did you know there was a medical sitcom called ER that starred George Clooney? ER premiered on September 16, 1984 on CBS. The show was about the lives of the various doctors, nurses, and other employees who worked at the fictional Clark Street Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. The main character was Dr. Sheffield, played by Elliot Gould, an ENT who works after hours at the hospital to help pay for his overwhelming alimony payments to his 2 ex-wives. George Clooney played Ace, the hotshot ER technician who wasn't introduced until later in the season, but stayed until the end of the show. The show is often compared to the long-running war drama sitcom MASH. Not so much in terms of quality, but in terms of tone. They'd often go from a joke into a much more serious moment of somebody going into surgery. This was a show about the emergency room of a hospital, after all. The series ran for 22 episodes, with the last one airing on February 27, 1985. The show ran in reruns and aired in syndication on a few other networks over the years. The show has never been released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, but the full series is on YouTube. While ER the sitcom wasn't around long, ER the medical drama was on the air for 15 seasons, over 15 years. Many of the cast from ER also went to work on ER. Besides George Clooney, there was also Conchita Ferrell, Mary McDonnell, Luis Avalos, Ian Patrick Williams, James Gallery, James Lashley, and Sam Anderson. Empire. Empire was a sitcom that poked fun at the lives of corporate employees of the company Empire Industries. Empire was a drama about the company Empire Entertainment that produced hip-hop. Empire the sitcom premiered on January 4th, 1984 on CBS. The show was a satire about the ridiculousness of corporate culture in the 1980s. However, it didn't strike a chord with audiences and did not last long. Perhaps it struck a little too close to home for the network executives. The show ran for 6 episodes, with the last one airing on February 1st, 1984. It doesn't look like the series aired anywhere else after its initial run. It may have played in other countries, but I couldn't find any evidence of it doing so. The show wasn't released on DVD, it's not available for streaming, and none of the episodes are on YouTube. The only thing I could find was audio of the intro song, and this commercial from Empire Carpets from 1984. Empire ran for only 6 episodes, but the 2015 Empire ran for 5 years and 6 seasons. I never watched the 2015 Empire. All I know about it is that it won a bunch of awards, and it had that famous French actor, Juicy Smouillet, in it. The Practice. The Practice was a sitcom about a father and son who are each doctors, but because of their differences, they don't get along. The Practice was a courtroom drama about the defense attorneys of a Boston law firm. The Practice premiered on January 30th, 1976 on NBC. The show is about Dr. Jules Bedford, who does things in an old-school way. He genuinely cares for his patients and thinks that the practice of medicine should always be more about helping people instead of making a profit. He's butting heads with his son David, a Park Avenue doctor who is more interested in making money. The older Dr. Bedford was played by actor Danny Thomas from The Danny Thomas Show. His character in The Practice was very similar to who he was in reality. Thomas was the founder of St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in 1962. He's dedicated much of his life to fundraising for charity. The Practice did well enough to be greenlit for a second season, but that didn't do as well as the first, and the show was canceled. It lasted 2 seasons with 23 episodes, with the last one airing on January 26, 1977. They filmed 27 episodes, but never aired the final 4. It does look like The Practice got a DVD release on the Warner Brothers Warner Archive collection, but it's out of print. However, as of currently, there's a few copies of it on eBay if you're interested. The show isn't available for streaming, and only a few clips are on YouTube. Meanwhile, the courtroom drama The Practice lasted for 7 seasons over 8 years. Saturday Night Live with Howard Cosell. Okay, this one is a little bit of a stretch, but I decided to talk about it since the story behind the whole debacle is kind of interesting. In 1975, ABC aired a variety show called Saturday Night Live with Howard Cosell. The first episode aired on September 20th, 1975. The pilot episode featured celebrity guests like Frank Sinatra, Siegfried and Roy, Yogi Berra, and even the cast of the Broadway version of The Wiz. For the musical guests, they had Scotland's own Bay City Rollers, who most likely performed Saturday Night.
Turn off the Bay City Rollers! The soccer game's about to begin!
In October of 1975, NBC began airing their sketch comedy program called Saturday Night. Saturday Night Live with Howard Cosell was considered an oddity, since Howard Cosell was largely known for sports broadcasting and had no experience with comedy or variety-style programming. The show had a team of regulars like Bill Murray, his brother Brian Doyle Murray, Billy Crystal, and Christopher Guest, who were called the Primetime Players. The show was a mess, and comedian Alan King, who was the executive in charge of comedy for the show, lamented the decision to turn Cosell into the head of a variety show, saying he made Ed Sullivan look like Buster Keaton. The show lasted for 18 episodes, with the last one airing on January 17, 1976. In 1977, about a year after the show had ended, Saturday Night changed their name to Saturday Night Live. They ended up hiring Bill Murray, his brother Brian Doyle Murray, Billy Crystal, and Christopher Guest. Moving forward, the cast of Saturday Night Live was dubbed the Not Ready for Primetime Players. In 1985, Howard Cosell hosted Saturday Night Live and poked fun at the show, as well as his failed show, in his opening monologue. In 2002, TV Guide ranked Saturday Night Live with Howard Cosell number 37 on its 50 worst TV shows of all time list. The show has never been released on DVD, and it's not available for streaming. Aside from a few clips and promos, the show is not on YouTube. Well, that's another 5 shows. I'm enjoying these themed episodes, and I hope you are too. These episodes are fun, and they give me more time to work on my other longer videos. I'm working on the exploring documentaries, which I know many of you are waiting for. I assure you, they will be worth the wait. The ones that I'm currently working on are just taking a really long time. I'll see you next time. Stay tuned.
Isn't he a wonderful doctor? Do you have your own practice in town?
Yes, I do. Ear, nose, and throat.
I have all of those.
The Sci-Fi Channel launched all the way back on September 24th, 1992. Originally, they played a wide variety of reruns and syndicated content. Shows like Doctor Who, Star Trek, and classic movies like Dracula and Frankenstein. As time went on, they wanted to start creating their own original content and ushered in a wave of sci-fi originals, some of which they produced, while others were pickups from outside the US. Here's 5 shows from the Sci-Fi Channel you may have missed or forgotten about. Mission Genesis. Mission Genesis was the first original scripted series for the Sci-Fi Channel. It was based on the 1992 book Deepwater Black by Ken Catran. The first episode aired on July 21st, 1997. The series revolved around a virus that kills almost all life on Earth. Before humanity's gone forever, a team of scientists create a deep space ark to send a group of cloned humans to try to find a new world. The ark's carrying the seed of new life, and they'll be able to restart humanity once they find somewhere hospitable. A bit like Earth 2 from 1994. As a way to offset the cost of the show, it was a co-production between Sci-Fi, its parent company USA, the Canadian network YTV, and it was distributed by animation studio Sunbow. The network had high hopes for the show. They even did a half-hour-long special about the making of the series, hosted by Leonard Nimoy. It played in the US as Mission Genesis, but elsewhere in the world it was still using the original title of Deepwater Black. The show kind of played out like Star Trek for teens. In the books, the cast was kids ages 11 to 13, while in the TV series, they were more like 16, 17. I haven't had a chance to read the books, but from what I can see, it looks like they took a few liberties with the source material. This series ran for one season with 13 episodes. The last one aired on December 22nd, 1997. One of the biggest complaints about the show was the lackluster CG, which wasn't the best, but I've seen other shows from roughly about the same time with the same level of CG. A few years after the show ended, Gordon Michael Wolvett, who played Reb, went on to play Seamus Harper in another space show, Andromeda, which lasted much longer than Mission Genesis with 5 seasons and 110 episodes. Craig Kirkwood, who played Zack, was in the short-lived UPN series Mercy Point, which was essentially ER in space. Nicole DeBoer, who played Yuna, went on to join Deep Space Nine as Ensign Ezri Dax. Mission Genesis is not on DVD, it's not available for streaming, but the show is up on YouTube, including the making of special. First Wave. First Wave is often seen as the second original show from Sci-Fi, but really, it started elsewhere. The show premiered on Canada's Space Channel on September 9th, 1998. It was going to air in first-run syndication in the US, but it was picked up by the Sci-Fi Channel to air on there instead. Sci-Fi picked up the rights in late 1998 and then started airing the show on the channel in March of 1999, right around the time they were getting ready to air another new series, Farscape. While the network originally just picked up the first season, the show was doing so well, they expanded their order from 22 to 66, which would make for a total of 3 seasons. The show is about security specialist Cade Foster. He uncovers a plot by a race of aliens called the Gwa that have been conducting experiments on humans. He discovers he's test subject 117 and is being used as a test of the human will. What the aliens do is ruin his life to see the lengths he'll go through to get it back. He's framed for the murder of his wife, he loses his job, and is on the run as a fugitive. The series had a huge name behind it, Francis Ford Coppola. He was signed on as an executive producer. Now, whatever his role was in shaping the show is not known, and more than likely, he just put up some of the initial capital to get the project off the ground. The series spawned a 6-issued comic book series from Andromeda Entertainment that covered multiple stories. While the show started off strong, it was having problems around Season 2, so the network retooled it a bit and introduced a new character, Jordan, played by Tracy Lords for Season 3. Season 3 did not go over as well as they'd hoped, so after the contract was up, they canceled the series. First Wave lasted for 3 seasons with 66 episodes. The last one aired on February 7th, 2001. Season 1 was released on DVD, but not Seasons 2 or 3. The full series was available for streaming at some point, but not anymore. However, the entire series is available on YouTube. Black Scorpion. In the 90s, the cable network Showtime contacted Roger Corman about doing a series of Corman-style films for the channel. In pure Roger Corman fashion, he produced 30 movies over the course of 2 years, 2 of which were Black Scorpion and Black Scorpion 2. Black Scorpion was a superhero film starring Joan Severance in the title role. The movies were about Darcy Walker, a detective who moonlights as the lone vigilante Black Scorpion. The Sci-Fi Channel liked the idea and bought the rights to expand the character with a TV series. Black Scorpion the series aired on January 5th, 2001 on Sci-Fi. Joan Severance didn't return, so the lead was taken over by Michelle Lintel. While the ex-model Severance was overflowing with sex appeal, Lintel was probably the better choice for the character. Not that she wasn't pretty, She was. It's just that she had the additional inclusion of an extensive background in martial arts. So she was able to play the character a bit more convincingly without the need to switch to a stunt double. The character is more or less a gender-swap Batman. Black Scorpion's a master of hand-to-hand combat and a computer genius, but has no superpowers. She even has her own Batmobile called the Stingray. In another time back to Batman, Black Scorpion's nemesis is Breathtaker, played by Adam West. The series ran for one season with 22 episodes. The last one aired on June 30th, 2001. The show continued on in syndication, and some of the episodes were combined to make feature-length movies, which were released direct-to-video. The original 2 movies were released on DVD, but are now out of print and are expensive. The TV series was also released on DVD and is also out of print. The show is on YouTube, you can buy the show digitally on Amazon, and it's also available for free with ads on Freevee. The Invisible Man. The Invisible Man was a show that took the concept from the original classic H.G. Wells book from 1897 and made it into something different. This was not the first time The Invisible Man was turned into a TV series. Not the second either. This is actually the 4th time The Invisible Man was made into a series. Although the previous attempts were closer to the source. The show revolves around Darian Fox, a thief who's caught during a robbery and sentenced to life in prison. His brother is a research scientist working for the government. He makes a deal to get Darian out of prison if he becomes a test subject for his top-secret I-Man project. Darian gets a glandular implant, the Quicksilver gland, which can release a chemical on command to make him invisible. He's then brought into this super-secret government agency called the Agency, and they use his skills as a thief, as well as his ability to turn invisible, to do a series of jobs for the group. He also gains a variety of other invisibility-related powers over the course of the series, like being able to turn others invisible as long as he's touching them. The gland brings with it a series of drawbacks. The biggest is that he needs access to medication that'll keep him from going insane, a condition called Quicksilver Madness. Also, if the gland is ever removed, it'll kill him. The show premiered on June 9th, 2000. For season 2, they did some adjustments to the show. One thing was that they started calling it I-Man instead of the Invisible Man, possibly as a way to attract a new audience. Ones who may have been avoiding the show, thinking it was an adaptation of the original book and not something more along the lines of a spy thriller. This was probably done by the same people who changed the Sci-Fi Channel to Syfy. Season 2 also brought in Alex, played by Brandy Ledford. She plays a high-ranking agent brought in to keep Darian in line, and also to give the show some additional sex appeal. The additions weren't enough to keep the show going, and Sci-Fi canceled it. Apparently the cost of the show was getting too high, and there were numerous arguments with the parent company, USA, about the show's content. The show ran for 2 seasons with 46 episodes. The last one aired on February 1st, 2002. The show ran in syndication all around the world long after the series was canceled. Season 1 of the show is released on DVD, but unfortunately, it must not have sold very well because Season 2 was never released. Season 1's still in print, and you can get it fairly cheap. The show isn't available for streaming, and aside from a few random clips, it's also not on YouTube. The Chronicle. The Chronicle was a show based on the book series News from the Edge by Mark Sumner. Originally, NBC shot the pilot and picked it up for a series, but for whatever reason, they decided to not go through with it, and it landed on the Sci-Fi Channel. The show was about journalists working for a tabloid newspaper. The thing is, much like what was joked in the movie Men in Black, the stories were all real. They investigate all sorts of stories, like giant worms that eat people, and a Sleepy Hollow story where the Headless Horseman drives a motorcycle and his helmet is painted like a jack-o'-lantern. The show premiered on July 14th, 2001. The series followed the 2 leads, Tucker, played by Chad Willett, and Grace, played by Rena Sofer. Tucker's the new guy who takes the gig because he desperately needs a job. He's taken under the wing of Grace, who shows him that all the stories they print are in fact real. The series was very clever, with some unique writing that occasionally had dark humor and satirical elements. The show even had a tie-in to another Sci-Fi Channel program, The Invisible Man. In the episode Touched by an Alien, there was mention of a secret government project, The Invisible Man. The two shows were both in production around the same time and shared many of the same crew. In the final episode of The Invisible Man, there was a tabloid with the headline, "Invisible Locusts Ate My Crops." It was supposed to be a copy of the Chronicle, but it was never approved by the network, so it didn't happen. Sadly, the show just didn't resonate with audiences at the time. It ran for one season with 22 episodes. The last one aired on March 22nd, 2002. The show has never been released on DVD, and it's not available for streaming. Some of the episodes are on YouTube, but the quality varies wildly. It's a shame so many of these shows are not easily accessible. All of them are highly entertaining, especially The Chronicle. Anyway, that's another 5 shows. There's tons of other Sci-Fi Channel shows that had very short lives, so if there's one you were hoping to see, you'll probably see it in the future. Speaking of which, the 25th episode of this is coming in the not-too-distant future. Thanks for watching, everyone, and as always, stay tuned.
Want a ride?
No, thanks. I have my own car.
I wasn't talking about the car.
Sorry, but I don't think I could rock your world like your alien buddies.
You know, in space, no one can hear you moan.
For the 25th episode, I wanted to do something a little different, but also a little special. Mystery Science Theater 3000 is one of my all-time favorite shows. If you're watching this channel, there's a good chance it's one of yours too. As such, it's not really forgotten, quite the opposite. The past 24 episodes I've done have been about bringing back memories of shows that most people have missed or forgotten about for the most part. With this, I wanted to focus on a TV series that is largely responsible for resurrecting some older films and giving them a new life, even if it was to make fun of them. These are movies that would have been forgotten if not for them being showcased on Mystery Science Theater. Now, classic Mystery Science Theater is split between the Joel years and the Mike years. I was trying to balance out the two hosts, but then figured, to hell with it. I'll split episode 25 up into 2 parts. So part 1 is the Joel years, and part 2 is the Mike years. Anyway, turn down your lights where applicable. Joel Hodgson was a prop comic who had the brilliant idea to take some old B movies and riff them. The first few shows were on KTMA in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1988. Essentially, it was like a pirate radio station broadcasting from space. The only living person on board was Joel, who was this brilliant hippie. He made robots out of some spare parts lying around and programmed them to be his companions to help mock whatever movie he was watching. He was inspired by the 1972 film Silent Running, which he used as a foundation. The pilot was a test using about 30 minutes of the green slime from 1968. The first full show was Invaders from the Deep from 1981, and it premiered on Thanksgiving Day, November 24th, 1988. The show caught the attention of HBO, who was looking for programs to fill their time slots on their upcoming cable network, Comedy Central. Mystery Science Theater was one of the first 2 shows picked up by Comedy Central, and went on to be one of their most popular shows by far. The first episode was The Crawling Eye from 1958. The show has evolved a lot since then, but let's take a look at some of the best episodes from the Joel years. Pod People. Might as well start off with a movie that so many people have grown to love. The original title for Pod People was Extraterrestrial Visitors, sometimes called ETV. This was a very low-budget production from Spanish exploitation director Juan Piquer Simon, roughly a year after his most famous film, Pieces. The script was originally written to be a sci-fi horror film, but after the success of E.T., the producers of the film wanted it altered to be an E.T. knockoff. The problem was, now you had all these stereotypical horror elements mixed in with a kids' movie. A monstrous alien going around murdering people, while a little kid befriends a kid alien that looks like a cross between an aardvark and a teddy bear. So they were asking an exploitation director to helm a kids' film. The result? A tonally uneven film that is full of quotable elements and tons of unintentionally funny bits. The movie was a co-production between France and Spain. It was released in the US as The Unearthling. In the UK, it was released as E.T. The Second Coming. The film was, like many others at the time, released, and it did the rounds until eventually being forgotten. That is until the 90s. June 15th, 1991, Season 3, Episode 3 of Mystery Science Theater, Pod People. Somewhere along the way, the movie was picked up for US TV distribution by Film Ventures International, who not only changed the name to Pod People, but added in a completely new intro credit sequence, which was blurred footage of the Galaxy Invader from 1985. Since Film Ventures had the TV rights, Best Brains was able to license the film for use on the show. It also made it easier for them since this version of the movie was already edited for TV. The movie was so ridiculous it made goofing on it easy. There was plenty of material to go around, and it quickly became a favorite of both the fans and the cast. This led to it getting released and re-released on DVD over the years, including an insanely misleading German release, which makes the movie look like an action film. I'm pretty sure this is Josh Duhamel from Transformers here. The film got a full restoration by Severin under its original title, Extraterrestrial Visitors, in 2023. They released the full uncut film in 4K, complete with special features, including a feature-length documentary on the history of the director. Taking it a step further, you could buy the super special edition with your own Trumpy doll, sticker, and I'm a Virgin t-shirt. What a time to be alive.
It stinks!
Master Ninja. Riding the wave of the ninja craze that started with Enter the Ninja in 1981, the TV series The Master was created. The first episode aired on January 20th, 1984. The series was a mid-season replacement and aired on NBC. The show was about an aging ninja and his young sidekick traveling around America looking for the ninja's lost daughter. The series didn't do so well and was canceled after one season. As a way to try to recoup some of the lost money from the show, episodes from the series were re-edited into feature-length movies and sold to video stores. Together they released 7 Master Ninja movies. These movies were then licensed out to various networks. Best Brains picked up Master Ninja 1 and 2 for the show. Master Ninja was episode 22 of season 3 and aired on January 11th, 1992, almost 8 years since the show first ran. Master Ninja 2 was episode 24 of season 3 and was the season finale. It aired on January 25th, 1992. Apparently, Master Ninja 3 was supposed to be episode 24 of season 6, which was during the Mike years. However, for whatever reason, that didn't happen, and they did Samson vs. the Vampire Women instead. The series got a restoration from Kino Lorber back in 2018, and some dopey internet guy has been occasionally riffing the episodes and showing clips of Max being thrown out of windows. Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. The movie was developed as a Yuletide science fiction fantasy that was trying to court some of the kid audience away from Disney. Shot in Long Island, New York over the course of 2 weeks, Santa Claus Conquers the Martians was a relatively quick and cheap production. The movie also, apparently, is the first film appearance of Mrs. Claus. While the movie was largely forgotten, the first time it resurfaced was in the early 1980s. It hit rental stores on VHS, promoting that it starred a young Pia Zadora in her first role, an actress-musician who was kind of an it girl there for the time. After that, it faded back into obscurity. That is until a few years later, December 21st, 1991, episode 21 of season 3. Lots of season 3 on here. Just in time for Christmas, the movie found a new home on Mystery Science Theater. Now a new generation of movie fans were introduced to Voldar, Gurmar, and Drapo, the laziest man on Mars. The movie at some point entered the public domain, and as such, it expanded into other areas. In 2006, the Maverick Theater in Fullerton, California started doing a stage play version, and they're gearing up for their 17th year this November-December. In 2012, the film was remastered for Blu-ray by Kino Lorber, so you can view it in HD in all its cardboard-setted glory. In 2013, the movie was the Christmas special for Riff Trax Live. It was replayed in 2016 as a double feature with other Christmas specials.
This whole Christmas has been one ugly...
Manos, the Hands of Fate. Quite possibly the most famous or infamous episode of the entire series. Manos, the Hands of Fate is a 1966 independent film that was written, produced, and directed by Harold P. Warren. Warrens was an insurance and fertilizer salesman. The film came about because of a bet. Warren was having a conversation with a friend who was a screenwriter. Warren claimed that anyone could make a horror movie, so his friend made him a bet to see if he could do just that. Warren then wrote a script under the working title, The Lodge of Sins. It was about a family that gets lost on a vacation road trip and ends up stuck at a house being run by a pagan cult. The budget for the movie was roughly $19,000, which is the equivalent to about $183,000 today. Warren hired actors and a crew from the local theater in El Paso, Texas. The cameras they used could only capture 32 seconds of footage at a time, and were so noisy, the director just shot the whole thing without sound and added in all the audio in post. The film was shot in 8 days. The director changed the name to Manos, The Hands of Fate. The movie had a premiere at the Capri Theater in El Paso, and audiences, for the most part, hated it. Despite the quality of the film, Warren won his bet. He never said he had to make a good movie. The bet was then he had to make a movie. Manos played in some drive-in theaters, but eventually went away and was forgotten. Decades later, a print of the film made its way to a local TV station and eventually wound up in the public domain. The movie was in a box of other public domain films purchased by Comedy Central. While sifting through the box, TV's Frank showed it to the cast, who decided this was the perfect film for the show. Episode 24 of Season 4, which aired on January 30th, 1993, the season finale. Manos was the first film that was so bad, the Mads both apologized to Joel. The movie became a fan favorite, not due to its quality, but its lack thereof. The film was so notoriously bad, it made for some of the best jokes in the show's history. The appearance of the movie rocketed it into the public spotlight. Due to its resurfacing, the film has had at least 4 stage adaptations. Manos was also riffed by Riff Trax during its Riff Trax Live 2012. Although Kevin Murphy, who plays Tom Servo, hates the movie. In 2011, the original 16mm work print of the film was discovered by Ben Solavi, a film school graduate. He started a crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter to raise money to restore the film and release it on Blu-ray. He raised $48,000, which was nearly 5 times the initial request of $10,000. The restored print played at the El Paso Plaza Theater, which was very close to where the original premiere was. The film was released on Blu-ray by Severin in 2015 with a slew of extras. The first proposed sequel was Manos, The Search for Valley Lodge, which fell apart, and despite having a lot of people attached, it never happened. Although there were numerous sequels that were successful. Well, not successful, but they were made. 2013, The Rise of Torgo, and Manos Returns. In 2012, Manos The Hands of Fate, the video game, was released. None of this would have happened if not for the Mystery Science Theater episode. Mitchell. My Mitchell. Joe Don Baker is an award-winning character actor who has appeared in over 80 films. After the exploitation film Walking Tall became a surprise hit in 1973, the actor was cast in all sorts of unusual roles, one of which was the action cop drama Mitchell. Mitchell is about Mitchell, a guy who is a terrible human, but a really good cop. Okay, a good investigator. Okay, he kind of can solve crimes. Anyway, the movie revolves around him investigating a corrupt lawyer, and the whole thing spirals out of control. The movie was fairly disliked by audiences and critics when it was released in 1975. After a brief run in theaters, it made its way to TV. The TV edit removed much of the language and all of the nudity. Best Brains was able to license the rights to the TV edit of the film, which, like Pod People, made it easier for them to bring to the show. Although the TV edit created a lot of continuity problems. For one, a big one of the major villains, played by John Saxon, just sorta disappears. In the theatrical cut, Mitchell kills Saxon, which the censors removed for the TV version. Mitchell aired on Mystery Science Theater on October 23rd, 1993. Episode 12 of Season 5. This brought the movie back to audiences, many younger ones who had never even heard of Joe Don Baker. As such, jokes about the character being fat and incompetent felt like they were leveled at the actor and not the character. Baker took these seriously and said he would punch the Mystery Science Theater guys if he ever saw them. The movie Mitchell surprisingly hasn't been restored on Blu-ray, but considering another Mystery Science Theater Joe Don Baker film, Final Justice, a movie that is arguably worse than Mitchell, did get a restoration, I think it's only a matter of time before it happens. Anyway, the episode went on to be a favorite, but it was also bittersweet. It was the last one with Joel, who wanted to move on from Mystery Science Theater to work on his next project, the TV Wheel. Comedy Central aired the pilot, but the show was never picked up. The head writer, Mike Nelson, took over the hosting duties and would do so for the rest of the show's initial run from Comedy Central and then the Sci-Fi Channel. So that's 5 classic Mystery Science Theater episodes that, for better or worse, were able to give new life to some quote-unquote bad movies. I think it's safe to say that while I'm sure there are people who remember these films prior to them getting the Mystery Science Theater treatment, each one would most likely be sitting in a vault somewhere collecting dust, if not for their appearance on the show. Stay tuned for the Mike episodes coming next week.
My God,
no! To start off, let me reiterate what I said in the last video. No, Mystery Science Theater is not a forgotten TV show. What I'm talking about is the movies that would be forgotten if not for Mystery Science Theater. I did the Joel years and now the Mike years. So after Joel left to do the TV Wheel, Mike took over as host. He was already the lead writer and occasionally got in front of the camera playing various characters like Torgo. While Joel had a charm and great comedic timing, Mike had a very disarming wit. I've always personally gravitated more towards Mike. He just shares more of my sense of humor. So let's look at some of the best movies that were rediscovered during the Mike years. The Giant Spider Invasion. A meteor crashes into a small town in Wisconsin which opens a black hole. Mutant alien spiders and huge puppets start pouring through the black hole and begin to take over the town. The movie was directed by Bill Rebane on a budget of around $320,000. The 2 writers for the film, Richard Huff and Robert Eastman, couldn't agree on anything, so by the time they were ready to shoot, they didn't have a proper script. So Rebane just shot the movie without one. The writers gave the actors pages of dialogue, and each day they kinda made everything up as they went along. They had no idea where they would go next. The cast was mostly industry veterans, so they were able to adapt to whatever was thrown at them. They didn't really have the budget for the special effects, and they weren't supposed to have any giant spiders. However, one of the producers insisted they needed some huge spiders since the name of the film was The Giant Spider Invasion. He said, "I want one that's bigger than Jaws." They built a giant spider and fitted it over a VW Bug as a way to move it around. Looked more like a parade float than a monster. The movie hit theaters on October 24th, 1975. According to Rebane, this little indie film went on to gross over $15 million. After that, it was shown on network television before being buried. The movie resurfaced on Mystery Science Theater episode 10 of season 8, which aired May 31st, 1997. It became a favorite with frequent jokes about the Packers winning the Super Bowl.
Packers won the Super Bowl! Packers!
Mike and the Bots lovingly trashed the film, and this made its way back to the director. Initially, he didn't get it, but once he saw how much fun they had with it, he came around. In May of 2005, there was the Bill Rebane Film Festival, which took place in Madison, Wisconsin. The hosts of the fest were Mike Nelson and Kevin Murphy. They said that even though they mocked this and Monster A Go-Go, they admired the director's ability to get these movies made. In a later interview, Rebane said The Giant Spider Invasion was one of the most pirated movies in history. He didn't really mind it though, because apparently, the movie raked in millions of dollars over the years, and he saw none of it. The movie was released on DVD in 2002, and then the director's cut was released in 2009. In June of 2015, a print of the film was released on Blu-ray by VCI. Then again in 2020, the film was restored from the original 35mm camera negative and released on Blu-ray by Dark Force Entertainment. The Final Sacrifice. Canadian exploitation films, or Canucksploitation, started way back in 1974 due to a new regulation that was intended to kickstart the Canadian film industry. I spoke about this in much greater detail in my video for Happy Birthday to Me. Anyway, The Final Sacrifice is a 1990 horror film from director Jardis Gradanus. I consulted with an actual Canadian for this pronunciation, so if I'm saying it wrong, go yell at him. This was a tiny budgeted indie film that was shot by a first-time director who was still in film school at the time. The whole thing had a budget of around 1,500 Canadian. He shot the film using equipment on loan from the school and filmed it in areas around Alberta, Canada. There wasn't too much info about whether or not this had a theatrical release. It most likely played in drive-ins as a double feature. It was later released on VHS and Laserdisc as Quest for the Lost City. It was distributed in the US by AIP. While it made the rounds at video stores, over time it was buried with countless other films. That is until June 25th, 1998, episode 10 of season 9. The movie became a beloved staple of Mystery Science Theater lore, with the heroic Zap Rousdower asking questions like, "Is there beer on the sun?" Rousdower became known as the Canadian Chuck Norris. After graduating film school, the director moved on to direct almost exclusively documentaries for various other films. On kind of a down note, the director wasn't too happy with the Mystery Science Theater treatment. I wonder if he views it as detrimental to his now more serious work. Whatever the case, this is one of those times where the creator is not happy about his movie resurfacing. This is essentially a $1,500 student film that if not for Mystery Science Theater, no one would know about it. Santa Claus. You like your Christmas movies weird? How about a Mexican film where Santa Claus has to fight the devil? The film was from Mexican director Rene Cardona Sr., a director who made almost 150 films in his 57-year career. His work has made a large contribution to what is considered the golden age of Mexican cinema. Although this is not one of those films. Rene Cardona Sr. is the father of director Rene Cardona Jr., who gave us such wonderful exploitation films like The Bermuda Triangle, Cyclone, and the incredible Jawsploitation film Tintorera. In 1959, Cardona Sr. directed this fever dream of a Christmas film. It's about Santa Claus prepping for Christmas while the devil instructs his chief underling Pitch to go to Earth and ruin Santa's plans, which in turn will make all the children hate Santa Claus and worship the devil. It's a bizarre film that was released in Mexico in 1959 and got a slightly wider release about a year later when it was dubbed into English and released in the US. The movie was apparently a financial success. It was replayed well into the 70s. It became a holiday staple on TV, with several different stations bringing it back year after year. In 1992, the film went into the public domain and Mystery Science Theater picked it up. Episode 21 of Season 5. It aired December 24th, 1993. Audiences loved it, with the bizarre choreographed dances in hell to the demon Pitch being tortured with the thought of having to eat chocolate ice cream. Not to mention the horror of the mechanical reindeer. It was later released on DVD, and in 2011, it got a Blu-ray release from VCI. In 2014, RiffTrax riffed the movie with all new jokes for that year's RiffTrax Live Christmas special. Since the movie was in the public domain, it most likely would have ended up in various DVD compilations, but never would have had the visibility it has now because of Mystery Science Theater. Clonus. Clonus the Parts Horror was directed by Robert Fiveson. It's about a colony of people living in isolation that are unknowingly being kept alive as a source of replacement organs for rich people. The movie had a small release, and being that it was made for well under $1 million, they made their money back. Although, like many other small indie films from the time, it sort of faded into obscurity. So move ahead to June 7th, 1997, episode 11 of season 8. Clonus the Parts Horror made its Mystery Science Theater debut. It received a lot of attention, and while the episode was funny, the quality of the movie was a good bit higher than many of the other films they covered. Then in 2005, the movie The Island was released. Fans of Clonus immediately noticed the similarities. The thing was, many of them who knew Clonus knew of it because of Mystery Science Theater. A fan contacted Fiveson and told him that this big movie ripped off his movie. Initially, he wasn't going to do anything about it, but after some prompting, he sued the production company DreamWorks. DreamWorks, being a major studio, then did everything they could to bully the director into dropping the suit. In 2006, the court ruled there was enough evidence for this to go to trial. The fan who had initially contacted Fiveson was brought in as an advisor. The fan was also a film editor, and he put together a video that had a staggering 103 points of striking similarities between the two films. This was the nail in the coffin of the case. The judge saw the video and ruled there was case to answer. DreamWorks tried to object, but there was no grounds. As such, they realized that if a jury saw this, there was no way they would be able to win the lawsuit, so they decided to settle for a few reasons. Number one, it was cheaper and faster just to make a payout now than having this go to court. And two, if this went to court and they lost, which they absolutely would have, the entire case would have been made public, and major Hollywood players like Bay and Spielberg would have been labeled as thieves. By settling out of court, they were able to make everyone sign a non-disclosure agreement, so this whole thing would quietly go away. DreamWorks paid 5 Cent an undisclosed amount rumored to be in the millions of dollars. If you'd like to see a more in-depth version of this story, check out my Clonus vs. the Island video, where I break down all the similarities between the two features. Clonus was released on DVD, and later, the Mystery Science Theater version was released by Rhino. This release included an interview with 5 Cent discussing the movie being on Mystery Science Theater. The director said initially he was hesitant about them mocking the movie, but after about 5 minutes, he got into it and enjoyed what they did. He said he was honored that they chose his movie.
And who am I not to be laughed at? I mean, come on. Life's too short not to laugh at anything. So, actually, at the end of the day, I was very honored.
Space Mutiny. Space Mutiny was a joint South African-American co-production from 1988. It was created by David Winters, who was originally going to direct until tragedy struck. On day 1 of filming, he found out his father had died. He passed his directorial duties to his first AD, Neil Sundstrom. This created legal problems. The investors of the film had signed on because of Winters, a very well-established producer, actor, and director. Since he was directing, they agreed to fund the film only if he was at the helm. Fearing litigation, they had Sundstrom direct, but left Winters' name attached. Not liking what was done to his film, Winters has since disowned it, and later came out and said he had very little to do with the released version. The movie had a small theatrical release and later made its way to cable. On November 8, 1997, a little over a decade since it hit theaters, Space Mutiny aired on Mystery Science Theater as episode 20 of season 8. Mike and the Bots covered the film and goofed on all things Reb. It was the perfect movie for Mystery Science Theater. It's bad, but in a fun way.
Well, anyway, got that out of my system. Roll fizzle beef.
Reb was gifted names like Blast Hard Cheese and Big McLarge Huge. Bill Corbett said this was one of the movies that stood out from that season. Really fun and dumb. Revisiting the film, on June 14th, 2018, Riff Tracks did the movie for Riff Tracks Live with a slew of new jokes. Thanks to Mystery Science Theater for introducing a new generation to the joys of Reb Brown. So that's the rest of the 5 classic films that were resurrected thanks to Mystery Science Theater. As for why I'm not doing a part 3, I like Jonah and Emily fine, but their stuff just doesn't hold up like the classics. Perhaps 35 years from now, their episodes will be looked upon as fondly as these old ones. On a complete aside, I started doing this way before I knew they were doing a Kickstarter for another season. I wish them all the best of luck, but personally, I feel the new series has kinda lost its way, which is one of the reasons the Kickstarter failed, but that's a whole other video. I had a big thing written, but I'll sum it up with this. Mystery Science Theater, at its best, should be a shoestring budget. The draw of Mystery Science Theater will always be, and I stress this, making jokes about bad old movies. Anyway, classic Mystery Science Theater 3000 breathes new life into bad movies. Mystery Science Theater was a staple of my childhood, and I will always have a fondness for the show. While I don't have the reach that they've had over the years, I like to think in my own way, I've been able to help some of these more obscure films, both the good and the bad, resurface and find a new audience.
Ha ha ha!